come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of motion?
From here.
We assume there's none. We now come to motions without notice. Members, you're supposed to be alert. You've eaten a minute of our time already. Who has any motion? Let's go back to that, if you have any. Yes, sir.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates having the birth date of Ms. Helen Suzman officially recognized as a day to celebrate her life and contribution towards South Africa's democratic order on the 7th of November. I thank you.
Any other member wish to give notice? Where are you? Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the first quarter of 2014's GDP results of minus 0.6% and the effects on job losses and the economy this is having. I hereby move.
Thank you. Yes, Prof. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the NFP that this House debates the abuse of women and children, which is so rampant in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member?
Yes. Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, I must look all over the House. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates whether the South African Broadcasting Service is fulfilling its mandate as an independent public broadcaster. I hereby move.
Any other notice?
Deputy Speaker,
Go ahead, sir.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that on Wednesday, the 23rd of July, 2014, the Commonwealth Games were officially... Sorry?
You are streets ahead of us. Go ahead, sir. Okay, let's move to the, now that we've done with the motions, let's go to motions without notice. Chief Whip of the opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that on Sunday, the 13th of July, 2014, South African author Nadine Gordimer passed away at the age of 90. That this House acknowledges that Gordimer was not only a colossus of African writing, but also a staunch anti-apartheid activist. Further acknowledges that over her long career in literature, many of her books were banned by the apartheid government. Recalls that she was awarded the coveted Nobel Prize for Literature in 1991, and further recalls that in 1962, she helped edit former President Nelson Mandela's famous "I am prepared to die" speech. This House recognizes the role that Nadine Gordimer played in creating a free, just, and equal South African society and conveys our deepest condolences to the family and friends of Nadine Gordimer. Thank you.
If there's no objection, I put the motion. No objections to agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a motion without notice on behalf of the DA. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that several South African choirs recently took part in the World Choir Games in Riga, Latvia. 2, acknowledges that more than 450 choirs from 60 nations were judged by 80 jurors during the course of the competition. 3, further acknowledges that the participating choirs from our country performed exceptionally well and that there were several South African youth choirs that outperformed the competition. 4th, congratulates the Stellenbosch University Choir for winning the devotional category, the spiritual category, as well as the mixed category with 99%, the highest percentage ever achieved by any choir in this category. 5, further congratulates the South African Children's Choir for being crowned the Musica Sacra champions and for winning gold in the children's choir category. 6, applauds the University of Pretoria's Camerata for achieving an incredible 95.25 in the mixed choir category. 7, further applauds the Tygerberg Children's Choir on winning the double gold in the devotional singing category and the children's choir category. And 8, thank these choirs for flying the South African flag high and for once again showcasing the wealth of talent that we have in this country. I so move.
If there's no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Any further motions without notice?
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, sir.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that on Wednesday, the 23rd of July 2014, the Commonwealth Games were declared officially open in Glasgow, Scotland. Further notes that the Games will take place over a course of 11 days. Acknowledges that the 20th Commonwealth Games will feature 17 sporting codes with more than 4,500 athletes from 71 competing nations. Further acknowledges that roughly 180 South Africans will be representing our nation at this year's Games. Recalls that Team South Africa performed exceptionally well at the 2010 Commonwealth Games by winning a total of 33 medals. Congratulates the men and women of Team South Africa and wishes them the best of luck for the Games. I so by move.
Thank you. If there's no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Any further motions without notice? None. Okay. Oh, Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes with great enthusiasm the winning of the world boxing titles by the following deserving champions. Zolani Tete, who won the IBF Super Flyweight title in Japan. Lwandile Sikyata, who won the IBO Super Flyweight title. Lusanda Komanisi, who won the vacant IBO featherweight title in East London. And Luyanda Ngwangwa, who won the vacant World Boxing Federation minimum weight title in Italy on Mandela Day, July 18. Further notes that the 4 belts that South African boxers won in July 2014 pushed the number of world titles South Africans have held to 130. Recalls that their achievements brought the number of South Africans world champions to 74. Further recalls that 18 South Africans have won at least 2 belts from the 4 leading organizations. Believes that their successes will serve as an inspiration to young South Africans and congratulates them for their sterling achievements, as well as flying the South African flag high on the international arena.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objection, agreed to. Any further motions without notice?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that congratulates the Proteas for their sterling victory of 153 runs against Sri Lanka on their first test match and count on Sunday, the 20th of July, 2014. Notes that this resounding victory is significant as is in Hashim Amla's first assignment in charge of the as captain of the test match. Believes that Hashim Amla and his squad made South Africa proud and wishes them more successes in their future endeavors.
If there's no objection, I put the motion. No objection, agreed to. Any further motions? None. Motion on the order paper. The first item on the order paper is motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House suspends Rule 253, subsection 1, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled. For the purposes of conducting the second reading debate today on the appropriation bill, I so move.
Okay. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the Appropriation Bill.
Now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
I move that the report be adopted.
Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
First reading debate, appropriation bill.
The Honorable the Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, members of this House. My predecessor, Minister Gordon, sitting there, when he tabled the appropriation bill in this House on the 26th of February this year, it was based on the government structure which prevailed at the time. On the 25th of May, 2014, President Jacob Zuma announced the appointment of ministers and deputy ministers in terms of Section 91, subsection 2, and 93, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The portfolios of these ministers required a reorganization of departments, including the establishment of new national departments to support the ministers in executing their respective mandates. The corrections being tabled here today with this first reading debate provide for new vote structure that gives effect to the reorganized government structure. The 2014 Adjustments Appropriation Bill will therefore provide a more detailed breakdown of the impact of the structural changes on the format of the Appropriations Bill. Deputy Speaker, I therefore hereby move the amendments as printed in my name on the order paper, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable SP Mashatile. Oui. Are there any objections to the bill being read the first time? Oh, we're not that yet. Okay. Yeah.
Still doing the speaker's list. All right, follow the speaker's list.
The ANC's SP Mashatile. We proceed to the next speaker, Honorable MJ Fig of the DA.
Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. This is another budget that is prepared by the ANC of broken promises. At the outset, we note that this budget is predicted to come in at a deficit of 4% of GDP. This is not a budget in the interest of working South African citizens. It is not a budget for jobs. It is a budget that confirms the dismal economic and fiscal management of the ANC government. Ahead of the budget vote, the Treasury spent millions of rands in taxpayers' money on a political propaganda campaign that included dishing out food parcels and T-shirts. The campaign included making promises to South Africans on a better future for all. These broken promises included: there was a broken promise to provide electricity for all. There was a broken promise on a better life for all, and a broken promise on jobs to lower unemployment. In May this year, unemployment was above the 1994 levels. The promise to lower the cost of living with hikes in fuel prices, electricity prices, interest rates was too a broken promise. With the slowing economy, the promise of a thriving economy has also been broken. Debt now sits at 1,590 billion rand. As far as jobs is concerned, the ruling party in government, instead of admitting that they did not have all the answers before the election, that they have broken their promises, the ANC government continues to let the people of South Africa down. They are a government in denial. When the ANC government was elected into power in 1994, the unemployment rate was 20%. Now, 20 years later, it sits at 25.2%, with still no constructive plan to create jobs, and it is still getting worse. The 2014 budget now confirms that Treasury is not expecting unemployment to decrease to the level it was in 1994. This will leave the President short on his promise to decrease the unemployment rate. According to the NDP, achieving full employment, decent work, and sustainable livelihoods is the only way to improve living standards to ensure a dignified existence for all South Africans, black, colored, Indian, and white. The NDP further states that to gain employment, the country needs to create about 11 million jobs from 2011. 3 years have gone. In fact, we've been experiencing continuous job losses. The NDP also states that the economy would have to grow by about 5.4% on average over the next 20 years to achieve this target. It is currently growing at under 2%. The objectives for the employment and growth, as stated in Chapter 3 of the NDP, is that unemployment rate should fall from 25% in 2010 to 6% in 2030. Is this going to happen? The DA does not think so. The objective for the proportion of the population with income below the poverty measure of 418 rand per day in 2009 rands should have fallen from 39% in 2009 to 0 in 2030. At the current trajectory, it is not going to happen. An optimistic program, the New Growth Path, is government's key program to take the country into a higher growth trajectory. A critical complementarity between the New Growth Path and the NDP is the need to lower costs in the economy. But we are continually faced with ever-increasing fuel prices, electricity prices, water prices, interest rates, etc. After 20 years, the ANC government still has no realistic plan for jobs or for supporting employment. The government does not want to accept that unemployment is a problem. The unemployment rate amongst youth aged 15 to 34 increased from 32.7% to 36.1% between 2008 and 2014. This is unacceptable, and this ANC government just does not have the solution. Unlike the DA, the ANC government has no plan to assist the unemployed and no plan to address the increasing rate of unemployment. In contrast, Minister Gordon, the DA has a policy and a plan to grow the economy and create 6 million jobs. Minister Gordon is the one that commented. The only party that has a plan to support South Africans into jobs is the DA, because unlike opponents, we actually care for all who live in South Africa. As far as economic damage is concerned, after 20 years, the ANC government has failed South Africans. The current state of affairs is much slower growth than the 8% economic growth the DA offers. Business and private investment continue to decline. This, combined with a forecast average annual unemployment rate of 25.2%, paint a bleak picture of a very weak domestic economy over the next year. The ANC government has failed to present any substantial economic strategy. All we get are promises. The budget, including a bleak outlook for the domestic economy over the next year, show that government's approach is wrong, and they hope that nobody notices. The DA opposition will have a very different approach. The only party with a policy and a plan for the whole economy and for jobs of the future is the DA. Despite the gloomy outlook for the economy next year, the President in his State of the Nation address said it's going to be a good year because the ANC has a good story to tell. The problem is that the story only has a beginning and no end. An economy that has slowed down with higher unemployment is not good for the country, and the citizens are the ones who are affected. The President must start seeing what is happening to our country. He needs to start seeing how businesses are suffering. He needs to start seeing how the people of our country are suffering. The damage done to the economy has caused the citizens of the country to incur increased debt in order to survive. Corruption. According to the NDP, South Africa suffers from high levels of corruption that undermine the rule of law and hinder the state's ability to effect development and socio-economic transformation. Although the entire country is harmed by corruption, the costs fall most heavily on the poor through the impact on the quality and accessibility of public services. The NDP further asserts that in the democratic era, several significant steps have been taken to counter corrupt practices. These include a number of oversight institutions established in terms of Chapter 9 of the Constitution. These institutions, although the NDP agrees have played an important role in combating corruption, are prevented by this government to do their jobs effectively. Some economic numbers. Prior to the global crisis, the stock of public debt stood at 525 billion rand. It has now risen to 1,590 billion rand and is expected to reach more than 2 trillion rand. In the first 3 months of 2014, the South African economy shrunk by 0.6%. In May 2014, the Reserve Bank revised down its economic growth forecast for South Africa to 2.1% from 2.6%. The forecast for the 2015 remained unchanged at 3.1%, and growth in 2016 is expected to average 3.4%. The DA's aim is to grow the economy by 8% in 2025. With the right combination of policies, we could create 6 million jobs to the economy and reduce unemployment to 11%. At 8% growth, we can double the national budget. This means that there will be more money for things like housing, basic services, education, infrastructure, and small business support. To conclude, South Africans will have a clear choice in the elections in 2016. The ANC will govern for a higher cost of living
Honourable
and broken
Member,
promises.
we regret your time has expired.
Finally, it is a good
Honourable Kwabaza will be the next speaker.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes, Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
is in terms of the speaking list now, it's supposed to be Honorable Gadi. And that is the sequence that this House has agreed upon, that is the ANC is absent, the DA, and then the EFF member should come and speak now. So we really don't understand what is happening now. I don't know, unless you have changed the rules yourselves, because there's a sequence that we've agreed upon.
Honourable Member, the position of the EFF is still number 3. It has not changed. He will speak at his time at number 3.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, there is a sequence that we have agreed upon. We do not know what, because when a member is absent, Honorable Paul Mashatile is not present here.
Honourable
He's-
Member,
he's-
can I ask you to stop there?
Yes.
The whips constantly negotiate with the table to change their speakers around. They do that constantly, and this is not a matter in which we get involved. The important thing is, as long as it does not affect the placement of any speaker on the list, that is generally accepted. So those changes, when they do occur, I assume that is appropriate, unless the chiefs, the whips think otherwise.
May I address you, Deputy
What are
Speaker?
you raising on a point of view?
It's a point of procedure,
Yes.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes,
that it's convention of the House that when speaking lists are changed,
yes,
that there is consultation amongst the whips.
yes.
There's been no consultation amongst the whips. I'm in the dark as to why the times have been changed or moved around. And I don't think if we're going to have smooth running of this House,
Yes.
that's why we have a whippery, and there should have been consultation. There hasn't in this instance, and we would ask that that consultation does please take place where parties change speakers.
The times have not been changed, Honorable Steenhuisen. The swapping is not a change of time. What it means is that the whips must consult. It's absolutely necessary. I agree with both of you, and that must happen. All we are saying that, practically speaking, is that the positions as will be followed now is as is, except those two changes. Yes. Shall we proceed, Honorable Member? Proceed.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Members. Deputy Speaker, I rise to confirm that the African National Congress supports the Appropriation Bill. And I do so focusing on infrastructure. The massive infrastructure build program that was announced by the President of the Republic in the Fourth Parliament was a recognition that there was a need to inject capital investment into the economy to stimulate economic growth and create jobs in the face of the recent global economic crisis. Equally, and more importantly, the African National Congress government was responding to decades of underinvestment by the apartheid regime in the country's social and economic infrastructure. More than 1 trillion rand has already been invested in social and economic infrastructure, such as human settlement, water, electricity, schools, and in higher education institutions, clinics, and on roads, rail, ports, and energy. A further 847 billion rand will be spent during the current MTF period. It is estimated that over the next 15 years, investment in infrastructure will cost about 4 trillion rand. We pay particular attention to this huge infrastructure build program because as we appropriate funds for its implementation, we seek to achieve outcomes as articulated in the ANC's strategy and tactics, the 53rd National Conference resolutions, and the elections manifesto of the ANC. These outcomes are the radical transformation of our economy as part of the agenda of the second phase of the National Democratic Revolution. 2, an integrated social and economic infrastructure. 3, the creation of decent and sustainable jobs. And in this regard, the ANC manifesto says that the jobs is the priority, job creation is the priority of the infrastructure program. In concrete terms, it says that more than 250,000 jobs will be sustained through the construction, operation, and maintenance of infrastructure and manufacture of local components. Of even greater significance in the ANC manifesto, it says that 60% of jobs shall be set aside for youth employment and empowerment in infrastructure and other projects. Another outcome is the facilitation of movement of people across the country, transportation of goods and services to domestic and export markets. A very important outcome as well is the facilitation of regional and continental economic and trade integration. The ultimate prize must be the attainment of a better life for all of our people. Having allocated funds to all the departments and public entities, the ANC seeks to ensure that the appropriated funds are spent efficiently, clean of maladministration, wastage, fraud, and corruption. And the visible outcomes must demonstrate a better life for all our people. Only then shall we achieve full reconciliation, social cohesion, a prosperous society, and peace among our people. Deputy Speaker, the ANC support this budget, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Gardi, J.A. Gardi.
Honorable members, Deputy Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters is turning 1 year tomorrow, the 26th of July, in Soweto. We call upon those members of this House who referred to the EFF as a Nazi fascist led by Hitler, maybe to take time to read this book, The Coming Revolution. It will help them to have a real understanding of what EFF stands for. The Economic Freedom Fighters rise today to reject the appropriation bill in this House. We do so because the contents of this book contains the hope and aspirations of our people are not served well by the expenditure estimates of all the 38 votes financed from the National Appropriation Bill before this House. The amount in excess of 1.2 trillion to be appropriated is, amongst others, financed by state borrowings, which are in excess of 1.8 trillion. Though the EFF will support increased state borrowings to finance public expenditure, it is problematic where one of the basic principles of the fiscal policy, which is that of intergenerational fairness, is being overlooked. The principle contends that borrowings should not be used to finance goods and services from which future generations will not accrue benefits, but burdened with obligations to pay back a debt used in futility by a preceding generation. We say that increased borrowings to finance the state expenditure is not necessarily problematic, but in this case of the ANC administration, it is problematic because future generations are burdened to pay a debt that has been used to finance goods and services from which a future generation is not going to accrue benefits. Such goods and services like the Inkandla residence, that asset of 230 million rand is financed by a state debt, and that debt is going to be paid by a future generation which will not accrue a single benefit from that asset. Borrowings are used to finance frivolities of perks to the executive in the tune of 2 high-end vehicles and houses in Pretoria and Cape Town in figures above billions, considering the cost of keeping Parliament in Cape Town. Borrowings are used to buy stolen land in cost whose transaction is over billions, and one transaction stood at a figure the president could not even pronounce correctly, instead of expropriating that land without compensation. Borrowings are used to subsidize white monopoly capital to sustain their mega profits and dividends in the form of youth employment tax incentive. There are no reciprocal benefits and offsets from the borrowings. Instead, we see scandal over scandal in the arrest of public representatives who are alleged to have helped themselves, seeing an opportunity on the passing away of President Mandela. SARS is under collecting revenue in that collusion of big white monopoly cartels continue to erode the tax base unabated and protected by statutes denying expropriation of land without compensation and refusal to nationalize mines, banks, and other strategic economic sectors to increase state revenue that will finance socio-economic pillars of national economic development. Over 2 decades, both the fiscal and monetary policies of the state upon which this appropriation bill is based is anchored has failed to massively industrialize the country's economy through beneficiation of mineral resources to address the triple challenges of inequalities, unemployment, and poverty. Allocation of public resources guided by structural adjustment neoliberal policies of white monopoly capital known as the National Development Plan has failed to lay down a sustainable economic development framework and does not provide for focus on urgent improvement of quality government services. Without bold decision of nationalization and massive industrialization, expropriation of land without compensation, the economy cannot grow rapidly. The platform for faster growth in the so much well-praised National Development Plan will not enable the economy to redress the stagnation, if not regression, experienced over the past 20 years.
Honourable
Accordingly,
Member,
the
we
EFF
regret-
rejects the appropriation bill in its entirety. I thank you. Fundi Lucky Kabo.
Honorable S.J. Nkomo of the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, I would like to state that the IFP supports this 2014 appropriation bill. We do so, however, mindful of the many challenges that remain and beset a number of our departments regarding the effective management and use of these budgetary allocations. The lack of proper planning by departments heavily impacts this process and retards not only service delivery to our people, particularly our most vulnerable, but also our economic growth. Ministers and DDGs must be held accountable for improper departmental planning and the results of over and underspending that usually follows such laissez-faire management. In the Department of Home Affairs, for an example, I noted that in the 2013-14, we had seen underspending equivalent to 2.7% less than the budget allocation. The department has similarly underspent by 2.6% in 2011-2012. This equates to a consistent underspending of approximately 3%, which is above the 1% usually considered acceptable by Treasury. The result is that Treasury has just reduced the department's budget, and this will, all in likelihood, hamper the department's plans for its new vision. I would just like to state that this underspending in the report of Home Affairs is actually tabled as a savings under the template which they gave us, and would like to recommend to National Treasury that this template be changed so that underspending is reflected as underspending. Departments must always strive to meet their key economic indicators. Honorable Speaker, we still see widespread service delivery protests in this country, which are often accompanied by violence and serious injury to people and property. Such discord begins with the lack of planning, misuse of public funds, and the general maladministration, and as such, the IFP stresses, again, the sacred trust and obligations that is placed on our ministries to utilize these public funds in an efficient and effective way as much as possible. The taxpayers want to see value for his or her hard-earned money. They want to see the money at work. They want to see infrastructure maintained and developed, and the encouragement of entrepreneurs. Whilst we fully support social development, welfare programs, and grants to our most vulnerable, aged, and indigent, we are mindful that we need not to actually become a welfare state. The excessive use of consultants in our department is actually a problem. This is not only the result in massive wasteful expenditure, but it also leads to low morale, a reduced work output by department personnel staff. The use of consultants must become an exception and not a rule, as it is currently. The Honorable Minister of Finance in the Treasury Budgetary Void debate for this budget supports the implementation of the NDP. Now it's up to ministers and their departments to make this a reality. The IFP and the people of South Africa are counting on you. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members of the House, let me start by saying the National Freedom Party supports the Appropriation Bill. The National Freedom Party supports the budget. However, the National Freedom Party would like to raise concern about the monitoring mechanisms in place and its effectiveness to ensure value for money. The National Freedom Party wants to express its concern about the high government debt of approximately 2 trillion rand, and especially the cost of servicing such debt, which is equivalent to about 142 billion rand per annum. However, the National Freedom Party acknowledges that most borrowings are for the purposes of capital expenditure. Now, honorable members of this House, in order to take South Africa forward, South Africa needs to borrow in order to provide the infrastructure required throughout the length and breadth of this country. So it is the view of the National Freedom Party that borrowing for the purposes of infrastructure is acceptable in any part of the world. The approval of the Appropriation Bill will ensure that the strategic plan will be achieved and achieved timelessly. Whilst it is needed that all leaders need to unite and ensure that projects that are part of the strategic plan are implemented, it is the responsibility of all members in different portfolio committees to ensure from time to time that these processes and these projects are being undertaken to prevent underspending. I want to urge that this is the responsibility of every leader of every party in this House. Honorable members, the different entities have been interrogated, their reports were filed, and the National Freedom Party is satisfied with the reports that were given to us, one of which was that they will ensure that all service providers will be paid within 30 days to ensure the sustainability of small businesses.
Honorable Member, on that happy note, your time has expired.
Let me finally say that the National Freedom Party supports this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Madlopa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. The Appropriation Bill reflects political and economic choices. Pro-poor macroeconomic planning requires going beyond the usual growth and stability focus. It requires a nexus between stability, growth, sustainable development, and employment creation. It is the appropriation bill which we take together with the division of revenue as the vehicle to deliver on the policies and priorities that our people have endorsed when it voted the ANC back into power, endorsing that it is the ANC and its policies and programs that our people are still endorsing. Whilst we have a constitutional and legal obligations, what is fundamentally important is the economic and political considerations that informs the appropriation bill. In exercising its oversight role as the standing committee insofar as the passage of the appropriation bill is concerned, we have the responsibility to ensure that there is a link between the budget and the policy outcomes in the medium-term strategic framework and the delivery agreements around the 12 outcomes. The appropriation bill assists in prioritizing socio-economic and developmental priorities and benchmarks. The bill is used to guide planning and resource allocation and for monitoring and evaluation of new and approaches. Managing our financial resources and the economy, the bill has been tabled in the context of a reprioritized expenditure, which the overall ceiling set in the October medium-term budget policy statement of the 2013. Sound public finances are a necessary platform for implementation of the NDP and a framework for collaboration with all stakeholders in driving social and economic transformation forward. The reprioritization of resources aims to give greater impetus to programs with the greatest development impact and proven implementation capacity. The appropriation bill provides support for the economy. The emphasis falls, therefore, on ensuring that the expenditure is allocated efficiently, enhancing management, cutting wastage, and eliminating fraud and corruption. A series of initiatives are focused on this concern. Spending reviews are underway to examine program performance and value for money, conducted by the National Treasury and the Department of Performance, Monitoring and Evaluation, and by provincial treasuries. The Office of the Accountant General has stepped up efforts to strengthen the financial control environment, leading to both criminal investigations and internal disciplinary action. As part of efforts to combat waste, cost containment instructions have been issued. Budget for consultant, travel accommodation, and venue hire have been curtailed, which will contribute to savings over the next 3 years. The review of the validity and cost effectiveness of all government property leases has taken place, and the exercise has exposed several deficiencies. The intervention also identified a backlog of more than half of the lease portfolio reviewed. As a result of this initiative, Department of Public Works now has a turnaround strategy that will enable it to regularize the lease portfolio while ensuring continuity of services to client departments. Efficient, effective spending and provincial and local government as a pursuit of service delivery. The National Development Plan calls for an efficient, effective, and development-oriented public service. Another key objective of the NDP is the development of a responsive, accountable, effective, and efficient developmental local government system. There is no doubt that allocation made in the 2014 appropriation bill goes a long way towards the realization of these key objectives of the NDP. Provincial government and municipalities in particular are in a cold phase of service delivery. Therefore, there is no better way of building better and sustainable communities other than to budget for programs and projects that provinces and municipalities are in a position to efficiently and effectively deliver to services to our people. It is important that as a point of departure, the 2014 appropriation bill puts concerted bias in favor of provinces and municipalities, especially small and rural municipalities. There is no shade of a doubt that this budget is on course with the realization of priorities set in the ANC 2009 manifesto. Capacity building across provinces and municipalities. The 2014 budget allocates significant budget to provinces, which is 52.5%, and municipalities in order for these spheres of government to speed up service delivery and the building of social and economic infrastructure. However, there are challenges that need to be sorted out. For instance, in its 2009 manifesto, the ANC noted that, I quote, many municipalities are functioning well, but many others, especially in rural areas, are still struggling, lacking the capacity and resources they need to fulfill their functions. This has led to some municipalities being unable to provide even a core of basic municipal services effectively and efficiently. Over and above the need for greater cooperative governance, the government has devised a number of programs and mechanisms at improving the capacity of local government towards efficient and effective service delivery. Izindlela uhulumeni wethu oze nazo zokuncedisa komasipala ukuze bakwazi ukuthi banikezelele izinsiza kubantu bakithi. Enye yazo ile ebizwa ngeproject consolidate, lapho khona uhulumeni omkhulu uthumela khona ithimba labantu abazokwazi ukuthi bayosiza abanama skills, basize kwi-local government, ba-transfer nama skills, ukuze phela bakwazi ukuthi balethe izinsiza ngendlela elindelekile kubantu. Leyo project eyenziwe uhulumeni omkhulu isiyenza umehluko omkhulu komasipala njengoba sibona ukuthi bayazama ukuthi baspende kakhulu in particular kuma capital budget. Furthermore, as indicated in the 2014 budget review, over the MTEF period, more than 3.9 billion is allocated towards various capacity building programs aimed at contributing to the NDP's vision of building a capable state, especially at a local government level. Enhancing revenue-raising capacity of municipalities. Most rural municipalities are in a fiscal distress, mainly because they lack revenue streams. However, municipalities also struggle to collect monies owed to them, and this is mainly due to the weak debt collection strategies. As currently pointed out by the National Treasury in the same report, the problem of high data levels as a percentage of total own revenue shows a lack of effective credit and debt collection strategies in municipalities. As part of cooperative governance, national and provincial governments should help weaker rural municipalities to improve their revenue and expenditure performance. Grant funding needs to be linked to capacity building initiatives so that municipalities can improve their ability to collect revenue and their quality of spending. Improving the collection of revenue in municipalities will go some long way in supplementing their capital budget. It is also important that the National Treasury, in partnership with the Department of Cooperative Governance, develop and implement strategies aimed at enhancing the revenue generation and debt collection capacity of provincial and local government, especially in small and rural municipalities. In conclusion, the process of to reconstruct and develop the country since 1994 has consistently placed the previously excluded, the poor, women and youth in particular, in the center of our country's development. As a result, millions of South Africans who were excluded from participating in the political, social and economic life of the country under apartheid now benefit directly from the democratic government. Indeed, government in all spheres has achieved remarkable success over the past 20 years, despite other challenges that we are still facing as a country. I want to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that as South Africans, and all South Africans are no stranger to Bantu education, that eroded our rights to choice of what we want to be, which today is living the challenges that we are having of lack of capacity, of unskilled society. And I think there is no false, no propaganda that can substitute the wisdom of our people, that they know that today they are in this mess because of the apartheid government, and some of the people were part of it. And also, I must indicate that most of, in particular, the leader of the opposition has benefited to this democracy as well as this freedom. Because when you go back and you look at the Immorality Act of 1950, that makes sexual relations with a person of different race a criminal offense. But some of them today have benefited on it. So the South Africans, even young people,
Point of order.
have benefited on it.
Point of order.
I thank you,
Yes,
Honourable.
honorable member. Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable Matlopa. Honorable Matlopa, just take your seat a little bit. Honorable, yes, ma'am.
It's a point of order relating to offensive language. We're all honorable members of this House, and if we're going to start getting into each other's personal lives, it's going to make this House a mess. And I would ask that you rule that what the Honourable Matlopa said about the Honourable Leader of the Opposition's private and personal affairs is unparliamentary and must be withdrawn.
Yes. Honorable members, in the course of debate, we may become pretty zealous and say things that we feel are appropriate, but oftentimes this might be interpreted as inappropriate. We recommend that Honorable Member Matlopa, please refer those remarks. They do tend to be personal.
Thanks,
Speaker.
Honourable. Thanks,
Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Honourable Deputy
Deputy
Speaker.
Speaker.
There's a member on the floor.
Thanks, Honourable
Chair.
Deputy.
Yeah, Honorable Gobaza.
I refer to
Deputy
the freedom.
Speaker, I do want to contest that the fact that the Immorality Act was repealed as a result of our struggles
Yes.
has afforded our people to engage in mixed marriages, and there's nothing untoward about that.
That is honorable member.
Thanks, thanks,
Please go ahead and do as I requested, honorable member. I'll speak after you.
Thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I referred to the freedom, but I withdraw.
Honorable members, you allow the chair to chair, please. Do not howl. Please go ahead, honorable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I withdraw, although I referred to the freedom.
Honorable members, I request you. Okay, honorable member.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Freedom, we all benefited.
Honorable members, let us make political statements. Let's remove them from personal reference. This is the most important part of what we are saying. And I want to suggest, honorable member, you have raised your objections and do not behave irresponsibly. Honorable members, I also wish to state that we do not employ rules mechanically. We are reasonable. We also want to make reference to earlier requests for rulings. Members read speeches here. We do not rule against them. Members here on the left requests for their members to give the others time. We do not object to that, Chief Whip. You negotiate that. Similarly, members here, because another has not yet been here for reasons you do not know, negotiate amongst themselves that you speak first, you come next. We agree to that. Because if we were to be inflexible, we would create serious problems for the conduct of the House. So I'm suggesting that we must recognize that the application of the rules will not be mechanical. But we also appeal to you to recognize that even if we make strong political statements, let us not make them and lead them to becoming personal affairs. The President spoke strongly about this matter yesterday. Let's disagree without being disagreeable. I hope that will be the order of the day. Honorable Kwankwa, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President of the Republic, and honorable members. Masibethe Soland. Kudala sikumsha. Masithethe ngesixhosa. Sithi uhlahlo lwabo mali olu lulapha kule bill, Mr. Minister. Kukho into ekudala siyithetha mhlambe singade siyicacise nokuba umzekelo iyaziwa. And one of them is that, ngoba simane sithetha nje noba ndiyishumayela kaninzi, this thing is focused, is optimistic. Ndizithethiswa for one simple reason, especially on growth. Because kaloku andithi, let's say i-economy iyakhula. Now, ityala lethu as a ratio ye-GDP lizawuhla ngoku lingakhange libe kanti silithobile in real terms. Now, it's important as a strategy ukuthi nayibe kanti siyayiqwalasela. The second issue, kaloku awekho minister lamagama esiXhoseni. The second issue, apho kufuneka, beg your pardon Madiba, umba wesibini. Ngokuba sifuna uyincoma lento ye-reprioritization ye-resources, especially now that i-expenditure ceiling ibekiwe. Kodwa, shouldn't we consider into apho sithi khona umzekelo nakwityala sibe kanti sinayo i-ceiling? Because there are other economies around the world eziyibeka i-ceiling etyaleni and not to expenditure yodwa. The other issue ebalulekileyo, Mr. Minister, is one where we say, masithi indirect transfers sithetha ngazo ziya mainly for infrastructure, masithi municipalities ezizama ukhawulelana nento yokuba izakhono zinqongophele zokwenza ezi projects koomasipala. But it challenge is that Londo, it can only serve as a short-term solution. Because kufuneka kaloku ibe kanti izakhono ziya before up at municipal level. But there's also another issue of Mansukuti. Naxa sezisetyenzisiwe these indirect transfers, kwafakwa infrastructure, the maintenance yalo infrastructure becomes a problem. Now, ufumanisa ukuthi ngosithi besizikhupha, ufumanisa uba siphindela kudyobha sityikitya ngesiXhosa. Kukho umcimbi lo esiwubonayo ukuthi umhle ukubona ukuthi athathiwe amalinge to try and reduce expenditure kwinto ezifana nee-consultants. That is very good. But siphinde sithi ke ngoku xa sawuphinde siphume sithi, when you look at infrastructure development as a whole, sisekude kwakule target sizibekele yona ye-NDP of roughly about 10%. Andifuni ke ngokuqala ndixhutha ne-NDP ibe ngathi ngoku ndiphinde ndibe yi-DNA sisithi yeyethu nabanye bathi yeyethu. But that target, kuba siyiqonda ukuthi i-realistic in terms of what we can achieve ne-resources so far. But into efuneka siyazi ukuthi it's far below what we should actually be spending on infrastructure development. Ukuze sikwazi unika the economy, the impetus eyidingayo, uzokwazi ukuthi iphelise indlala nenhlupheko ebantwini.
Ilungu elihloniphekileyo sesiphelile isikhathi sakho.
Ndishekelwe 6 seconds. Thank you very much.
Honorable A.D. Alberts.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. South Africa's economy is stagnant and the financial planning space for the Minister of Finance is getting more restricted. Choosing what to do, what to fund and how much are becoming increasingly complex. Some of the complexity arise from outside South Africa, but many are self-made due to ANC policy choices. Die kern van daardie beleid kan saamgevat word in een aksiewoord, transformasie. Bykans alles moet getransformeer word. Inhoudelik bevat die woord beleidstukke wat vir ons uiters kommerwekkend is. So it is in the name of transformation that today's appropriation bill is to be enacted. The bill's title is ironically apt as it truly elucidates the ANC's economic plan. This is how many view ANC thinking. Let's appropriate taxes to misappropriate funding that can enrich us while the majority stays poor. Think Nkandla and Chancellor House. Let's appropriate taxes and pension fund savings and misappropriate it to prop up bankrupt state-owned enterprises. Think Transnet, Alex Gore, SABC, SAA. Let's appropriate taxes from the Afrikaans minorities and use it to undermine their language in schools, universities, courts, and other state institutions. Let's appropriate taxes and refuse to pay for the expropriation of minerals. This will open the door to the appropriation and eventual misappropriation of all types of property rights. Let's appropriate taxes and collectivize farms like Stalin, and thus ensure that we will face a future of famine and conflict. After all, every ANC cadre must have a farm. The Honourable Thandi Modise has shown the way. Let's appropriate taxes from whites, coloureds and Indians and misappropriate to aggressively drive racist employment and business policies. To the ANC, it apparently matters not that black babies are dying due to inadequate skills. No, it is more important to rigidly ensure that no skilled white or coloured person gets employed by the state. The ones who die in the name of transformation are seemingly merely collateral damage. Dit raak laat in die dag vir die ANC. En niemand glo julle meer as julle in die verlede blameer of daarin vashak nie. Sommige ANC-lede is wel opreg in hulle kommer oor Suid-Afrika, maar dan moet julle begin optree en reg regeer. Vernietig korrupsie en rassistiese wette. Koester ons diversiteit. Otherwise, the people will soon make up their own minds and use a policy choice and say to you, shape up or ship out. Thank you.
Thank you, agbare lid. Honorable Manana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. It is indeed an honor and privilege to participate in this debate. First and foremost, Chairperson, I rise in support of this appropriation bill with its amendment made by the Minister of Finance. The 2011 census report indicates that the majority of the population of this country reside in rural areas, of which majority are poor and illiterate. These poor constituencies are characterized by high level of unemployment. The reality of the matter is that women and children constitute the most affected group. South Africa is a development state, and as a result, the government has introduced a number of instruments aimed at intervening to release our communities from the triple challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequalities. This government has produced a blueprint in the form of National Development Plan as a vehicle to grow the economy, stabilize society, and grow employment opportunities. The ANC manifesto articulates on its interventions, such as rural enterprise development, increased investment in agriculture, improved tenure of security, and support to the cooperatives. 20 years since the advent of democracy, a lot has been achieved towards reverse the negative of the 1913 Native Land Act. Government introduced the Comprehensive Rural Development Program in July 2019. And since then, the program has been implemented in all the provinces. July 2009. Since the start of the CRDP in these areas, various interventions dealing with the 3 phases of the CRDP has been implemented, ranging from improved housing, access to water, sanitation, and energy. Honorable Chairperson, His Excellency the President of South Africa in the State of the Nation address placed emphasis on the skill development. In this regard, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform will enhance implementation of the National Rural Youth Service Corps Program with the main objective of recruiting and developing youth to become agents of change in the rural areas. After 20 years of democracy, rural women are still facing the challenge of the inability to participate in the economic development. We believe that if we put the local women from rural areas in the mainstream of economic growth, this should be done in a structured manner and should be well coordinated and managed. It should also serve as a lever to make them job creators and family sustainers. It has become proven that any investment on women amounts a great investment to the community. Over the past years, government has engaged with the processes and programs aimed at creating and maintaining equitable and sustainable land dispensation. The government is the first to acknowledge that the majority of our people are still without land. There is a need to fast-track the process so that land is equitable and sustainable, appropriated to our people. Honorable Chairperson, this year, the notorious Native Land Act of 1913 turns 101 years since it acted. The Act set aside 7.3% of the total of South African land area as reserved to accommodate the native population. It also puts certain restrictions as to the possibility for natives to buy and or own land outside the reserve. Section 25(5) of the Constitution provides that the state must take a reasonable legislative and other measures within the available resources to foster conditions which enable citizens to gain access to land on the equitable basis. We need to acknowledge strides made by the government in land restitution. The reopening of the lodgement of land claim to accommodate those who miss opportunity to lodge land claim by the closing date, 31st December 1998, was a direct response by His Excellency President Jacob Zuma during the State of the Nation address. In the 52nd Conference of the ANC, we identify land reform and rural development as a priority. In giving expression to this agency, land reform must represent a radical and rapid break from the past without significantly disrupting agricultural production and food security. Sustainable land reform and improved food security is very important if we are to turn the situation in the rural areas to the better. Abalimi abasafufusayo badinga ukuba bathole usizo kuhulumeni ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bazimele, bazokwazi ukwenza amabhizinisi, bakwazi nokondla umphakathi walapha eSouth Africa. Despite the budget constraint, we believe that adequate resources have been allocated in this MTEF. In conclusion, it is our task to reverse this terrible legacy which made black people trespassers on their own land. Big strides have been made since 1994, but there is still much more to be done. As we support this appropriation bill, we believe that the government will hit the road running and take South Africa forward. We dare our people not to fail them. I thank you.
Siyathokoza, Honorable Manana. Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, Honourable Deputy President, today we reached the culmination of a process that began when the then Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, tabled the Budget and Appropriate Bill in February. The ACDP then indicated its broad support, joining most economic commentators in commending the Minister for a prudent and balanced budget and for not pandering to populism, particularly in the run-up to the election. Now, we know the economic outlook has changed significantly since then. We have a new minister, and the economy has experienced its first contractions since the 2009 financial crisis, 0.6% in the first quarter. The risks to the financial outlook, including domestic uncertainty, remain mainly due to strikes in the manufacturing and mining sectors, and of course we have the public sector wage negotiations that lie ahead. Chairperson, the ACDP has previously expressed our concerns about the budget deficit and the projected state debt stock and spiraling debt service costs. Do we know as MPs what 1.5 trillion rand is? How long would it take you to spend R1 trillion? That is the appropriation we're going to approve today. If you spend 1 rand per second, it will take you 32 years to spend 1 billion rand. This is 1,000 times that. It will take you 32,000 years to spend 1 trillion rand. So we need to understand the enormity of what we are busy with, and I share the concerns with other speakers about our debt service costs. Minister Nene, you face many challenges and a changed environment, as indicated in your budget vote on the National Treasury. We welcome your commitment to stabilize the growth of public debt over the medium term and to rebuild that fiscal space. Again, referring to the intergenerational equity that other speakers refer to. Whether you are able to achieve this, of course, that is the challenge, as pointed out by various speakers, given the various political pressures from various quarters and the new pieces of legislation and bills that are sought to be passed. And it is also premised on economic growth reaching targeted levels, which was initially 2.7%, but has now been revised downwards significantly. That is a concern. Of course, we need to address wasteful expenditure, and we need a greater commitment to address that 30 billion rand per year, which is lost through state procurement fraud. We look forward to your first medium-term budget policy later this year, but you indeed face a challenging environment with deeply unsettled labor environment, an NDP that is basically just starting its starting blocks and strained public finances. Much wisdom is required, but we wish you well and we will support this appropriation bill. But we must ensure value for our money. Maybe you should require all Treasury officials, Honourable Minister, to sing the song, "Money's Too Tight to Mention." And maybe you'll get support from the EFF, because we all know who sang that song. It was Simply Red. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sir. To call on Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Deputy President, honorable members. Let me say from the onset that as AIC, we have got nothing that we cannot support this appropriation bill. Members, AIC is a party that was formed on the basics of humanity, respect, and tolerance to one another. This party believes that the people of South Africa must participate fully in the decision-making. Their views and submissions should be considered. It is why that we as ANC, we believe that we are not sure whether the bill that was turned or signed into law, that is Act number 17, Civilian Bill, is being supported by most of the people of South Africa. Because we don't believe now that there was a proper consultation on that. Chairperson, the bill or the act that encourages the marriage between the people of the same sex is a taboo to our culture. We therefore call upon the same House that passed this bill to revisit this bill and perhaps to repeal this act. Honorable Speaker, we believe at AIC that traditional leaders deserve more recognition in their local traditional councils and local government councils. Their involvement in the development of their areas may fast-track the slow service delivered by the local municipalities. However, we are of the view that district municipalities should be done away with because there's a lot of money that is being spent in those district municipalities. A lot of corruption that is taking place there, and most of the people or culprits now just escape. They are not apprehended or arrested. Therefore, the AIC is of the view that the existence of these district municipalities is a waste of taxpayers' money. Therefore, they must be done away with.
Siyabonga, Honorable Nchaisa, isikhathi sakho siphelile. Thank you. We call now Honorable Shope Sithole.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, I want to declare my joy and profound gratitude to His Excellency J.G. Zuma, President of the Republic of South Africa, for his hard work at contributing to the establishment of the BRICS Bank, which will have its African regional office in our country. The establishment of the bank will mark the departure from economic dependency to economic cooperation with other developing economies like ourselves. This bank, once established, has the potential to bring amongst economies opportunities for South Africa, Africa, and indeed the global economy. The ANC supports this appropriation, as we believe this will assist government to effect a radical transformation of our economy. We believe enough resources have been allocated to enable government to take bold and decisive steps to implement, one, the creation of more jobs, decent work, and sustainable livelihood for inclusive growth. For rural development, land reform, and food security. For education and for health. And for fighting crime and corruption. Deputy President, as the study group of the ANC, we do not doubt that this appropriation is correct, because we have been reassured by heads of department during the EPCs that government has taken steps to do more with less. That is very encouraging to us. And as the study group of the ANC in the Appropriation Standing Committee, we think we do have the necessary skills, the energy, and the political will to hold government and all institutions that receive money from the fiscus to account. We are going to use all the tools at our disposal. We're going to use our laptops. We're going to use the budget office. We're going to use the statistician general. We're going to use the monthly reports of the accountant general. We are going to use the reports generated in the department in the presidency on monitoring and evaluation. We are going to monitor on a month-to-month basis. We are not going to allow departments to misbehave and appear in scope. We don't want any department to appear in scope. That is our determination, and we think we are equal to the task to do that. Before I go further, I just want to deal with a few issues that have been raised by the DA. Two things. The DA do not think it can be done. It is not going to happen. You know, we are used to this story in this house. There was the World Cup. The DA never believed it would happen. It happened. The DA always said the ANC will not come back in this house. We are here in our majority, 62%. You don't believe, and it's not a question of belief, it's a question of the vote. The people of the Republic of South Africa loves the ANC, and they will vote us back. No, don't disturb me. I don't disturb you. I listen to you. That's why I can hear what you're saying. There is something that happened recently. The unauthorized and the irregular eating of food in the legislature of Gauteng. I want to ask the committee secretary to actually get me the precise food that was eaten, whether it was the sandwiches or the wings, because that might have very serious financial implications. And financial implications do have consequences. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that in this fifth parliament, I am really appealing for members of parliament to be realistic. Because people come here and say they don't support this budget, knowing very well that their salaries are not in the appropriation. Their salaries are not included here. So they don't worry as long as they get their salaries. If we don't pass this budget, hospitals will collapse, schools will close. There will be nothing happening in the Republic of South Africa. So this gives me the impression that there are people who have come here to talk about their own salaries. So this appropriation does not include salaries of MPs. And some MPs who say they don't support this budget, it's because they know themselves and their families are well taken care of. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Shopesitole. We call now Honorable McLaughlin.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Members of the House. When one is reporting on any aspect of the spending of public funds, it should be of prime importance to tell the truth. Winston Churchill said, "The truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is." That erudite gentleman was also of the opinion that there are three kinds of lies: lies, damned lies, and statistics. I've heard many statistics in the budget vote debates. The Honourable Minister Patel informed us that 78% of the voters had rejected the DA. He is correct. Although it is flattering for the ANC to continually proclaim that they have received a mandate from an overwhelming majority of people in this country and represent 62% of South Africans, there is more than one way of interpreting the relevant statistics. One enthusiastic honourable member recently told us that the ANC had received 62 million votes, while another honourable member, unbelievably, was under the impression that because South Africa belonged to all who live in it and that the majority had voted for the ANC, that meant that South Africa belonged to the ANC. The truth is not nearly so flattering. Of South Africa's approximately 51,770,000 residents, only 25,388,082 are registered voters. Of the registered voters, only 18,402,497 cast their votes. Of that number, 11,436,921 voted for the ANC. Therefore, in reality, the ANC actually represents only 22.87% of the population of South Africa. Hardly the overwhelming majority the ANC would have us believe. Another incontrovertible truth is that in 2001, the Municipal Demarcation Board established the local municipality of Midvaal. In the 2001 Midvaal local elections, the electorate voted the DA into power in the newly formed municipality. When the DA arrived to start the process of local government, they discovered that their predecessors in the Eastern Gauteng Services Council had stripped the municipality of effectively all of its assets. There were no furniture, no computers or IT systems, no vehicles, and very few members of staff. In 2011, Ratings Africa assessed all the municipalities in Gauteng in terms of the Municipal Financial Sustainability Index. Midvaal was found to be the best performing and most financially viable municipality in Gauteng. The DA municipality succeeded in this from a start of nothing in only 10 years. Why has the ANC been unable to fill its basic mandate in 20 years? In my opinion, the answer is simple. Failure to adequately oversee and failure to establish and enforce effective sanctions for non-performance. For one to be able to do oversight, one actually has to have sight. You cannot judge what you cannot see and have no knowledge of. Department heads, in their own interests, report to their ministers what they want their ministers to hear. Good news. Unless the ministers and the portfolio committees get out of their chairs and do some hands-on overseeing, failures will continue unabated. We were recently told by the Director General of the Public Service Commission that during the years 2010, 2011 and 2012, no more than 18% of department heads were evaluated for their performance. And that in 2013, no evaluations at all took place. Is it any wonder that departments perform so dismally? There's no oversight. Section 27(2) of the Constitution provides that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of each of the fundamental human rights enshrined in the Constitution. However, the Constitution also provides, in Section 237, that the state's constitutional obligations must be performed diligently and without delay. It is in failing to comply with this constitutional imperative that the ANC-led government has failed South Africans. It is the intention of the Democratic Alliance to closely monitor the appropriation of funds. The Appropriation Bill is the bridge that connects the National Revenue Fund to the various government departments that are dependent on the fund for financing. Although this Appropriations Bill doesn't deal with the 5 new ministries that have been created and an expanded cabinet, it can hardly be expected that that's going to cost the taxpayer any less. The DA would reduce the number of cabinet members and ministries in order to become more efficient and more effective. I noticed recently with concern that the Gauteng Provincial Legislature is to spend 96% of its budget on salaries. This begs the questions. Is the Premier engaged in an empire-building exercise? Or does he perhaps owe many favors? Or has the appropriation of funds to this province failed to provide it with sufficient funds to actually carry out its mandate? On perusing the estimated expenditure document, I noted another area of grave concern to me. Of the 38 budget votes dealt with, not one showed a greater expected percentage of revenue than of expenditure. Appropriating funds is all very well, but if one doesn't have funds to appropriate, the alarm bells should be deafening. Honourable Chair, if we continue in this vein, we are doomed. We are on the road to bankruptcy and the imposition of austerity measures. Before Honourable Minister Davies and Honourable Fubs accuse me of being another negative DA prophet of doom, let me assure them that I am not. I am, however, a realist who knows as an incontrovertible truth that you cannot borrow your way out of debt. I believe it is common cause that the majority of those who voted in the last elections are people who suffer from poverty. Many live in shacks in informal settlements. Walk 20 minutes to the nearest tap, stand in a queue for 20 minutes to fill their buckets, and walk home again 20 minutes to their shacks. They do not live like this by choice, but of necessity. If I was one of them, I would not find much in the Appropriations Bill to get excited about. I would believe that my aspirations had again been sidelined. I would probably be left wondering, what happened to the better life for all that I've been promised for 20 years? Honourable Chair, it's not the time that our priority focus was improving the lives of such people, not merely promising to improve them. The recently released report of the Human Sciences Research Council contains the results of a survey that indicated that in 2004, the ANC enjoyed a public satisfaction rate of 70%. That same rate today stands at 39%. Not good news for the ANC. The same report also reflects that 60% of those surveyed believe that the government was presently headed in the wrong direction. It's obviously no accident that most of those who participate in service delivery protests are disillusioned ANC supporters. Honourable members, the time to act is now. We can procrastinate no longer. We need urgent, far-reaching oversight throughout all government departments. We need the swift and effective imposition of sanctions for non-compliance. We need an urgent end to corruption and rapid move into action. In my opinion, the ANC likes to think of itself as the Land Rover of political parties. Sadly, I suspect that the party is reminiscent of what I read lately. that of all land roads ever built, 93% are still on the road. Only the remaining 77% have reached their destinations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Laughlin. We now call Honorable Mashatile.
Thank you very much, House Chair. My apology for not being here earlier. Got the time wrong today. Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the House, it is my privilege to make a few remarks this morning as I also table before this House a report of the 2014-15 Appropriation Bill B42014 on behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. Honorable members, the 2014-15 budget ushers our country into the second phase of our ongoing transition from colonialism to a national democratic society that is truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous. During this phase of our transition, government is called upon to accelerate the pace of social and economic transformation by implementing radical programs that will place our country on a qualitatively different development path. This path is clearly articulated in the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. This budget, honorable members, therefore lays the basis for the implementation of a radical program of social and economic transformation for the next 5 years and beyond. Equally, the budget seeks to deepen and expand the gains we have made since the 1994 democratic breakthrough. It will also help move our country forward as we together advance towards the kind of society envisaged in the Freedom Charter, that seminal document of our people upon which our Constitution today was founded. The 2014-15 budget must also take us closer towards meeting the bold commitments outlined in the manifesto of the ruling party, the African National Congress. Honorable members, this budget will ensure that government continues to build an inclusive economy that creates jobs, transform our rural areas for the better, ensure decent living conditions and sustainable human settlements, improve and expand access to education and training, ensures quality health care for all, provide social security, fight crime and corruption, and promote national unity and social cohesion. In addition, the policy priorities contained in the National Development Plan that are funded and supported in the 2014-15 budget framework include building on formal social accords and consultations in areas related to the mineral sector, partnerships in education involving teachers, parents, and pupils, allocations for the building, refurbishment, and maintenance of health infrastructure, the rollout of the community works programs in every municipality, new bus rapid transit system to be constructed in 9 cities with existing networks expanded, as well as increased support for small, medium, and micro enterprises. Indeed, honorable members, this budget is a major step towards achieving the priorities of the National Development Plan, which amongst others are the following: uniting South Africans around a common program to achieve prosperity and equity, promoting an active citizenry to strengthen development, democracy, and accountability, bringing about faster economic growth, higher investment and greater labor absorption, focusing on key capabilities of people and the state, building a capable and developmental state, and encouraging strong leadership throughout society to work together to solve problems. The budget is anchored on the principles of fiscal sustainability, allocative efficiency, and value for money. It places priorities on the need to ensure quality spending and the imperative of doing more with less. The budget also gives practical meaning to government's commitments to the principles of counter-cyclicality, debt sustainability, and intergenerational fairness. Honorable members, allow me to reflect briefly on the overview of the South African economy and its implications on revenue. The Fiscal Framework and Division of Revenue Bill, which were adopted at the beginning of the year, presented government's outlook for revenue, expenditure, and borrowing over the 2014 medium-term expenditure framework. However, South Africa's economic outlook has changed since the 2014 fiscal framework was passed by Parliament early this year. Following modest growth of 1.8% in 2013, South Africa's economy experienced its first contraction since the global financial and economic crisis. The South African economy shrunk by 0.61% on a seasonally adjusted and annualized rate when compared to the last quarter of 2013, where growth of 3.8% was recorded. This was primarily due to a contraction in mining and manufacturing output. The strike in the Platinum Belt saw mining output contract by 24.7% compared to the previous quarter. Manufacturing, on the other hand, the output thereof also declined by 4.4% over the same quarter, in part due to spillover effects from the platinum sector strike and the depressed gold demand. The first quarter also saw real consumption spending by households moderating. The first quarter of this year was also marked by slower growth in some of our major trading partners, such as Europe, the United States, and the rest of Africa and China. Honorable members, the committee is mindful that recent economic developments, locally and globally, have implications for the 2014 fiscal framework, specifically with regard to current and estimated revenue growth, expenditure, the budget deficit, and government borrowing. The committee noted the reduction in the percentage of aggregate revenue collected from 20.92% of GDP in 2013-14 to 29% of GDP in 2014-15. Meanwhile, aggregate expenditure has increased from 1.1 trillion rands in 2013-14 to 1.2 trillion rands in 2014-15. Current estimations are that the budget deficit will moderate from 4% to 2.8% of GDP over the 2014 MTF period. The committee supports the National Treasury's intention to target a reduction in the budget deficit through a decrease in non-interest expenditure. This work will be monitored to ensure that it yields projected outcomes. Honorable members, despite the contraction in the domestic economy and the challenges brought about by global economic situation, the 2014-15 budget makes available additional total allocation of 38 billion rands over the next 3 years. So, Honorable McLaughlin, we are not going to get bankrupt. Honorable members, the committee welcomes the cost-cutting measures introduced by Cabinet to limit expenditure on conferences, travel, entertainment, and other non-essential items. The committee undertakes to monitor the implementation of these cost-cutting containment measures. The committee also noted that the continued tight fiscal environment will necessitate trade-offs between various funded priorities in order to balance fiscal sustainability and the need to accelerate socio-economic development. Whilst the committee welcomes the work of the Chief Procurement Officer in putting in place national systems for the purchase of high-value goods, it cautions that such procurement reforms should not negatively affect small businesses. The committee is of the view that government departments need to significantly improve on their work of ensuring that suppliers that do business with government are paid within 30 days of receipt of invoice. The committee views the non-payment of suppliers by government department as having adverse effects on the economy, especially for the operation of small, medium, and micro enterprises. Whilst the committee supports the strengthening and enhancement of the work aimed at ensuring that contracts are fair and transparent, it also supports the work that is underway by the Accountant General to investigate fraud, corruption, and maladministration relating to state contracts. The committee deems this a positive initiative and will monitor its implementation. Whilst the committee acknowledged improvements in the overall budget expenditure at national level, it remains concerned about the low levels of expenditure on a number of programs that are important drivers for job creation and economic development. Whilst the committee supports the reprioritization strategy of aligning allocation of schools infrastructure backlog grants and the education infrastructure grant with spending capacity, it cautions that alignment should not compromise school infrastructure delivery to provinces. The committee is of the view that there is a need for the Department of Basic Education to strengthen its support, particularly in the Eastern Cape, where some challenges were pronounced. I know that there are members who were concerned about this grant, but the committee has agreed that this grant will be strengthened going forward. While the committee noted the funding allocated for further education and training, it is of the view that systems need to be put in place to monitor the financial health of further education training colleges. The committee welcomes additions by the National Treasury to the 2014 grant framework for specific indirect grants that set explicit requirements on skills transfers and capacity building, which will set out how this capacity will be provided by national departments to provinces and municipalities. There was concern, honorable members, that some of the grants that have been sent to provinces were not implemented, and we agreed with National Treasury that the National Treasury will assist with skills and capacity when those grants are sent to provinces so that we can accelerate service delivery. So the committee supports these measures that have been taken by National Treasury. The committee also supports efforts by National Treasury to encourage domestic savings. Honorable members, in conclusion, the committee notes that this bill, as initially tabled on the 26th of February 2014, did not take into account the new departments announced by the President of the Republic on the 17th of June 2014. In this regard, the committee supports the technical corrections presented by the National Treasury in terms of Section 14 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act. I therefore, House Chair, take this opportunity to thank all members of the committee for the diligent manner in which they worked on this bill. Honorable members, notwithstanding the recommendations of the committee and due to the fact that no formal submission or amendments were proposed by other parliamentary committees, we recommend that this House adopts the 2014-2015 Appropriation Bill without amendments. I would like to therefore conclude by urging members that resources have now been made available. Let's all work together to move South Africa forward. Let's ensure that we can achieve the radical socio-economic transformation and bring about a better life to all our people. Cancer, inkomo.
Thank you, Honorable Mashatile. We now call on the Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and again, thanks to honorable members that have engaged on this appropriation bill. Our budget this year supports the implementation of the National Development Plan, contrary to what some members have said. Government has ensured that the priority programs identified in the manifesto of the African National Congress, which are now being translated into medium-term strategic plans, are funded. Nevertheless, economic weakness and the rising burden of public debt reinforce the importance of ensuring the sustainability of fiscal policy over the period ahead. Rising global interest rates have increased the cost of servicing our debt, commodity prices have declined, and the depreciation of our currency has pushed up inflation. The fiscal space that we've built up in the early 2000s and to the late 2000s has indeed diminished. The period ahead will therefore not be easy. To ensure that the fiscus remains sustainable, we remain committed to the three principles that are the backbone of our fiscal stance: that of counter-cyclicality, debt sustainability, and intergenerational fairness and equity. And if I were to refer to some of the comments that were made with regards to the intergenerational fairness, let me refer the honorable member from the EFF, as I said in the budget vote, that these 5 years for you, colleagues and comrades, is going to be an interesting learning period. On page 36, because I understand that you may not have had the time to read our documents, on page 36 of the budget review, we show the consolidated operating and capital accounts of our government. In the 2014-15 revenue exceeds current spending in compensation, goods, and services and interest. Therefore, it is not true that this doesn't talk to intergenerational equity. This implies that our borrowing for the 2014-15 of 153.1 billion is for capital spending, consistent with the principle of intergenerational equity. This budget increases debt in order to finance the continuation and the construction of schools, clinics, roads, and municipal infrastructure that will benefit our children and grandchildren and not burden them with debt. The budget also introduces means to further reduce the consumption spending and increases the current surplus. The DA refers to this period as a period of broken promises and all sorts of other things. It just shows that the difference between us and some members on the left is that others have the luxury to scream from the sidelines, like in a soccer match, and whilst we have the responsibility of implementing our policy as we hereby do. 20 years of ANC government can only report, indeed, prosperity and a lot of a better life to many in this country. You know, reading the statistics that we provide in the interest of transparency and accountability made the member of the DA the wisest in the room. Thanks to us for having provided you with that information. That is why we have ranked amongst the best in transparency in the world. I thank the member of the IFP, Honorable Nkomo, for raising issues with regards to lack of planning in departments, resulting in underspending, and we trust that oversight by this House, particularly this committee, will assist us in making sure that we are able to do that. Over the next 3 years, government will stabilize the growth of public debt and then begin to rebuild fiscal space. This will be achieved by remaining within the expenditure limits that we have set in the medium-term expenditure framework. Expenditure will continue to grow and the real value of our social spending will be maintained. But the fiscal limits will be far stronger. The need to ensure value for money and effective allocation of resources is now even more paramount. Our challenge is to transform the ample resources made available in this appropriation into real change in the lives of ordinary South Africans. So let us all, government, private sector, labor and civil society at large, roll up our sleeves in partnership for change and build the country of our dreams. The role of the Office of the Accountant General, as Honorable Madlopa indicated, is actually very critical. We have also strengthened the role of this office by the establishment of the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer in order to ensure that our procurement and supply chain management is managed appropriately. The support for municipalities and building capacity, both in financial management and service delivery, in partnership with COGTA, is also going to be strengthened and intensified. We take note of the number of commitments that honorable members made, including Honorable Nkwankwa, who spoke about the optimistic forecast, and we say to him, we continue to improve in this front, but as we know that forecasts are actually based on assumptions, and should those assumptions not realize, forecasts are likely to be missed, overperformed or underperformed. To the members of parties who actually decided to go against the tide, I just want to sound a warning that you do not find yourself in a situation where one lady found herself getting a call from her husband that she is driving, there is a lunatic driving in the wrong direction in the highway, and she said, he is not the only one. All of them are driving in the wrong direction. I'm the only one driving in the right direction. Little did she know that she was the only one driving in the wrong direction. I therefore implore the members of this House to adopt this, the appropriation bill with the amendment as tabled for correction of technical corrections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That's the end of the speakers list. Order, honorable members. Are there any objections to the bill being read the first time? Oh. No objections? Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill the first time.
Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. Honorable members.
Madam Chairperson, will you note the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
The objection will be noted.
And the objection of the Economic Freedom Fighters.
The objection will be noted, honorable member. If that is all, I'm going to ask the Secretary now to read the third order.
Consideration of votes and schedules, Appropriation Bill.
I wish to thank parties for advising the staff on which votes they will make declarations, on which votes they will record their objections, and on which they intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process this morning. I will first put each vote and the question for decision, and thereafter ask parties for declarations of vote as they have indicated. Members may make declarations of vote from the floor microphones. if they wish. After this, I will put the vote for decision. I have been advised that declarations will be up to 2 minutes each, which is in line with the practice of previous years. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes for the first division on a specific vote, but only for 1 minute on subsequent divisions. Honorable members, before we proceed to consider the votes and schedule on the appropriation bill, technical amendments to the bill have been proposed by the Honorable Minister of Finance in terms of Section 14 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act number 9 of 2009, as printed on the order paper. I now put the amendments as they appear on the order paper. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Declarations of vote have been requested. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance. Vote number 1, the presidency.
Oh, sorry.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much for this opportunity. As a Democratic Alliance, we certainly object to this particular vote. We believe that many of the items listed in the item, particularly around issues of youth development, are certainly not going to be capable to be able to improve the lives of our young people. This economy requires a strong and a stern action on making sure that we can achieve the objectives of the National Development Plan, ensure that we can in fact grow the economy at the relevant level to ensure that our people will be able to get employment. And therefore, as a result of that, we feel that we cannot be able to support this particular budget stated in the presidency, and therefore we object. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. A request for declaration has also been received from the EFF. The EFF. Order, honorable members.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. The EFF rejects the budget vote of the presidency because it makes many empty promises. The presidency is used to making promises that cannot be kept, and we think that the resources allocated are a waste. The president made a commitment to build a hospital in Vembe, and still there's no hospital. And we think that even in the commitment he made to build by 2018, it will not happen. He made a commitment to provide water to the people of Guyana. There's still no water in Guyana, and there will not be water. In September, as he made a commitment yesterday. So here, I tell ku president utayisa mati ya Guyana. Leswi anga swi vulavula tolo u ti vulavulela ntsena a swi nge humeleli. So vanhu va Guyana va nga hemberiwi ku ta va ku ri na mati hi September hi ku ma ta ma nga ma ri kona. Tanihi EFF a yi support vote ya presidency. Cancel.
Are there any further declarations? The ANC.
Mbela is to lie. And the Honorable Shubambu cannot be allowed to say the president has lied. The president did not lie. He explained the procedure which will be followed to deliver water in Kiani. Mbela is to lie. And Honorable Shubambu, withdraw that statement now. Before I speak.
Honorable Chief Whip, thank you. I've heard your comment. I will recognize you now to make the declaration on behalf of the ANC. I take that as a point of order.
Yes, it was a point of order.
Okay, allow me now then to request the Honorable Shivambu to withdraw the word lie.
Honorable Chair, anzange ni tirhisa rito ro ku hemba mina loko ni vulavula lawani sweswi. Nte leswi swi nga tshembisiwa hi president ku ri ku ta va ku ri na mati a Giyani a hi swona. So Chief Whip ya ANC a va ni twangi ku nte yini, so a va ni khomangi ku ni vulavule yini loko ni vulavula sweswiwani. Maybe mi fanele mi kuma Hansard mi yingisela ku nte yini, and then mi ta kota ku nyika guidance loko mi kumi Hansard. You can see.
Honorable House Chair.
Order, honorable members, just calm down. Just calm down. We're in for a long afternoon.
Honorable House Chair.
Deputy Chief.
Fortunately, I can also speak Tsonga. which I understand clearly what you said. You said, Banu bale Giyani, abange hemberiwi, which means the president was lying to the people of Giyani. So please withdraw that.
Honorable Shavambu, did you say that the president is lying to the people of Guyana?
Honorable Chair, kuban bele Guyana abange hemberiwi. Asbulu ku president we hembili, nirban bele Guyana abange hemberiwi. Ikukutaba kurna mata Guyana.
Honorable Shavambu, will you take your seat, please? Honorable members, I will refer to Hansat because I've given the honorable member now a second opportunity to either confirm or deny that he has made the statement as the Honorable Chief Whip of the majority party, take your seat please, have indicated. I will thus check Hansat, and at the appropriate time, if need be, I'll come back and I will make a ruling in that regard.
Chairperson, may I address you on a point of order?
Is it on the same
No,
order?
it's
What
not.
is
It's
your
on a
point of
different
order
point.
then, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, there's a precedent developing with members shouting at each other across the floor and telling each other to withdraw things through the microphone. They should be addressing you, Honourable Chairperson, not each other across the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Indeed, Honourable Members, if you have an issue in terms of the proceedings of the House, the rules indicate that you cannot simply grab a microphone and make a point. You must address the chairperson. Otherwise, you will be out of order. So let's observe those rules that has been tried and tested in this Parliament for 20 years. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable House Chair, the continued demand for the opposition, by the opposition for a portfolio committee on the presidency has been proven up to now a pedestrian request or demand. Because all the institutions linked to that office up to now have proven to be very effective. Even the Auditor General, up to this point, has never proven any misdemeanors in that office. And effectively, the money allocated and appropriated for that office have been used effectively for the advancement of the Republic and the protection of our Constitution. We therefore, as the African National Congress, believe it is completely unnecessary for this demand. It must stop this year so that we can continue to do our work unhindered. The NYDA has an oversight structure here. The women has got an oversight structure here. The NDP and STAS SA, they all have oversight institutions in this parliament. There's absolutely no reason why we should continue in this vein. We support that the budget of the presidency, and the African National Congress believes that the president is taking South Africa forward.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other declarations? No further declarations. I will thus put the vote again. Are there any objections to vote number 1, the presidency? There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. And those against will say no. No. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, can you record the objection of the the DA? Thank you.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. The member have managed to correct himself in terms of his political home. Are there any other objections?
Honourable Chairperson, please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus as well. Thank you.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members.
Note the EFF's objection as well.
Objection is noted. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. Are there any objections? Yes, there are objections. I will now allow those parties who have requested declarations of vote to do so. I will recognize them in terms of the order of the indication. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance rises to object to this vote today because we believe that there is insignificant oversight of this particular budget. We believe that it's wrong for Parliament to hold government departments to account through a vigorous oversight of portfolio committees made up of members of this House and open to the public to attend, and yet is not willing to put itself to the scrutiny itself. And we believe for that reason that it's going to be very difficult to exercise oversight through this. There's a much delayed oversight mechanism that we're waiting for. It's been long overdue, and there's not enough oversight of this particular budget. And for that reason, we will not be supporting it. There needs to be far greater transparency and accountability of this House in terms of its budget. Thank you.
The EFF?
Thank you, Chair. The EFF rejects Parliament budget vote because the very fact that the Parliament is in Cape Town, while the administration of South Africa is in Pretoria, 2,000 kilometers away, is a waste of resources that could be utilized for many other purposes. It is completely logistical nightmare. EFF is saying minister should get one car and one house. At the moment, they are spitting in the face of the poorest. The government does not have an interest of the poor at heart. Only the elite of the ANC say no.
Are there any further declarations or vote? The ANC? Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress proudly supports this budget vote of Parliament. We understand that this budget vote of today is a bridge between the 4th Parliament and the 5th Parliament. So what is very important is that whatever the issues the parties are having, is that they must know that the work begins today, that we prepare for the budget of 2015 and 2016, where they'll be given an opportunity to make their own input. But what is very important also about this budget, if the members of Parliament object to this budget, it means that they are objecting, one, to that the constituency offices must be established. Two, they are objecting to the fact that they must not be paid. Three, they'll be objecting to the fact that they must not be trained and empowered to have an effective oversight to the portfolio committees. Four, it means that they are not connecting this parliament with the other international institutions, which are parliamentary forums. So they must understand the implication of what they are doing, because it's going to come back and haunt them. But the ANC proudly supports this budget because it said the people shall govern. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any further declarations? No further declarations. I will put the vote again. Are there any objections? There are objections. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objection of the DA?
The objection will be recorded.
Can you also record the objection of EFF?
The objection will be recorded. Honorable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote number 3, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. Are there any objections? There's no objections, but declarations have been received, or requests for declarations have been received. I recognize the EFF. Is there anyone making a declaration, Chief Whip of the EFF?
Motsamaisa Kgotla, rona re le mokgatlho wa balwela kgololosego ya moruo. Ga re ikamanye le tekatekanyo ka bo e. Dikgosi tsa rona le magosi a rona ga a lekalekane. Dikgosi tsa rona le magosi a rona ga a lekalekane. Bontsi ba magosi a rona ba feletswe ke tshepo ka go tlhoka tshegetso le go sa tlotliwe ke puso ya ANC. Dingwe tsa dikgosi tsa rona di fiwa madi a mantsintsi, dimilione tsa madi, ga tse dingwe di sa bone sepe mo pusong. Dikgosi tsa rona tsa magae a kwa tlase, a tseelwang ke puso kwa tlase, ga a fiwe tekatekano ya kabo, mme ba ikamaganya fela le ditshwetso tse di fiwang ke morafe. Ga re ya ko dimmasepaleng, bogwenegwene bo bo leng mo dimmasepaleng ka sekgwara re ke democratic looting ya public resources e dirwang
ke batsamaisi ba ANC le di-politicians tsa ANC. Go tswa mo di-masepaleng tse 2078 ke tse some le bongwe fela.
Order, honorable members, order.
Ke tse some le bongwe fela tse di sa fitlhellang boruni jo bo tsepameng. Mme se se re makaditseng ke gore Presidente o itumeletse dimasepala tse some le bongwe gore di dirile go ka tlala seatla ntle le tse makgolokgolo tse di paletsweng ke boruni jo bo siameng.
Honorable member, your time has expired. Are there any further declarations? The NFP.
Angibonge sihlalo. Siyayeseka le budget ka 43. Kodwa sinokusho ukuthi si NFP sicela umisa ukuthi aqinisekise ukuthi omasipala bathola ubuchwepheshe obudingekayo. Ngoba isikhathi esiningi abantu abasebenza lapha ezikhundleni eziphezulu kwesinye isikhathi abawuqualifyele umsebenzi kahle. Siyocela ukuthi leyo nto ilungiswe. Okwesibili kube ukuthi kungasetshenziswa imali yemiki ukuthi iholele amaholo komasipala. Uma kulunge lokho iNFP yokweneliswa. Kwesinye isikhathi omasipala badependa kuma environments kakhulukazi mazizophela i-financial year asemthethweni kodwa kungabe ukuthi sekuphilwa ngawo. Siyokuphakamisa lokho njengeqembu le-NFP ukuthi kunakwe kakhulu. Siyabonga sihlalo.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any further declarations? Are there any further requests for declarations? None? I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No objections. The vote is therefore agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote number 4, Home Affairs. Are there any objections? There are objections and there's been request for declaration of vote. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me state at the start that we recognize that there have been significant changes and advance in this department over the years. There remain, however, many serious concerns about the manner in which this department is managed. Of great concern is the fact that the department has not been able to achieve even half of its outcomes or target it set for itself. The second serious concern is the high level of irregular expenditure and poor management of finance that have resulted in yet another qualified audit outcome. The propensity for corruption in the department remains a massive problem, and unless the department moves towards a complete digitization, this problem will remain. Finally, Chairperson, although the Immigration Services section has been the worst performing section of the department, a further reduction in budgetary allocation is only going to worsen the situation. Although we are hopeful that Minister Gigaba is committed to turning the situation around, the DA, regrettable, cannot support this budget. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Subsequent to the Hitler fascist statement made yesterday by the Minister of Home Affairs, the EFF has found it very convenient to reject this budget vote.
Order,
because
honorable
of
members.
his unexplained love of the Gupta media platform by the minister in all departments that he has been heading, and has made sure that that Gupta family media platform has got a guaranteed advertisement revenue for the Guptas. In view of the violation of the immigration regulations by the Gupta family, his newfound love, there's no guarantee that this family that has all of a sudden become so close to state resources through advertisement in print and electronic media, such violation from the Guptas will not occur again. the horrors of this department, wherein people are registered as dead when they are alive, registered as married when they are not married, registered as males when they are females. All these inefficiencies leading up to precluding our people from government services. We believe that we cannot approve such a budget that, despite such a massive investment, still continues to be inefficient. The massive fraud and corruption in that department is unprecedented, rendering the borders of our country
Point of order,
porous
Chair.
and vulnerable to terrorism
Honourable
and
Member.
illicit trades and drug trafficking.
Honourable Member, there's a point of order. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is well known that in this House, if you are going to cast aspersion on any character of the member of this House, you must do it through the substantive motion. So what this declaration has done is that it has cast aspersions on the character of the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs. Let him, I request you to rule on that. Chair.
I'll
Thank you.
deal with the matter. Honourable Member, are you through with your declaration? Can you have a few seconds left. Can you do so that I can rule?
The department failed to bring the IEC to scrutiny before the portfolio committee for the 1.6 billion rand, which constitutes 24% of the 6.6 billion vote we are being requested to support and vote for. The department refused, despite passionate appeal, to take the committee on board on the migration rules, which are widely criticized. Accordingly, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget vote. I thank you.
Honourable Member, there was a point of order raised on some of the comments and inferences that you've made towards the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs. Indeed, a matter such as mentioned by yourself must be brought to the House in the form of a substantive motion that clearly indicates the areas that you are concerned about and that you have highlighted in what you have said here. It cannot simply be said from the floor, so that a due process according to the rules can be started, so that the matter can be properly dealt with. Thus, your comment at this stage is out of order, and I want you to withdraw the remark, please.
Chairperson, there was no substantive motive yesterday when we were referred to as fascist
Honourable
Hitler
Member,
organizations.
Honourable Member, I'm dealing with the matter at hand now. While I am presiding, Honourable Member, take your seat, please. I'm busy addressing the House. And I will recognize you when I've done so. I am presiding over this matter on the declarations. That is the order in front of us. And I'm simply applying the rule as it stands, that matters referring to other honourable members must be raised through a substantive motion. And that should be done that way. In the light of that, I'm thus requesting you to withdraw the remark that you've made and provide you with the opportunity to raise those issues through a substantive motion. Honourable Shavambu, I've not recognized you. Will you take your seat, please? I'm dealing with the honourable member next to you. Honourable member? Honourable Shavambu, I've not recognized you, sir.
But Chair, the
Honourable
issue that I'm about
Shavambu.
to raise
Order, honourable
relates
members.
to what you are forcing
Order, honourable members.
the member
Order.
to do now.
Honourable Shavambu, I've not recognized you. I'll recognize you after I've dealt with this point with your honourable member.
Chairperson, what is it that I have to withdraw in the statement that I have made? Thank you.
You have made inferences to the Honourable Minister of Home Affairs. And quite frankly, I'm not even sure, without going into the detail of the issues of advertisement reside in that portfolio of Home Affairs that we're currently dealing with. Be that as it may, I grant you your right to speak. However, the inferences that you've made towards the Minister must be done through a substantive motion. You have that opportunity, Honourable Member. Please use the opportunity, but for this moment, you'll have to withdraw the remark.
Chairperson, it is factual and a common cause that Minister Kigaba is always on the Gupta media platform
Honorable member, I'm
fact as
requesting.
it is-
Honorable member, I'm requesting for the last time now to withdraw the remark.
we shall put a substantive motion in.
And
that
I want you to withdraw the remark.
For now, yes.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you. Are there any further declarations? Are there any further declarations? No further declarations? Honorable members, I will put.
Chair.
Yes, honorable member, are you making a declaration?
Yeah, with the ANC.
Can I also ask the other members around that member just to take their seats? It's very difficult from here to recognize the member who wants to speak on the subject.
Thank you, Chairperson. We need to ensure that South Africans are clear in their minds what we mean when we say we are making a radical shift during this second phase of our transition towards a democratic society. We are not playing marbles with the freedom we attained through blood of our brothers and sisters and sustained pain of those that are still with us. It cannot be business as usual. We therefore, Chairperson, expect that the Department of Home Affairs should talk to the objectives for professionalism, efficiency, combating fraud and corruption, management of migrants and refugees. As a member of the security cluster, the department should play its role to secure our population register, combat child trafficking, terrorism, and general abuse of our civic documents by opportunistic nationals. Chairperson, with all these responsibilities and important tasks that this department should do, this House should reject any suggestion of any person or party not supporting this vote. We have agreed in a committee on a way forward to deal with some of the concerns of EFF and the DA. It is disingenuous of them to come and grandstand here. We all know the transformation plans of the department.
Objection,
as
Chairperson.
explained. The EFF is naughty on this matter.
Honorable member, will you just hold, what is your objection, honorable member?
I will wish that you rule as to whether it is parliamentary to refer to a fellow member as grandstanding when actually is participating in a house.
Order, honorable members.
And
Honorable
naughty,
members.
And the word naughty. Thank you.
Honorable members, you see, we are going to be here for a long time this afternoon if we continue in this way. Please. No, honorable members, contain yourselves. Just be patient. You see, I find it difficult when a point of order is raised and there's interjections that completely drowns the point of order. It doesn't make it possible for the chairperson then to hear exactly what that point of order is. So when points of order are raised, let's allow the point of order to be made and allow the chairperson of the session to make a ruling. Now, I've listened to what the honorable member has said. You see, honorable member, in the course of debate, parties have the chance to respond to whatever has been said. In that instance, the member referred to the DA and to the EFF, who are parties in the House. But there was no direct reference made to a specific member. In that instance, honorable member, that point of order is not sustained, right? Honorable member, you have a few seconds left. Can we get clarity, Yes. Chair?
Order, honorable members.
So it's allowed for us to say that the ANC is naughty and it's grandstanding. We can use that word.
Honorable member.
Because that is what he said. Because we actually wish to say
Honorable
that.
member. Honorable member.
We did not know that it's allowed to say that the ANC is naughty. We
Take
can
your
say
seat.
that every day.
Honorable Minister, just give me an opportunity, please. You see, honorable members, in the course of debate, there's various things that have been said by one party member to another party member. It must not be personal in nature. And when there's broad references made of being naughty, really, honorable members, we judge from the gravity of what is being said if a point of order is sustainable or not. Right? But let's maintain the decorum of the House. Let's be reasonable in terms of what we say to one another. But under no circumstances will I allow, nor will the other presiding officers allow, that we become personal and refer personally to members. But we'll deal with the points of order as they arise. I hope that clarifies it for you. Honorable member, Honorable Minister?
Thank you, House Chairperson. I think it has been pointed out that nobody is allowed to stand up and use the mic unless you have recognized that person. Please, can you emphasize that point? Thank you.
I I think that is very clear, Honourable Minister, and thank you for repeating that. Let's observe that, Honourable Members. Honourable Member, you have 30 seconds left.
Thanks, Chairperson. As ANC, we therefore agree that it is appropriate and correct to support the budget vote for of Home Affairs. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further declarations? There's no further declarations, so I'll put the question again. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Honourable Chairperson, the DA would like to call for a division.
Honourable Members, a division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. And as I've indicated earlier, in subsequent divisions, the bells will only be rung for 1 minute. Thank you. All the honorable members, will you take up your seats, please? Honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats? All the honorable members, I would like to remind honorable members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. And since this is the first time that we're voting in the 5th Parliament, that is the seat where your name appears. You are not allowed to vote for someone else who is not in that seat. Please, your allocated, all the honorable members, we're in a voting session. And I think it's quite important that everyone knows exactly what is expected from them, so that we don't find out afterwards that those who are not present, in fact, have voted in the session, Deputy President. When requested to do so, honorable members, you must simply indicate your vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chairperson. The question before the House is that vote number 4 be agreed to. Are all members now in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The voting session is now closed. You can do it. Your point. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. All the honorable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those who voted yes, 217, no, 61, and there's 3 abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to.
Chairperson,
Yes, honorable
may I
member.
address you on a point of order?
Yes.
In this last vote, Chairperson, a member was asked to withdraw his statement. To the best of my knowledge in the past, the presiding officer has never accepted a withdrawal from a member in the following terms, and I quote, "For now, yes." In the past, members have always been expected to show contrition by standing up and saying, "I withdraw." I'd just like your ruling on this matter, either now or later. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you for highlighting the matter. I'll deal with it in due course. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just on a point of procedure, I've had to move members around in the seats today because they're incorrectly allocated. And I would urge that we resolve the seating matter because it's now starting to affect the smooth running of the House. And I'm making an appeal that we deal with this matter as soon as possible.
Thank you, honorable member. I believe the matter is being attended to. All honorable members, the matter is being attended to. And in due course, the office of the Speaker will respond to it. The responsibility for resolving that matter does not lie here in plenary, but in the structures that has been created. Honorable members, I now put vote number 5
international relations and cooperation. Are there any objections? There's no objections, but there's declarations of that requests for declarations that has been received. I will now recognize the EFF. Are there a member from the EFF making a declaration?
Yes.
Continue, honourable member.
Taking note of the Holocaust being visited upon the people of Palestine by the very same victims of Holocaust of Hitler with whom we referred to yesterday by honorable members. EFF rejects budget vote 5 because we are yet to see the value that the budget has had on strengthening on international relations and driving the African agenda. It is clear
Honourable
that the
member,
African
honourable member,
continent-
will you just hold? May I ask all the honourable members to take up their seats, please? There's really too much movement in the House. And it's important also that we give and hear properly to the member that is speaking. Continue, honourable member.
It is clear that the African continent sees the South African government led by the ANC as a sub-imperial power that seeks only to advance their narrow personal interest. The EFF believes that the African Renaissance Fund has not met the mandate it was allocated for to achieve the establishment of SADPA. It's just another convenient means of brushing the 500 million rand given to the fund under the carpet so as to draw attention to new cash cow. The EFF strongly believes that a passive position on the continued oppression of the people of Palestine and Western Sahara is not an indication that we are truly committed to the self-determination of the oppressed people of the world. The EFF says that the budget of DECO has not had an impact in educating our people of the conditions of the world and the positions taken by this South African government. It is why a budget that causes more international confusion and chaos, that relations and international relations should be rejected. Accordingly, we call upon the South African government to recall its ambassador from Israel and also dismiss the Israel ambassador in South Africa. In the absence of this demand, the EFF rejects the budget vote of the international relations. Thank you.
Are there any further declarations, honourable members? Are there any further declarations?
Yes.
Yes, honourable member.
Honourable House Chair, I rise to beseech this august House to support and vote in favour of the budget of international relations and cooperation. As a committee, we met with the department, and after their presentation and a constructive engagement, we endorsed its report. With this budget, the department is building a strong Africa and deepens its agenda, and that is the centerpiece of our foreign policy. South Africa is now not only an active, a respected, and a responsible global citizen, but also a reasoned body of opinion. Our country is host to the second largest number of foreign representation in the world, with a global footprint of 125 missions abroad, plus Gaza, covering 180 countries. In the course of 2014, this department will focus on efforts to strengthen the African Union Commission, the development of Agenda 2063, and will intensify this implementation program contained in the program of infrastructure development in Africa. This financial year, the department will table a foreign service bill which will create a single foreign service for the Republic of South Africa and will enhance its operational capacity in this ever-changing and dynamic global firmament. Lastly, this department was a premier advisor to our Honourable President before he could endorse the new development bank, which is an alternative to the prescriptive conditionalities that the IMF and the World Bank used to impose. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. There being no further declarations, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Yes. There is an objection. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. Aye. And those against will say no. The ayes have it.
We request the chair to also note the objection of the EFF.
The objection is noted.
Honorable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 6, performance monitoring and evaluation. Are there any objections? There are objections. I will invite those parties who requested declarations to do so. The Democratic Alliance.
Honorable Chair, thank you. South Africa's exceptionally high youth unemployment rate and anemic skills development efforts are the most serious imminent threats to our economically struggling democracy. As such, any reasonable intervention to ameliorate the situation needs serious consideration and support, if deserved. The National Youth Development Agency promised to be one such intervention. Unfortunately, the NYDA has proven to be and continues to be a big black hole into which the government pours good money after bad, funds that could be usefully employed elsewhere. Recent ministerial assurances that the situation regarding the NYDA will be turned around soon for the better remain mere promises. The NYDA, contrary to the vision of the NDP of economic inclusivity, has become an exclusive sheltered employment agency for members of the ANC Youth League and Young Communist League. The NYDA has become an unnecessary drain on the budgets of the presidency and the DPME. Until this festering sore has been cured or excised, as DA would like to see, the DA cannot support Budget Vote 6. Thank you.
The EFF. Order, honorable members. Let's allow the members to decide who's going to make the declaration. Continue, honorable member.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. I-EFF iya-rejecta budget vote 6 ngoba okokuqala abahlonitshwa umnumzana uRhadebe kunye nomnumzana uManamela zange balibeka kwikomiti ukuzonikeza umhlahlandlela malunga nale budget. Frontline service is still in a very poor state that long queues and improper conduct of public servant staff it still prevails. Procurement processes and provinces and municipalities do not meet required results and no proper oversight on outputs, which leads to high levels of corruption. Roads are left unfinished, no bridges, no resources in schools and hospitals, but money has been used inexplicable. NYDA budget does not prioritize rural development, where the majority of youth is situated. Instead, it has got high salaries and individual allocations that are not explained. This department must prioritize industrial policy because it is the only development of the productive forces that will decisively deal with the crisis of unemployment and poverty. EFF reject this.
And eradicate protest related to this. We propose that the unannounced monitoring visit strategy be used. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any?
That and intervene on time where there are challenges.
Thank you, honorable member. There be no further declarations. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? There is an objection. No objections. The vote is, honorable members, when I call for an objection, you must indicate. Otherwise, we move on.
What about the ayes have? Okay. Can you record the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
The objection will be recorded.
Chairperson, please note the objection of EFF.
The objection is noted. The vote, honorable members, is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 7, Public Works. Vote number 7, Public Works. Are there any objections? There are objections, and there's also been the request for declarations. The DA?
Thank you, Chairperson. The immovable asset register should be an inventory of all government immovable assets, which this department oversees on behalf of the people of this country. However, the register has not been completed as we stand. There is still a lot of work that needs to be done. And the question that we'd like to ask the minister is this: how many assets are on this register and where are they? What are they? What is their total value, Mr. Minister? Can you tell us? Minister, the immovable asset investment management should have a total of 5,704 staff members, but has currently only 4,640, having a vacancy rate of about 529. How will this department meet its target if it does not have the requisite staff numbers, Honorable Minister? Further, Minister, you recently announced that a number of officials in the department will face the music as a result of the Nkandla saga. Minister, we feel that these officials are only a tip of the iceberg. We hope that they are not being used as scapegoats and that everyone involved, including those at the top, must face the same music. The DA rejects this budget.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rejects the public works budget for the following reason. The department has no system in place for monitoring and evaluation. It can't account its money like it did with President Zuma's home upgrades. The state must own all its buildings used for public. EFF cannot accept that government is renting to private companies, as is the case with majority of police stations. All cleaners and security guards employed to look after government buildings must all be employed by the state. Public Works must establish a state construction company to build all government infrastructures. The constitution of the country enables this parliament to pass an appropriation bill for public use and interest. FF says appropriate without
Order, honourable
compensation
members.
for public interest and use. We are rejecting this budget. Thank you.
Order, honourable members. Order. Are there any further declarations? The
Thank you,
NCDP?
thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, last year the ACDP during the budget vote suggested to the Honourable Minister that the Special Investigating Unit should be brought in to investigate a number of the irregularities taking place. And we were shocked this year in the Justice Budget hearings when the Special Investigating Unit indicated that it had only gained access to the Nkandla residents that week in order to investigate irregularities arising from the Public Protector's report. So, Chair, from our side, we have difficulty supporting this budget vote because we have made positive recommendations in the past, which the Minister agreed with, but it seems that there is a difficulty in implementing those recommendations when one wants to, and we see there is a will to address those irregularities, but if we're not using the tools at our disposal, then it is difficult to support this budget vote. I thank you, Chairperson.
The Honourable Gordy.
Thank you, Chairperson. The APC supports this budget vote. We do note that the department is experiencing and going through serious difficulties, especially in terms of rebuilding and strengthening its internal control systems, because it is those breakdowns that have led to the lack of accountability and proper management of public funds, which the Auditor General has spoken to in a series of reports. We, however, have noted that the Minister and his deputy, as well as the Director General, are seized with the matter and have shown a commitment and a willingness to tackle head on the challenges that are facing the department. And I think what we can do as Parliament is to encourage and support them to ensure that the department is cleaned. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Honourable House Chairperson, the Department of Public Works remains seized with carrying out the prescripts of the Auditor General of South Africa. The department's turnaround strategy includes its stabilization by, amongst others, the following. 1, ensuring proper controls and systems. 2, strengthening the internal audit unit. 3, addressing weaknesses in the procurement and supply chain management. 4, closely working with the Special Investigations Unit to investigate irregular leases and projects. And 5, finalizing the human resources structure and that of the property management trading entity. The ANC supports vote 7, Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There are objections. I will put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, can you record the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
The objection will be recorded.
The same from the EFF.
Objection will be recorded.
EFF plus, thank you, Chairperson.
And from the ACDP, thank you, Chair.
Those objections will be recorded. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 8, women, children and people with disabilities. Are there any objections? There are objections and declarations of vote has been requested. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We do not support the budget vote 8, primarily because the Department of Women, Children and Persons with Disability transferred 73% of its budget to the Commission of Gender Equality, leaving a mere 27% of the budget for the implementation of its programs. This, Chairperson, is simply not sufficient. As a DA, we make the following recommendations: that the National Treasury either increase the budget or reallocate funds from other organs of the government towards the Commission for Gender Equality, as they themselves benefit from the use of the services provided by the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you, Chairperson.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rejects budget vote number 8 because of these observations. The duty to empower a woman cannot be ghettoized into one department in the presidency. It is the duty of all departments to have a woman desk and has set targets for employment and economic empowerment of a woman. All efforts by this regime have been window dressing. A budget allocated for programs standing at 92.3 million is 'n lagwekkende ding. 20 jaar later, as onze ekonomie nog steeds net 'n seunsklap. Die seunsklap word ook hier binne na toe gebring in politiek in. Ons kan dit sien uit die 7 uit 9 premiere wat aangestel is deur die hele president. Het hy 7 premiere aangestel. Onze meisies mis nog steeds skool omdat hulle nie sanitêre doeke het nie. En die minister kom hier en sê, hulle lewer sanitêre doeke af. Wanneer? Hulle lewer meer kondome as sanitêre doeke. Until women empowerment stops simply be a buzzword, and you should be ashamed to scream like that, like Thandi Modise's pics. Until women empowerment can simply be a buzzword and translate into real economic empowerment of women. EFF doesn't support this budget.
Yes, Honourable Member, what's your point of order?
The reference to Honourable Thandi Modise in the manner of which the member has done.
Honourable Member, thank you. Honourable Member, will you just withdraw that remark?
Honourable Thandi Modise speaks.
Honourable Member, you've made reference in terms of pointing to another member in the House, and you attributed the remark that you've made in that vein. Will you withdraw the remark, please?
The pics are dead.
Honourable Member.
I withdraw.
Honourable Members. Honourable Member, just withdraw the remark.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Order, Honourable Members. Are there any further declarations?
Yes, Chairperson. The ANC supports vote 8.
Order, Honourable Members.
The ANC supports vote 8. This budget, vote 8, will enhance the department's work to be effective, to function, coordinate, and oversee the transformation agenda on women's socio-economic empowerment, rights, and equality through mainstreaming, monitoring and evaluation programs specifically to the women of this country who constitute the 52% of South African population, children and people with disabilities. The committee acknowledged that the budget presented was in relation to the Department of Women, Children and People with Disabilities as it existed in the fourth parliament. But we must inform the members that the new proclamation has been made for the new Ministry on Women in the presidency. The overall budget allocation for Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Program in 2014-15 is 92 million rand, of which 67 million will be transferred to CGE. Overall, the budget for the program constitutes 42% of the department's total budget. Notwithstanding this, the committee was concerned about the small budget allocation for Program 3, Children, and Program 4 for people with disabilities, and urged for larger allocation within the departments where these responsibilities now reside. The committee acknowledged that the department is in the process of transferring Program 3, Children, and Program 4, Persons with Disabilities, to the Department of Social Development and retaining Program 2. The minister did indicate in her budget vote that they will be reviewing in the status role, location and sustainability of National Council Against Gender-Based Violence, so as to strengthen efforts toward the elimination of GBV in our society, so as to deal with the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty and inequality that are facing this country. As all South Africans, we need to work together irrespective of political affiliation and religion. The ANC supports the budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, can you record the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
Objection will be recorded.
Chairperson, can you proudly record the rejection of EFF?
I'll record your objection. Are there any other objections? None. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 9, Government Communications and Information Systems. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote has been received. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. In his proclamation of the 15th of July, the President confirmed that the Minister of Communications will be responsible for both the GCIS and the SABC. This will give the Minister unprecedented power over the government's message and how it is disseminated. The Minister has already announced that she wants to bypass this Parliament and give herself absolute power to hire and fire the SABC board. The Minister has also ignored the Public Protector's report by approving the appointment of Claudie Motswaneng as Chief Operations of the SABC. This is the man who wants 70% happy news and thinks that journalists should be licensed. Honourable Chairperson, the DA supports a government communication system that informs people of their rights and the services available to them. But we reject the creation of a publicly funded propaganda machine obsessed with telling people good stories about the governing party. Honourable Chairperson, 34% of South Africans are unemployed. Many more live in poverty. They are not interested in good stories. They want good governance, good service delivery, and good jobs. They want a government that spends its budget on fixing problems, not trying to spin its way out of them. The DA will not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Honourable Chair, the EFF rises to object the vote number 9. It objects on the basis that the President has found it befitting to fragment the Department of Communication in various components of GCIS, communications and post offices.
Order, Honourable Members.
And communication, which were originally located in one ministry. The GCIS is an important communication tool to inform, update, and increase public awareness about government policies, programs, and to improve citizens' lives. GCIS has been responsible to ensure media diversity and development, including diversity of voice. The SABC has become the mouthpiece of the ruling party in exclusion and in hiding the debt that is there in the ruling party and various government departments. The removal of GCIS.
Order,
from the
honourable members.
presidency-
I can't hear the member. Honourable member, will you just speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
The removal of GCIS from the presidency undermines the constitutional mandate and the capacity to achieve its mandate. Historically, telecommunication and post services have been components under the Department of Communication.
Honourable members, allow the member to read what he has
Designed
written.
On a point
to
of order,
enhance the-
Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, on a point of order.
What is a point of order, honourable member?
According to Rule 62,
Yes, honourable member.
members are only allowed to refer to their speeches.
Honourable member, your point of order is noted. Order, honourable members. However, I will allow this honourable member, honourable members, order. I will allow the honourable member to read what he has written.
Thanks, Chairperson. Rule 62 is set aside because the House has been turned into an animal farm. EFF registered its objection to the budget vote precisely because as we speak today, the daughter of the president,
Honourable member, your time is now expired.
the daughter of the president, Tupikile Zuma, has been appointed.
Order.
And that confirms
Order,
the
honourable
deepening
members.
crisis in the Department of Communication.
Thank you, honourable member. Order, honourable members. The NFP. There's an indication that the NFP wanted a declaration.
Chairperson, we support the vote 9, but sinakho nje ukuthi umhlonishwa ungqongqoshe uvele waphuthuma kakhulu waxhamazela ukuba qoke umfoka Hlawuthi uHlawuthi umtswenengi kodwa esengakwenza kodwa ukuthi amhlehlise lapha esikhundleni ba-apply abantu ukuze bawuthole nabo lo msebenzi okunye kubuye kubhekwe futhi public protector wathini bekuyilokho nje sikhala ngakho so lokhu sikushilo ukuthi kube namatata nokuphuthuma kumangalisayo esikubone kumhlonishwa ungqongqoshe.
Are there any further declarations?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
Chairperson, the ACDP will not support this budget vote on the reasons enunciated by previous speakers and the mainly being the permanent appointment of the Chief Operating Officer of the SABC, Mr. Shladi Motsanen. Chairperson, we indicated that a legal opinion by the Minister cannot override a finding by a Chapter 9 institution, in this regard, the Public Protector's report. We believe that that decision to appoint the Chief Operating Officer flies in the face of the Public Protector's report, and that report stands until it is taken on review. If the Minister wanted to appoint that person, she should first have taken that decision on review and not relied on a mere legal opinion. We believe that this undermines the status of a Chapter 9 institution and our Constitution itself, and for that reason, we cannot support this budget vote. I thank you, Chair.
Any further declarations? The IFP.
Honourable House Chairperson, I rise this morning on behalf of the IFP to oppose this budget vote. We oppose the deplorable actions of all those responsible for the renewed crisis at the SABC. We oppose the ongoing political interference in the running of our public broadcaster. We condemn the clarification of the SABC, and we reject the message that's being sent to the youth of our country that it's okay to lie because you can seemingly get away with it. We condemn the total disdain that has been displayed towards the Office of the Public Protector in this matter. We oppose the backers of Mr. Happy News, Hlaudi Motsoeneng. He is unsuitable for this position for a variety of reasons. He continues to act with impunity as he unleashes his reign of terror on the staff of the SABC, especially in newsrooms where he is even alleged to edit content himself. We reject the manner in which SABC boards are appointed. It's nothing more than a wild goose chase, where opposition parties are led to believe that we're searching for the best candidates, only to find that the entire process had been set in stone from the outset. The last wild goose chase was case in point. The ANC arrived at our meeting. We agreed on a shortlist, only to find at the next meeting that they were now favouring new candidates, including the wife of the Honourable Buti Manamela. How could this have happened? I could only imagine that the Latuli House memo did not arrive at our first meeting in time. Fellow South Africans, we the taxpayer fund the SABC. We must therefore, as the custodians of the SABC, ask ourselves today whether it's still the right thing to do to pay our TV licenses. You rose up, South Africans rose up with one voice against e-tolls and said no. And maybe if nothing is done to rectify the crisis at the SABC, will we be well within our rights to lead a similar campaign. Perhaps only then our voices will be heard. We will not support this budget vote. I thank you.
The APC.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
With your permission, I thought we had made a ruling that we must not be personal in this House. I find the reference to the wife of Buti Manamela as being similarly inappropriate because whatever disagreement you may have, she's Vuyo Mhlakaza, an independent person in her own right. And to actually talk like this seems like we are deteriorating to the same situation that we had ruled, Chair, that we mustn't.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, may I repeat what we have said earlier, that let us maintain the decorum of the House, let us not get personal, and let us, while we're trying to get our point across, deal with the matter at hand instead of rush to name names. In fact, we must, honourable members to both sides of the House, be very cognizant of the fact that very often when names are mentioned of individuals who are not in the House, they are not in a position to protect themselves. We in the House can respond when issues are raised, but those who are not don't have that same opportunity. And let's maintain that decorum and understanding as we move forward. The Honourable Gordy.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I stand to support this budget vote. Under the stewardship of a minister with whom I served in one of the parliamentary committees, who has proven herself to be very hardworking, very honest, very balanced, who has a responsibility beyond just the SABC. And I believe that, for me, she needs to be given the benefit of doubt in whatever she does until proven otherwise. So we happily support vote 9.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Shortly before the enactment of the 5th Parliament, some government departments were restructured, and this, Chairperson, was in order to expedite major areas of service delivery. The Department of Communication now exists separately with that of Telecommunication and Postal Services without any confusion. It's very clear, straightforward. The President has already signed a proclamation that transferred the administration, the powers, the functions entrusted by the legislation to the 2 ministers. I'm actually trying to clarify to the members who appears as if there's maybe some confusion or who might be lost, particularly because they don't participate in the committee. Those are in the committee, they understand this very, very well. So, the ruling party has long noted the requirement and the need for the restructuring and the repositioning, particularly of the broadcasting system. You know, because when we talk about, we should not degenerate into just focusing on the SABC, but we need to look at the entire system as a whole. This is in order to prioritize services to the public and to respond to the digital age so that you don't get left behind as South Africans. That's important. Our 53rd conference also, the resolutions also directs that this whole process should be implanted over a reasonable period. That's what we are doing as the committee. We're actually doing our best to ensure that we reach that. So, the public broadcaster will remain a priority. We agree, it's very critical. the entire public broadcaster. The SABC is very important to the committee. We are all, as the committee, dealing with the issues of the SABC, and we will ensure that at the end of the day, it gets the credibility it deserves. I'll object to a situation where everyone thinks that communication is only reduced to just SABC and to
Honourable
an
Member,
individual.
your time is now expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against, no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, can you record the vehement objection of the DA? Thank you.
The DA's objection is recorded.
May you please record the objection of the economic freedom fighters? Thank you.
Objection is recorded.
Chairperson, the objection of the FF+. Thank you.
No, ACDP, thank you, Chair.
Ngicela ulobe phansi sihlalo ukuthi ayehlanga kahle le vote kuthini IFP.
The objections will be recorded, honourable members. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 10, National Treasury. Are there any objections? There are objections and declarations of vote has been requested. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we recognize the difficulties faced by the Minister in an economy not growing fast enough to create the jobs that we need to address our unemployment crisis. But the truth is today, Minister, that our economic progress has stalled, and the reality is that South Africa is facing weak economic growth, with economic growth this year likely to come in at well below 2%. The reason we believe, Honourable Chairperson, for this is economic policy incoherence, and this makes it extremely difficult for Treasury to perform its role in coordinating economic policy. This results, we believe, Minister, is that the South African economy will face a stagflation trap as we struggle with persistently high inflation and low economic growth. Minister, the DA is also extremely concerned with regards to the escalation of our debt levels and debt service costs being the fastest growing item on the expenditure, and this necessarily, unfortunately, crowding out the necessary spending needed to improve service delivery. We are also, as the Democratic Alliance, very concerned that the Treasury has not paid enough attention to the effective management of our public funds by the many departments and public entities. Treasury Oversight needs urgently to address a significant leakage from the public purse with consequences for maladministration and corrupt activities. We hope, and we saw that the Minister has made some commitments in this regard, and we hope that he will give his serious attention to these issues. We, however, wish the Minister well in his new role in addressing these challenging circumstances. But with the current growth and incoherent economic policy, we cannot support this budget. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The EFF does not agree with the National Treasury budget vote number 10 because it's based on the National Development Plan, which is a program of the ANC, the DA, the SACP, and the Young Communist League. And it's based on the assumption that trickle-down economics will work. We believe that trickle-down economics do not work anywhere, not in South Africa only, but all over the world. Number two, because the budget is based on a poorly conceptualized radical economic transformation program. Different people from the ruling party say different things in terms of what that means. So there's no clear and cogent perspective of what that means. And lastly, we're saying that National Treasury and SARS have been incapable to deal decisively with the occurrences of base erosions, of transfer pricing, and profit shifting. And unless that is dealt with, the EFF does not agree with the budget vote. Thank you very much.
The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP will support this budget vote, but you said something significant was said earlier today, and that is that no portfolio committee had approached the Appropriations Committee with a suggestion to amend the budget. And I think this is significant, that we, as parliamentarians, remember that in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Act, we have the power. And in the portfolio committees that I serve, almost every single one has said there's not enough money, there's not enough money. And we have the power, as portfolio committees, to approach the Appropriations Committee with suggestions, which then can be submitted and discussed with National Treasury. We appreciate that this has been a speedy process this time, but it is something for us to be mindful of. And in particularly when we look at the whole issue of reprioritization of funds. And we're aware that the departments need to reprioritize almost 40 billion rands funds over the next 3 years. And surely we as portfolio committees can also assist in this regard in looking at in our particular budgets where we can not only look at savings and additional funds, but also reprioritization of funds, and then approach the Appropriation Committee, who will then argue it on our behalf with National Treasury. We need to emphasize that. I made the point again in the defense budget vote the other day, where we all say, and have said it for many, many years, that the defense force is not sufficiently budgeted, but we can't complain when we have the power to amend the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further declarations? The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Basically, what the DA says is nothing that the Minister himself didn't say. The economy is challenged. The Minister was quite open about it, so there's nothing particularly new in what the DA is saying. What would be useful is concrete proposals of what to do about these challenges. On policy incoherence, repeatedly we've indicated that NDP provides a framework for this government for this 5-year term, and in fact up to 2030. It's complemented by the IPAP and by the new growth path. Given the magnitude, the scope, and the range of the issues that the NDP and these other policy proposals deal with, it's inevitable there'll be some differences here and there. But broadly, there's a very clear framework within which government and the majority party are going to operate over the next period. On the issue of National Treasury oversight, that too the Minister was clear. The Parliamentary Committee is clear too. It's not just the responsibility of the executive, it's also the responsibility of Parliament to exercise more effective oversight, and we should do so. On corruption, the Chief Procurement Officer that National Treasury is established is something that's going to address that issue too, as we discussed in such comprehensive detail in our committee budget review process. Look at Treasury. Today, the International Budgetary Partnerships Open Budget Index indicates for the last several years that National Treasury, South African National Treasury, not the United States, not Sweden, not any established country, but South Africa, led by the ANC, ranks first or second in the last 5 years, and is the only one in the top 5, which is a developing country. So here's something that National Treasury should be proud of, but so should you, Mr. David Ross. On the EFF, for a new party, it's surprisingly still what you have to say. Honorable Shivambu, you say the same things over and over again. Let's take the issue of base erosion. Apart from your antics, there's no substance in what you're saying. You well know that these issues that you raise are being addressed on profit
Honourable Member, your time is
on
expired.
base erosion and so on. No one argues on trickle-down theory. From the RDP days, we talk about growth and development.
Honourable
and
Member.
On the Money Bills Amendment Bill, absolutely right.
Honourable
ACTP,
Member, your
we
time
address
is
that.
expired.
Must it end, given the quality of what they say?
Honourable
I've barely
Member.
begun.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The National Freedom Party welcomes the fact that additional funding will not be allocated to new votes and departments. I have previously alluded to the fact to the debt and cost of debt, so I will not go into that. Suffice to say that measures must be put in place to reduce our debt. Social infrastructure projects is paramount to the upliftment of the lives of millions of South Africans who continue to suffer as a result of lack of basic services such as schools, not fully equipped with libraries, computers, science laboratories, clinics, hospitals, nursing, training colleges, etc. This budget will surely enhance the lives of the people of South Africa. The National Procurement Officer, whose task it is to ensure pricing standards are maintained throughout South Africa, is certainly a step in the right direction and will help reduce corruption and tender fraud. All funded vacancies must be prioritized and filled immediately. Honourable Chairperson, those found guilty of fraud, corruption, maladministration should and must not do business with government, National Treasury to ensure measures are put in place. To increase budget allocation for higher education and not receive the desired effect must be addressed as value for money is pivotal in the developing country with a young democracy with various challenges like South Africa. The National Freedom Party, in the interest of all 52 million people of South Africa, will support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There are objections. I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
House Chairperson, will you accept the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
Objection is recorded.
Please note the EFF's objection as well.
It will be recorded. Are there any further objections? There being no further objections, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 11, public enterprises. Are there any objections? There are objections and declarations of vote has been requested. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Public Enterprises is one of the most important components of this country's economic cluster. However, for far too long, these SOEs that have such a profound impact on the daily lives of every single South African and whose basic functioning so profoundly affects the economy and future economic growth of our country have been used for political gain. Be it the scandal of the awarding of a multi-million rand tender to Hitachi Power Africa to build the boilers at Medupi while being intrinsically linked to the investment arm of the ANC Chancellor House, be it the ongoing power supply crisis that hangs over our country like a guillotine waiting to cut off the head of foreign investment and economic growth in our country, be it the continued support of the granting of government bailouts to our economically defunct national carrier SAA, resulting not only in further depletions of our country's coffers, but also the stifling of competition in our airline industry. The time has long since come to say enough is enough. Our country deserves better, and the Department of Public Enterprise must step up and say no more. The DA will not be voting for this budget.
The EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Chief Whip, Honourable Shavambo.
Thanks, Chair. The EFF does not agree with the budget vote on public enterprises because we think that the department itself is not necessary for it to exist as an independent and isolated entity. It's actually not to have the Department of Public Enterprises existing as a separate entity. Our concrete proposal is that the entities and the parastatals that are under public enterprises should be shifted to the land departments. ESCOM should go to the Department of Energy. Transnet, SAA, and SA Express should be taken to the Department of Transport. Broadband and Fraco should be taken to the Department of Communications. Dinel should go to Defense. Alexco should go to Department of Mineral Resources. SAFCOL should go to Forestry. And once they are there, they must be given proper developmental mandate with a proper plan in terms of how they're going to enhance and harness industrial policy implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM.
Thank you very much, Chair. Namhlanje ndivathi qaqa ndizawuthetha isiXhosa. Siyayixhasa siyi-United Democratic Movement, budget vote 11, public enterprises. But sifuna uphinda sithethe into enye ukuthi funeka ziqwalaselwe ngakumbi umcimbi we-state-owned enterprises ekuqinisekeni ukuthi i-capacity yabo ukuchitha imali yokuphuhlisa zoqoqosho ziyenzeka ngendlela. Kuba lokhu if ubajongile bafana nokuthi zingalo zokuxova zoba urhulumente axove bhaka in a developmental state. But enye into ephinde ibaluleke wena Chair is that ne-performance agreements zabasebenzi okanye in particular the management kufuneka ziqinise uqiniseke ukuthi bayawenza umsebenzi wayo. Because ingxaki esizakuba nayo ukuba siyenzi loo nto uzawufumanisa ukuthi thina siyamimitheka kukutya kwasepalamente ibe ezoqoqosho zibhitya. Mhlawumbi ufumanisa mna no-Honourable Gadi siyamimitheka because siyatyapha but ezoqoqosho azibheki phambili ziyabhitya. Thank you very much.
The ANC.
Honourable Chair, it came as no surprise that members of the opposition party in our committee will object to this budget, precisely because their mandate in this House, honourable members on my extreme left, their mandate in this House is to make sure the privileges of the whites are preserved. Members opposite me is to make sure
Honourable Chairperson,
yes,
I rise on a point of order. I find that a racist statement, and I want you to ask the member to withdraw that statement.
I withdraw, Chairperson. Members opposite me, their mandate is to make sure there's anarchy in this House because they have no policies, they have no ideas. The African National Congress support this budget, Honourable Chair, precisely because the
Point of order,
department...
Chairperson. Point of
Yes,
order.
yes, honourable member.
I rise to ask the member to withdraw because her statement is derogatory to the status of the economic freedom fighters, to call us anarchists.
Honourable member, really, that is,
Honourable member,
that is not a point of order. Will you conclude, honourable member?
Honourable member,
Point of order,
the African
Chairperson.
National Congress
Order.
supports...
Order, yes, honourable member.
May the chair rule whether it is parliamentary to refer to another political party voted by 1 million people as anarchist in this house.
Honourable member, honourable
This
member.
allowed will also reflect on them as
Order,
anarchists. It's
order,
fine.
honourable member. Honourable member, I did not hear the remark like that. Honourable member, did you refer to any party in the house as anarchists?
I did not refer them as anarchists.
Okay, I'll check the answer anyway. Continue, honourable
the
member.
African National Congress supports the budget because it will capacitate the project management office to enhance monitoring and performance of the SOEs. We also support the budget because, Honourable Chair, it will accelerate engagement with policy department to create a conducive environment for the COEs to operate. Lastly, we support the budget because this budget will assist to continue aligning the shareholder compacts to, between us and the SOEs. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honourable member. Yes, honourable member, what is your point?
House Chair, I'm a bit concerned that we are becoming so sensitive. I can't believe that we asked a member to withdraw a statement which says that certain policies favour white privileges. That some people might find it offensive, but it's a fact that South Africa has white privileges. And to say that we can't say that. Likewise, with the term anarchist, there are some parties in this House that frankly are an insult to a wonderful tradition of anarchism.
I'll come back to you, honourable member. No, take your seat, honourable. I'll recognize you. I'll recognize you. Continue, honourable Cronin.
That we rise on a point of order when we, for instance, describe a particular political tradition as anarchistic. In my view, there's much to be said that is positive about the anarchist tradition, and I think that some people, when they get labelled anarchist, are
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister.
So my point is that I think that we are becoming oversensitive to political engagement.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable Deputy Minister, take your seat, honourable member. You will recall that the member who was busy making the declaration voluntarily withdraw what was said. Honourable member, let's maintain the decorum of the House. Parliament is a vibrant place of interaction. As long as we do it within the rules, and as long as we debate the issues that is at hand, we are going to have difficulties if we analyze each and every sentence, each and every word. It's a debate. And most of the time, honourable members, parties have the right to reply or to rebut the statement that has been made. And parties are afforded those opportunities. So really, let's carry on within this framework so that we can get the job done. Thank you very much. Honourable member, are you rising on the same point?
On a point of order on Jeremy, on Honourable Cronin.
Honourable member.
He is misleading this House.
Honourable member, take your seat, please. Take your seat. This matter has been dealt with. No. Honourable member, take your seat. I've dealt with this matter.
Jeremy has misled
Honourable
this House
member,
and
take your seat.
misrepresented our position.
Honourable member, take your seat. Honourable member,
Communist.
if you don't take your seat now, then I will request you to withdraw from the House. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Chairperson.
On a point of order, the rules are very clear that we cannot call members of the House by name. Please, can that be dealt with? Thank you.
Honourable Chair. Oh no, honourable member, I haven't recognized you. Take your seat. Take
No,
your
but-
seat.
but-
Honourable member, take your seat. Honourable member, Honourable Gadebe, the honourable member corrected himself and then referred to the honourable. Right? Let's, honourable members, let's maintain the established practices of this House that we refer to members as honourable members. Right? Let's maintain
Chair.
Honourable Member, I'm still busy addressing the House. Let's maintain the established practices in the House that we address one another as honourable members. I'll come back to you now, Honourable Member. The Minister of Science and Technology also had a point that she wanted to raise.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honourable Member may have appeared to withdraw. However, he subsequently repeated the reference to the Honourable Cronin by his first name. And thus, I think he actually is out of order. Secondly, I wish to request, Chairperson, that the presiding officers conduct proper training workshops for honourable members, because it is clear that we do not understand the rules, and such training might assist us. For example, Chairperson, when an order has been put to you, we cannot stand up and add a further order until there has been a ruling by the chair. This is patently clear in the rules, but clearly misunderstood. So I think for the honor of the decorum of the House, which I'm afraid is steadily eroding, could we ask that the presiding officers assist by offering proper opportunities to members to acquaint themselves with this institution and its rules? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I'm quite sure that that will be done to address that matter. Honourable Member, will you refer to the Honourable Deputy Minister as the Honourable Minister? I'm busy addressing the member behind you. Honourable Member, will you refer to the Honourable Deputy Minister as Honourable Deputy Minister?
Which rule says that I must actually
Honourable Member.
withdraw? But let me, Chair,
Honourable Member.
Chair, what is
Honourable
honourable
Member.
about a lapsed communist that's supposed to
Honourable Member, you are now crossing the line.
Rule what? What rule?
You are crossing the line. Will you refer to the Honourable Member as Honourable? There's a lengthy ruling in front of me in terms of reference to members. And this ruling has been used on several occasions. I can read this ruling to you, but you will refer to the Honourable Member as the Honourable.
Chair, which rule
Honourable
insists
Member,
that I
for
do so?
the last time I'm requesting to do so. If you refuse to do so, I'll unfortunately have to request you to leave the House.
Okay, there is no rule, but you insist, so I will
No,
withdraw.
Honourable Member, withdraw unconditionally.
No, I said I withdraw.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Shavambu.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honourable Member, I've recognized your chief whip. Order, Honourable Members. And Honourable Members, I've recognized the chief whip of the EFF. We want to get on with the business at hand. The number of interjections at the moment and points of order is delaying the business in front of the House.
Chair, we made a solemn plea yesterday in this parliament that can someone show us the rule that says that we must refer to each other as honourable? Even if we can go to training, we went to training, Honourable Minister. We have read the rules. We know there is no rule in this parliament that says we must call each other honourable. So there isn't such a rule, and really we must not be forced to call each other honourable, because what the law says, it says that we can not call each other by names. We can refer to each other as Mr. So-and-so, Ms. So-and-so, Minister so-and-so. Not honourable.
Your
It's
point
not
has been
compulsory,
made,
it's a
Honourable
tradition.
Member.
So it really must be clarified, because you are forcing us to comply with non-existent rules here.
Honourable Member, your point has been made. May I say that the request that has been made by the Honourable Minister of Science and Technology is very relevant. I think it will avert a lot of different interpretations, because in terms of parliamentary procedures, and I really don't want to do this, but I will do it now, is that you find rules that have been developed by parliaments, in this instance both for the National Assembly and for the NCOP. And there's also joint rules that has been developed. But over time, there are parliamentary practices. And all parliaments around the world, and the South African parliament is not unique. There are parliamentary practices that develop, and then that is captured in what we call, and I will ask honourable members, that these guides to procedure will be distributed to all the honorable members. We will then, I'm not going to discuss this matter in this sitting because that is not the item on the agenda. But it is important, that's why I'm dealing with it. In terms of the guide of procedure that is issued for every year, it captures then parliamentary practices as it develop and then become part of our standing orders of how we apply it in Parliament. Not only in this Parliament, honourable member, but it happens in all parliaments around the world. Those are established procedures that can then be used to reflect upon when points of order are raised. If we rush into a situation where we want to stipulate each and every instance, then the rules will not serve its purpose any longer, because it will then become a detailed interpretation of each and every practice and procedure that has been developed over the years. Now, if you, as you have raised yesterday and you have raised now, Honourable Chief Whip of the EFF, have a very serious problem with that, there is established structures that can be utilized. And in this instance, the Rules Committee of the National Assembly is the appropriate structure that must be utilized where you can raise this point. I may also wish to add that in the Fourth Parliament, extensive work was done on the review of the National Assembly rules. That process must be completed as soon as possible. And I will request the NA-table staff to activate the process of the review, including then training for all members of Parliament. Because I don't take it for granted that each and every member, even if members were here since 1994 or whenever, have a full understanding of the rules and the practices, especially, as it developed. Can we continue in that vein, honourable members? Thank you. Honourable member, let's conclude the matter there. We will have an opportunity in the Rules Committee, as I have stated, to deal with the matter. I want to conclude this vote that is currently in front of us, which was public enterprises, and I have said that this vote is agreed to. Table staff, if I'm correct? That was not put yet. I put the vote again, honourable members. Are there any objections? There are objections. Will those parties who object kindly indicate? Those in favour say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Can you record the objection on the Democratic Alliance?
Objection will be recorded.
So rejects.
The objection of the EFF will be recorded. Are there any further objections?
No, the EFF plus. Thank you, Chairperson.
It will be recorded. No further objections. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 12, Public Service and Administration. Are there any objections? There are objections, and we've also requested declarations of vote. The Democratic Alliance?
Honourable Chairperson, the DA wants to record its objection against this budget vote, as the vote has a history of broken promises. This budget will not achieve the significant transformation needed of the public service to turn it into the effective service-delivering organisation required by the National Development Plan. The Public Service Commission annual report on the deteriorating state of our public service, but it is toothless and unable to stop cadre deployment or enforce adherence to the regulations dealing with disputes, corruption, and other labour issues. This budget will not allow for the much-needed lifestyle audits of a significant number of public service employees. The so-called fight against corruption has therefore never proceeded beyond a mere feeble whimper. De voorgenome oordrag van die functionerende SITA, die Staatsinligting en Tegnologie Agentskap, na die minister van Pos en Telekommunikasiedienste, gaan niks doen om hierdie instelling, wat dikwels 'n struikelblok is vir dienslewering, te stabiliseer nie. The DA cannot support a budget that will fail to create the environment needed to grow the economy and create much-needed jobs. I thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. The EFF.
Enkosi Mhlali ngaphambili. EFF rejects budget vote 12 on public service and administration because the Batumbile principles are not honored, but just decorations in public service walls. Budget is not clear as to how it will fill vacancies within the public sector, how it will fast-track decent and affordable housing for public servants through the scheme of a government employee housing scheme. No indication of paying decent salaries and how to improve issues of occupational health within the public service. The implementation of all PSCBC agreements and assurance of adherence thereof is not clear. Immediate task of this department should be to amend the ministerial handbook to exclude the buying of cars for ministers and MECs. They earn a salary. Therefore, ministers should buy their own cars and houses. The resources can then be used to increase the housing allowance of public servants, which currently stands at an appalling 900 rand. That's a shame. All public servants should be familiarized with public service charter and been trained thoroughly. EFF ayizuyiseka le vote until uhulumende ophethe ayeke ukuthi ngunongqawuse xa kusithiwe manyusela abasebenzi bakahulumende nge-double digit, whereas the members ezikule house they always enjoy i-double digit raise every time. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. We have no reason to reject this budget. However, we want to suggest to the House that public servants who are doing business with the state must be investigated, exposed, and be dismissed because they dent the image of this department. Again, ihlalo kuyabalimaza osomabhizinisi bakithi abasafufusa uma kuzosuka futhi abantu abaholayo besebenzela uhulumeni babe nenkampani futhi zokuthi benze umsebenzi nohulumeni. Lokhu kwenza osomabhizinisi bakithi bangabenefiti lutho kuhulumeni bangathuthuki futhi. Siyacela ukuthi labo abasebenzela uhulumeni baboshwe uma benza umsebenzi nohulumeni kuyinkohlakalo lokho. NFP siyabonga kodwa siyayiphasisa ibudget. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I need to indicate that the ANC is the first party to put anti-corruption as a priority on its election manifesto. As we move South Africa forward, we will work tirelessly in making sure that we realize a public service that is professional, accountable, and development-orientated. The ANC is still committed in building a democratic developmental state, a state that will be able to lead efforts to overcome unemployment, poverty, and reduce inequality. A state that will play a strategic guiding role in the economy and decisively intervene in the interest of the people, particularly the workers and the poor. A state that will mobilize society in furthering development, broadening access, public services, fighting corruption, and holding public officials accountable. Hayo any other political party enangli Freedom Charter ki African National Congress fela harina mona harina lihloyo ra supporta budget vote 12. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further declarations? I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I will now put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objections of the DA, Honourable Chairperson?
The objection is recorded.
And please record the objection of the EFF Chair. Thank you.
Objection is recorded. Honourable members, noting those objections, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 13, Statistics South Africa. Are there any objections? There's an objection, and there's also been a request for a declaration of vote. I now recognize the EFF.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, there's nothing honourable about a lapsed communist who supports neoliberalism and rejects the path of nationalization of the commanding heights of the economy, expropriation of land without compensation. The second stage. EFF rejects Statistics South Africa on the basis that the model of statistic collection emphasizes on the milder version of the crisis that defines South Africa today. Its model of measuring poverty, unemployment, and inequality tend to enforce the imaginary good story which the government is telling, the imaginary story we're told. Statistics South Africa should be more autonomous and should operate on an independent basis and tell the real story that the majority of our people are living under difficult conditions. Therefore, the EFF reject this budget vote.
Are there any further declarations? The ANC?
Musa Kota. Ladies statistics, they deserve to be opposed. Musa Kota homo pepeneneng hore remo fashioning ya go opposer for the sake of opposing. Remo fashioning ya go undermine ntlu e tlhompegang re sebedisa ka platformo ya go popularize abo madimabe a matlhabisa ditlhong.
Objection, Chairperson.
What is the objection, Honourable Member?
May you rule if it is parliamentary for a member of parliament to refer to other members as trying to popularize themselves when they are exercising
Order, honourable
their
members.
right to
Order.
participate
Order.
in this debate, or we should be praising us of the ruling party.
Order, honourable
Thank you.
members. Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. Continue, Honourable Member.
Honourable
Parliamentary.
Chair,
It's okay.
Honourable Chair, let's assist. Our noble democracy is recognized globally and viewed as a success story. And if we are to be honest and look into the facts, at the center of this success story is Stats SA. At the center of this success story lie an institution called Stats SA. Over the past 20 years, we have had proud tradition of this institution, which has ensured that decisions that are taken to improve the lives of our people, decisions that are taken to make allocations to the development of our country, are informed by evidence-based statistics. This is an institution that has championed the process that ensures that, as a country, we are not ruled by what is termed a thumb-sucking phenomenon. Motho o tsoga fela mo mesong a ba re ke tla ba fa se se free, ke tla ba etsa se se free. This is an institution that have made sure that we are not the victims of what I term a thumb-suck phenomenon. Free everything, you know? Stats SA is here and it will continue to be here to provide evidence-based statistical information important for decision making. Hence, as the ANC, we support this vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There is an objection. I thus put the question. Those in favour say aye. And those against will say no. There's a no. So you must rise so that we can record what your view is.
EFF wishes that you record our rejection of
The objection will be recorded. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 14, Arts and Culture. Are there any objections? There are objections and requests for declarations of vote have been requested. I call upon the Democratic Alliance.
Chairperson, the DA wants to urge the Minister to keep a close watch on the timely disbursements of lotto funding to organizations such as social, cultural, and recreational, and ensure that artistic expression be allowed freedom. The Department of Arts and Culture should always plan to spend all the funds allocated to it and further consider taking services to rural communities. However, Chairperson, the DA will support the budget.
The EFF.
The EFF rejects the budget. Issue of capacity, rural focus, local artists, and languages. The rural focus, it seems to be emphasis and concentration in the urban areas than in the rural communities. This scenario results in the lack of poor funding for arts and culture programs in the rural communities and necessitates the large exodus or movement of people to the city in search of greener pastures or better life for all. Local artists, nationally or provincially, and even local cultural events don't utilize the local talent, especially from rural communities. Instead of same people are utilized. Languages, the Constitution of South Africa advocates for all official languages. However, English and Afrikaans remains the acceptable official languages to date. For instance, the language issue in the public and private schools is as pre-1994. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Kwekho mhlali ngaphambili obekekileyo singukhongolose siva usizi ukubona amalungu endlu yowiso-mthetho ephuncukwa leli thamsanqa lokuthatha luse inkonzo eluntwini. Eyona nto ibalulekileyo yeyiphi? Kukho isiqalo, ihambo yewaka le kilometers iqala nge-step esinye. Injalo ke lento siyacela into yoba amalungu endlu yowiso-mthetho ayiqonde loo nto. Isebe eli lenkcubeko eyona nto liyibonisayo yinto yokuba masilande ubuntu bethu, masilande ukuba singobani na. Amalungu ekomiti ayayazi into yoba ixoxiwe le nto, into yeelwimi yinto ebekwe phambili. Loo nto ibonisa into yokuba iqala kwakuthi apha isiqu sithethe ulwimi lwaso. Ukhongolose uyayikhuthaza into yokuthetha kweelwimi. Malungu endlu yowiso-mthetho, amathala encwadi asiwa kuyo yonke indawo, nakwindawo apho kwakungekho mathala encwadi. Ukhongolose uthi siyenza intsomi into yokuba xa ufuna ufihla into emntwini omnyama yifake encwadini. Siyenza intsomi loo nto ngokusa amathala encwadi apho angazange asiwe ngurhulumente wobandlululo. Amathambo abantwana beli lizwe azelise ilizwe lonke. Inkululeko le ifelwe ngabantwana babanye abantu. Inkululeko le babhacile abantu baya kwamanye amazwe. Inkululeko le babanjiwe abantu bavala ezidolongweni. Ayiyo nto yokudlala inkululeko, mayixatyiswe.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. Honourable Members, since there's been an objection, I will put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. The ayes have it. Do you want your objection to be recorded? The EFF?
Hassan, EFF objects the budget vote.
The objection will be recorded. Honourable Members, the vote is agreed to. Honourable Members, business will now be suspended for 30 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung to alert members to the resumption of business. Business is now suspended. Please be seated. Honourable members, we shall now resume the consideration of the votes and the schedule. I now put vote number 15, basic education. Are there any objections? There are objections and declarations of vote has been requested. I now call upon the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Minister of Basic Education has finally come very close to admitting that her department has been and is failing hundreds of thousands of South Africa's children. Finally, she has stated that the focus in education can no longer only be on quantity, making our schools accessible to all of our children, but that the focus must now be on quality. But her commitment is not reflected in her budget. Consider just two priority areas as examples. Firstly, universal access to grade R has very nearly been achieved. But what of the quality? The department's own report last year found that for the majority of grade R offerings, the impact on grade 1 proficiency was 0 to minimal. The curriculum has not been fully developed or implemented, and few grade R teachers are qualified to teach. But there is no allocation in the budget to deal with this. Secondly, every child should be taught by a qualified, competent teacher. This can only be achieved by training more teachers and ensuring that the teachers currently in our schools are competent. The budget for bursaries for teachers is reducing, not increasing. Existing teachers' professional development will be coordinated by the South African Council for Educators, SACE, funded by the DBE budget. Minister, if she were here, I would invite her to take a look at the SACE courses. Her budget, very simply, is funding many service providers, but not much training of any real value. She is certainly not funding an increase in teacher competence. Primarily, Chairperson, quality is an attitude, but it costs money to achieve. And this budget is certainly not going to fund even the foundations of quality education for our learners.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In the Department of Basic Education, of the 1,261,827 grade 1 learners in 2002, only 171,755, that is 7%, passed in 2013 with exemption to study a degree. The approach to basic education must be more comprehensive with compulsory early childhood development program from 3 years old, as research has shown this to improve learner development. EFF says DBE must build its own capacity to print and deliver textbooks rather than relying on the corrupted tender system to do so. All schools must have sporting facilities and computer centers for all learners. All teachers should be made permanent and paid accordingly. As an immediate response to the shortage of teachers, all teaching colleges must be reopened and focus on retraining of teachers for learners with special educational needs. It is unsafe for kids who have to attend mud school still and have to do with pit toilets. Therefore, as the EFF, we say, we reject the budget proposed by the DBE.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP, are you going to make a declaration?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Let me hurry to say that the IFP supports vote 15 of the Department of Basic Education, and also that we support the Minister's intention, in her own words, to radically transform the department. Of course, trusting that we attach similar meanings to this concept of radical transformation. Having said that, Chairperson, there are 3 issues of major concern to the IFP. The first is this, one of those is the post of Director General, which is not filled up to now. We plead with the department to urgently fill that post of the Director General. The second issue is that of incentives for rural educators. This was a very important intervention by the department, but what it lacks are norms and standards, because provinces apply this differently. In fact, some provinces like KwaZulu-Natal is jettisoning this important intervention. So therefore, we ask the department to urgently come up with the norms and standards so that provinces could be guided into this one. The third concern concerns the employment process of educators. We request the minister to radically transform this process, to do away with the observer status, which up to now is accorded to teacher unions, because this same observer status has led to partisanship, has led to nepotism, and eventually has led to the employment of wrong people in wrong position, leading, of course, to inefficiencies in the whole system of our education. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Chairperson, the National Freedom Party is in support of the vote and would want to recommend that the allowances to schools for textbooks should be informed by the number of learners in order to achieve the one learner, one textbook objective. No. The PPN should be standardized so that you do not find Western Cape talking of 1:34 when others are at 1:40. KZN department to be assisted as schools and classes are overcrowded, but there are no new posts created because of financial constraints, we are told. 50% to be the minimum pass mark, not 30%. Driver's license and computer to be made compulsory subject in matric. Grade R educators should be paid like all other educators as they are doing the same job as others. The rural allowance must be budgeted well to attract highly qualified educators in rural schools. Principals to be taken out of classroom so that they will concentrate on the management of the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP, they've had the opportunity. The UDM.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. United Democratic Movement supports the budget vote for basic education, but would like to highlight one or two things. One being, if uMinister angenza indlela yokuquka abazali nabahlali, abazali baboniswe ukubaluleka kwemfundo ebantwaneni, nokubakhuthaza ekuthatheni inxaxheba, nokudityaniswa kwabantwana abanezakhono abanemfundo ephakamileyo abangasebenziyo, so that bangancedisa kwezi zikolo ezitsalela emva. Okwesibini, nokuzama i-infrastructure, indlela eziya kwizikolo zabantwana abangaphandle kwi-rural areas. Sometimes ootitshala bakhoni ukufika ezikolweni because indlela xa imanzi imoto azihambi bakwazi ukuyofika. Yenzeke loo nto leyo uba abantwana bangafumani ithuba elaneleyo lo-communicate nootitshala wabo. Otherwise, we support the vote. Thank you.
The APC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, the APC obviously supports the budget vote. That's a given. Let's get with the serious stuff. Our concern is the APC. Firstly, it's the proper integration of the grade Rs. The grade R teachers within the administrative processes and systems of the schools within which they operate. As things stand right now, it's almost like a duality. They are within the various primary schools, but they are treated like they are not properly integrated, and that has created a lot of problems. Secondly, the duality of the role of the Department of Basic Education and Social Development on early childhood education. We believe as the APC that this needs to be resolved so that it falls either in social development or basic education, because right now there are serious problems of funding. We say early childhood education is important, but if you look at how it is being funded, I think there is still very, very huge gaps that need to be attended to. House Chairperson, I think that basic education is not yet where we want it to be, but at least we are satisfied that there is positive energy in driving that department forward. However, we need to strengthen management, especially from the school principals and the circuit managers, because for as long as these two levels are weak, there is no way in which schools are going to perform very well at the end of the day. And lastly, I believe that as a country, we have not shown sufficient appreciation for the role that teachers play. And we believe as the APC that we need to do more to recognize and support the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Mphathi Sihlalo, ngibonga kakhulu igalelo elifakwe abe opposition esimweni sezemfundo. Noma Chairperson kungithokozisa namhlanje ngime la ukuthi sike sizwe negalelo elivela kwamanye ama parties esingakaze siwezwe afika ahlale nje committee nathule njenge EFF. Kodwa siyajabula namhlanje ukuthi banabo umbono abawenzayo ngezemfundo. Uma sifika kuleli le
Yes, Honourable Member.
Some of the things is just pure misleading of the House. It's not true what she's saying, and she's misleading the House. Can you please roll on that? There's no committee which the AFF sits in and never said anything. It's not true.
Thank you for that information.
Because we can't, if we're going to develop a trend of just telling wrong things here, it won't sustain us. Let's debate issues and content without making wrong accusations, please.
Thank you for that information, Honourable Member. That is why you have responded now to what the member has said, you see. It is not up to the chairperson to decide if the content of what members say is correct or incorrect. The chairperson's task is to ensure that the member has the necessary protection to say, and if there's a rebuttal, there's room for that. Continue, Honourable Member.
ngibonga kakhulu Sihlalo. Bengisho ireport yekomiti lesisebenza kulona Sihlalo. Sihlalo okuningi okuveziwe namhlanje okukhuluma ngemfundo yabantwana emazingeni aphansi ugrade R. Kuyasithokozisa nalapho ukusho ukuthi njengokhongolose kusukela enhlanganweni yethu ezinye zezinto esibeke eqhulwini ukuthi ugrade R yikho sizoba iminyaka emibili si understand sazi futhi ukuthi sekhona la ishoda khona kodwa konke lokho abakushilo oza kwethu siyabonga ukuthi kwenza imfundo yethu ithuthuke. Kodwa ke mase kufika la kwezezakhiwo Sihlalo ngiyathanda futhi kakhulu ukusho ukuthi kuko konke ubunzima ezemfundo beyibhekene nazo izakhiwe ngodaka nalezo ingekho sesimweni sibone igalelo elikhulu nokuhamba nokuhlabela phambili okukhulu la sibona khona izikole esezingene eliphezulu zakhiwa though nalapho sivuma ukuthi kusakhona la ikusele khona kodwa indlela uhulumeni ahamba ngayo indlela idepartment ehamba ngayo kuyasibonisa impela ukuthi ama targets abekiwe noma kanjani sizokwenza we are going to deal away with these mud structures and also the unsafe structures that are there. Kodwa sibonga kakhulu ngihlala ngaphambili konke abakushilo kuthathiwe futhi okuningi bese bekushilo ngisho ekommitini izinto esizixoxayo esithemba ukuthi sibambisene sonke sizokwenza ukuthi imfundo yabantwana bethu iqhubeleke phambili sibe nekusasa eliqhakazile.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I will now put the vote again. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objection on the DA, please?
The objection will be recorded.
Can you also observe the objection of the EFF?
The objection will be recorded. No further objections. Honourable Members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 16, health. Are there any objections? There is an objection and there's a request for declaration of vote. I now recognize the EFF.
Honourable Chairperson, that Mutwaleti, la hao leka, le fapeng la hao, re sita o ka dumelana le wena ka ditekanyetso tsena tse di entseng tsa lefapha hobane ke hlalose hore EFF objects health budget due to government failure to address the causative factors in the explosion in disease prevalence in our country, which is escalating at an alarming rate. We call for government to build state-owned pharmaceutical companies to produce medicines and distribute them to hospitals and clinics to reduce costs on buying Western medicines and drugs. 2, government to stop buying medicines and drugs from foreign multinational pharmaceutical companies with inflated pricing and cost. 3, government is paying lip service to the national health insurance, and we know that it is disingenuous about its commitment to implement the NHI by 2017 or any other time later than that. 4, we call for the building of health facilities in every village, be it a hospital or a clinic, within the next 5 years. And failure to do so, the South African people will judge you harshly. Government, we are calling on government to employ all community health workers with immediate effect who have been arrested and abused in the Free State and all other provinces. We are calling on government to realize that the public health care system is mostly underfunded, dysfunctional, where incidents of corruption, human resource shortages in all hospitals and clinics, long waiting times, shortage of medicines and healthcare equipment, and ambulances shortages are a common occurrence.
Honorable Member, your time has now expired.
Hospitals are no longer places for healing and cure for the sick. In fact, they've become places where
Honorable
people
Member,
die. Thank
your
you.
time has now expired. Thank you. The DA?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The DA recognises that progress has been made in healthcare, but we still have some serious concerns. The equitable share is still largely based on population size. And this is problematic for provinces like Gauteng and the Western Cape that provide services for non-residential patients. We therefore propose that the formula be revised for the equitable share. The AG's findings are key to understanding the collapse of health services in provinces like Limpopo, the Free State, and elsewhere. They point to the lack of consequences for poor performance in all provinces in our country, except for the Western Cape and the Northwest. This is a matter of principle. We need to address this as a priority. Our people deserve better. Our national disease surveillance system should be re-engineered and turned into a full departmental program. We are also pleased that more South Africans will have access to ARVs. However, careful monitoring of this in terms of adherence, clinical endpoints, and pharmacovigilance will be essential. Furthermore, steps must be taken to proactively reduce the risks arising from any funding gaps. We also call for a redoubling of efforts around prevention aimed at reducing the incidence of HIV and AIDS and indirectly comorbidities such as TB. We will put pressure on the Department of Health to ensure that primary healthcare facilities are appropriately supplied and well managed. Having said this, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, the DA supports the budget vote on health. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me start off by extending my condolences to all the families of members that have died on the Air Malaysia flight. This is of particular significance to the Department of Health because my understanding is a lot of them that had died on this particular ill-fated flight played a pivotal role in the fight in AIDS and worked closely with the Health Department in South Africa. The National Freedom Party supports this vote. Honourable Chair, 20 years into democracy, much has been done, but a lot more needs to be done to ensure every South African is able to access good quality health. Although progress is at its infant stage at the NHI, the NFP is of the view the plan to roll out good quality healthcare to all South Africans at district and ward level is certainly a positive step. Whilst the NFP expresses disappointment that resources attached or allocated to tuberculosis, which has decreased, the strategic plan by the Minister and his team must be welcomed and given an opportunity to implement. the NFP welcomes the rolling out of ARVs to those infected with a CD4 count of under 500. We talk about addressing the inequalities of the past, and the failure to provide quality healthcare to all will certainly not address the challenges faced by these less privileged people. The National Freedom Party therefore supports the budget as it goes along in improving the lives of the people of South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, I want to bring to the attention of this House, there are plus minus 30,000 nurses that are qualified, registered with the Health Professional Council that are not employed, and I would urge the Department of Health to look into that and, if necessary, provide them with further training and look into the position of their qualifications.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
The UDM.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Honourable Minister, Honourable Members. The UDM supports vote 16 for Department of Health. But we'd like to highlight, Mr. Minister, Honourable Minister, the availability of doctors in rural hospitals after hours. It's just not there. We request that there should be doctors after hours who attend to the rural people. Number two, also, cleanliness, Honourable Minister. It's something that needs to be attended to very urgently in rural clinics and in rural hospitals. The UDM supports vote 16. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. As the ANC, we hereby rise to support the budget for the Department of Health because it's in line with the ANC manifesto and the National Development Plan in terms of laying a solid foundation for the introduction of national health insurance, which will ensure a universal health coverage, social solidarity, which implies cross-subsidization of the poor by the well-off, and equity, which will ensure that those with the greatest needs are not marginalized for the lack of material resources. This budget will further strengthen free primary health care by implementing a re-engineered PHC model, which consists of 3 streams, namely creation and deployment of ward-based PHC outreach teams, strengthening of integrated school health services, and establishment of district clinical specialist teams. This budget also places a special focus on improving quality of health care, which has been recognized by the NDP as an important building block for NHI. In this budget, there is an allocation of about 76 million to the Independent Office of Health Standard Compliance, whose responsibility is to ensure a safe and quality health care for all South Africans, which also addresses the questions, which will also addresses the question of the norms and standards that includes your cleanness that the Honourable Member of UDM spoke about. Throughout this budget, we shall ensure that there is 100% compliance with the national cost standards by 10 central hospitals, 17 tertiary, 46 regional, and 63 specialized hospitals by 2018. This budget will enable the department to accelerate delivery
Honourable Member, your time is expired.
quality of service to care. We support this bill and this budget, and we hope that those that loves the
Thank you, Honourable Member.
will do so.
Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favour say aye. And those against will say no. The ayes have it. Will those parties who want their objections to be recorded do so?
EFF would want to put on record that it objects the budget.
The objection will be recorded. Honourable Members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 17, higher education and training. Are there any objections? There are objections and there's request for declarations. The DA?
Honourable Chair, the DA objects to this budget of unfunded expansion. It won't meet the ambitious expansionism of the Minister's own strategic plan. It will again leave thousands of poor students without support. It will force the further expansion of universities and TVETs without sufficient funding. It is substantially out of proportion to the broader education budget, constituting a mere 12% as opposed to 20% in the rest of Africa. It reflects the ANC government's belief that higher education and training are fairly important, but not important enough to fund in a 21st century manner, or in a manner consistent with the NDP. Tragically, what this budget, like other HED budgets over the past 20 years, will produce is thousands more unemployable young people. The next generation deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. EFF rejects this budget of the Department of Higher Education. EFF believes in free post-schooling education is possible. The current NFSA's funding model traps graduates into debts. EFF called for all student debts to be cancelled, Comrade Bladen's demand. Both Solplaatje and Mpumalanga University currently take less than 400 students, and the department targets of an increased 10,000 intake in 10 years will not match the growing demand. Where must the other learners go to study? We call for the expansion of all existing universities by 50% in 5 years. Transformation of this sector requires radical investment in expansion of the system, investment into infrastructure, fund more African postgraduates with the view to attract them into academia. Finally, all sitters must be in line with industrial policy. I thank you. We reject.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Thank you, Chair. The NFP supports the budget. Of course, we have a call for, in as much as we have a call for quality, free, basic education, we also have to pursue the ideal of a free and quality higher education and training. Because we need more students in higher education and training. We definitely need them. There is no transformation or liberation without any education. Having said that, Chairperson, as the NFP, we say, Perpetua, we still need to ensure that NSFAS funding is received by our students right at the beginning of the year, even before they register. They must be having funding. And that 90% target must be reached, as it was mentioned by the Auditor General in the previous year. It must be reached even higher. The target of 100%, if it can be reached, it can be a viable exercise. And then secondly, Honourable Chair, another thing that the NFP says, we still need the department to intensify marketing and visibility strategies to ensure that the no-fee schools, where there are learners, where there are no-fee schools, are able to access NSFAS funding. And the last thing, Honourable Minister, will keep on harping on it because we feel it is very pertinent and very crucial that there needs to be a turnaround with some of the sitters that are not performing. I think we need to crack the whip and ensure that they deliver. Sitters play a very pivotal role in ensuring that there is a skill development. Some of them don't perform. Others perform well. For those that don't perform, we say we need to crack the whip so that there is value for money in that direction. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as the ANC, we support the budget, but I would like to indicate to the opposition that we are aware of the fiscal constraints confronted with, but as responsible leaders gathered here this afternoon, and let me say for the whole period, we are expected to do our best with what we have. But actually, we are also gathered here to find solutions for the people of our country and not to throw tantrums and frustrate progress. The DA and all opposed to this budget must be honest enough to admit that the apartheid system left the majority of black people, the coloureds and the Indians in South Africa economically backward, poor, uneducated and unemployable. To break free of poverty, unemployment and inequality, South Africa needs education, and the department's APP is directly responding to this. The DHET of the ANC-led government is committed to ensuring that education and training is available to all, not to a certain section of the society. The young, the students, adults, women, and the disabled. But also, it will be important to note that we are convinced that this budget will ensure successful implementation of the department's APP, and particularly the advancement of the youth of this country in the area of skill development, enabling them meaningful participation in nation building, and also in the envisioned inclusive and globally competitive economy, and further enhance the gross domestic product. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? No. There are objections. I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. The ayes have it.
Can you record the objection of the DA? Thank you,
The
Chair.
objection will be recorded. Are there any further objections? No further objections. The vote is therefore...
EFF objection.
The vote, it will be noted, Honourable Member. The vote is therefore agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put vote number 8 in Labour. Are there any objections? There's request for declaration of vote. I recognise the DA.
Speaker, we agree with the ANC on the terrible atrocities of apartheid. Just to correct that last speaker, it's your ability to fix them we don't agree with. The Labour budget vote. The ANC clearly, by demonstrating how they put together this Labour budget vote, doesn't care about workers or the unemployed. The budget for the inspectors dropped by 59 million rand because we've shoved the money off elsewhere to pay for a computer system which actually doesn't work. 2, the registrar, we want to register our concerns for the lack of real democracy in many labour union movements in South Africa. What we need is secret balloting to put that right. And there's a total, complete problem with adequate legislation dealing with strike violence. Our private members' bill will fix that for you if you'll listen to it and work on it. And Honourable Madlopa of the ANC earlier said that the budget represents political choices. We agree completely. It's just you keep making bad political choices. The ANC does not know how to deliver jobs. And if you don't know how to deliver safe jobs, you should step aside. We'll do it for you.
The EFF. Order, Honourable Members.
Honourable Chairperson, the EFF rise to reject the Labour Department budget vote in view of the fact that the envisaged amendment of the Labour Act includes, as suggested by the ANC Deputy President and the DA, to include a balloting for striking by the workers. The working class will know you for what you are. You have abandoned them, ANC. We also call on the legislation for a minimum wage of 4,500 rand and the establishment of a commission to investigate the conditions of employment in the mining industry. Failure to do so, we will remain adamant that this budget vote should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC. Is there a declaration from the ANC?
Honourable Chair, it is surprising, Chair, that Honourable Ollis from DA is raising the issue of inspectors. During our engagement with the department, we all agreed that the budget that is given to the inspectors is insufficient. And all of us, including himself, we made a recommendation that that budget must be added.
On IT, he was there when we engaged with the department. And he also knows that there are investigations going on in relation to IT challenges in the department. And it is very opportunistic of him to come here in this house and pretend as if there is nothing that is done about that. It is also very opportunistic for him to blame the ANC for the unemployment in this country. You must check in the Western Cape that the Western Cape in the whole country, in terms of unemployment, when it comes to the youth in the Western Cape, you are leading, you have done nothing in relation to that. About the youth league, yeah, I mean about the EFF chair, I don't know the member who have spoken. I don't know, I've never seen his face in that committee. Because the member who comes from that organization, who is part of that committee, has never lifted a finger on the issues that is raising. He has been mum throughout. And why you are speaking on his behalf and speaking something that is not there, I don't know.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
ANC supports the budget vote.
Order, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? And I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, the DA would like to call for a division.
A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Order, honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Order, honourable members. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain buttons. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed. The question before the House is that vote number 18, Labour, be agreed to. Are all members now in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all the members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Yes, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, I'll request the duty whips just to check if your vote actually has been recorded or not. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Chair-
The voting
Chair,
session is
Chair,
closed.
Chair,
Yes, Honourable Member.
please check if my vote has been registered as well, Chair.
We'll also check your vote, Honourable Member. Thank you. Honourable Members, the result of the division is as follows. Those who voted yes, 206, no, 61, and 10 members abstained. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 19, social development. Are there any objections? Request for declaration of vote has been received. I will now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I want to state it very clearly that the Democratic Alliance supports social grants. However, we are very concerned that only 5% of the budget is allocated to services other than protecting the poor. Only 5%. Now, this is problematic because this department has a role not only in protecting the poor, but also providing services that actually release people from poverty. The funding allocation between formal and informal NGOs is also skewed, and this impacts very negatively on the availability of social workers, specifically in rural areas. And as a result of this, various social ills, including things such as substance abuse and domestic violence, cannot be adequately addressed. And this has a negative impact on people's ability to make use of the economic opportunities that are presented to them. In addition, the department doesn't have the capacity to adequately monitor and evaluate the impact of transfer payments. And lastly, there is a concern that SASSA is currently being used as an agent for the ANC during elections and with handing out of food parcels. Therefore, we cannot support the budget. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The EFF is of the view that social development should be linked to proper developmental outcome. The current social welfare system, particular social grants, just worsen the poverty of social grants recipients. We believe that social grants should be increased by 100% in the immediate to accommodate and improve the living conditions of people. Government must give people adequate money to take care of themselves. The EFF proposed that this government must increase social grant by 100%. Older person grant should increase from 1,300 to 2,600 per month. Disability grant should increase from 1,200 to 2,400 per month. You can do that. War veteran should increase from 1,220 to 2,440 per month. Care dependency grant should increase from 1,200 to 2,400 per month. Foster child grant should increase from 800 rand. What is 800 rand, Nkosi? To 1,600 per month for our own people. And child support grant, ingane ezincane, must get 600 rand, 620 per month instead of this 310 rand, which is nothing. You should be ashamed of yourself. Early childhood development is not accessible to the majority of our people. ECD must be made part of mainstream schooling from the age of 3 years. Practitioners must be paid properly as they must be treated like the proper teachers that they are. Our people have not traveled long kilometers to gain access to SASSA. EFF proposed that each and every ward in South Africa in this country must have at least SASSA offices.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
Thank you, Bangzwile, Bengamaj.
The NFP.
Chairperson, i-National Freedom Party ayinaso isizathu sokuphikisana nale budget. Kodwa ke siyafisa ukuphakamisa lokho okulandelayo eminyangweni. Ukuthi sengathi lungabukwa udaba lokuintroducewa grant ezonakekela abafelokazi uma besuke bengakakwazi ukubhekana nezimo asuke behlangabezane nazo. Nokuthi ekulwisaneni ne-HIV and AIDS nokuvimba i-competition yokuthi abantwana bakompite ngey'ngane ukuthi iy'ngane zami ziningi ngithola imali eningi. Siyafisa ukuthi lezi ngane lezi ezisasuke ziphethe kahle ngoba suke zifunda ndawonye esikolweni, lezi zinemali eziholwayo, lezi ezingakabi nabantwana ziholi, sengathi umnyango ungakubheka futhi ku-introducer ukuthi kube ne-incentive ezogqugquzela abantwana laba bangakonakali ukuthi baqhubeke baziphathe kahle ngokuthi kube khona mhlawumbe uhlela ababhekelelwa ngalo kumbe bagaranti ukuthi bazonikezwa amabhasari mabeqeda besaziphethe kahle. Sikubuka futhi kungaba yinto enhle ukuthi siyazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ngeke kube lula ukunyusa i-child support grant ngo-100%, kodwa sibuka ukuthi mhlawumbe uma kungenziwa ukuthi ingane ngayinye okungenani i-minimum iqale ku-500 rand ingane, bese kuthi laba abahola impesheni yabadala okungenani iqale ku-1,500 rand, ngenxa yokuthi isemningi kakhulu imindeni la eSouth Africa ethembele futhi ephila kuphela ngemali yabantu abahola impesheni yabadala. Siyabonga.
Are there any further declarations? The ANC, the IFP? The IFP must just inform the table if they wish to make declarations. Earlier we received a note that the IFP will not make any declarations. So can you please interact with the table, please? The IFP?
My apologies, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me state from the outset that the IFP supports this budget vote, but we also support self-help and self-reliance, and we assert that our people should not remain dependent on grants alone. We need a robust economy where everyone can participate, earn a living, and enjoy meaningful lives. The IFP also remains gravely concerned with the plight of NGOs such as Rape Crisis and Tears. These organizations are vital partners in our fight on behalf of the most vulnerable sectors of our society. We cannot fight this fight without them. However, the intended completion of the review of the funding model of NGOs by 2017 leaves us deeply concerned for those organizations that are already in crisis. Moreover, the Children's Act of 2010 continues to fail our orphans. The department's failure to comply with this act by timelessly processing paperwork to facilitate adoptions is grossly unacceptable. It has a detrimental effect on the lives of our orphans. Indeed, adoption rates have halved since 2009. Interim measures are urgently needed to compel improvement of systems and processes within this department. We are also concerned by allegations that SASA has irregularly used millions of taxpayer money, and we eagerly await the Public Protector's report. But the imminence of the 2016 elections also gives us cause for concern that this department could be used as a political tool for the ruling party. Allegations that food parcel distribution are often linked to by-elections must be taken seriously. Despite these concerns, the IFP will support this budget vote. Thank you.
The ANC?
Umhlali ngaphambili ohloniphekileyo namalungu endlu ngokubanzi. Ndithetha egameni le-African National Congress ndisithi isebe lidandalazisile yonke inkcitho eliza kuyenza. Le nkcitho ihambisana nezinto ekuvunyelwene ngazo eMzantsi Afrika ukuba mazenziwe, zaze ke zabekwa ngokohlobo lwezicwangciso ezibonakalisileyo ngokuphandle ukuba kuhanjwe ngolu hlobo isebe libeke ngalo, inene kuya kubakho utshintsho kubantu belizwe lakokwethu. Kuphela ndinqwenela ukuba ndithi ndisithi ngokupheleleyo ayixhaswa nje kuphela oluhlahlo lwabiwo mali, koko luqhatyelwa izandla ukuba luzeke emzekweni kwizinto ekumele kwenziwe zona. Qaba nje kubuhlungu umhlali ngaphambili ohloniphekileyo namalungu ukuthi xa kulungiswa undonakele owenzekileyo baphinde nabo bebengabenzi bakandonakele babe nenxaxheba ekutheni makwenziwe njani na. Iyandidanisa into yokokuba kubonakale ngokungathi imali eninzi inokuba mayiselwe ekulungiseni umonakalo kunokuba kuthiwe mabahlale behleli phaya ngako yenza boneliswe phaya. Imali enkulu yoMzantsi Afrika mayiye ekudaleni imisebenzi ukuze kude kuphele ubuhlwempu, ukutshixiza kwamazinyo kwakunye nenhlalombi. Eli sebe lelenhlalontle ngokupheleleyo nokuqinisekisa ukuba buyapheliswa ubuhlwempu.
Honourable member, your time has expired.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu. Siyayixhasa le
Honourable
olu
member,
hlahlo
your time
lwabiwemali.
has expired. Honourable members, I will put the vote again. Are there any objections? I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objection of the DA?
The objection will be recorded.
Please record our objection as EFF.
The objection will be recorded. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 20, Sport and Recreation South Africa. Are there any objections? There are objections and declarations of vote has been requested. I will recognize the parties in the order that they've indicated. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rejects the budget vote of the Department of Sports and Recreation because there's a lot of razzmatazz in this department. 20 years into democracy, Bafana has had more than 16 coaches. This is an indication that there's a lack of youth development academy and investment in youth development in this country for the purpose of sporting development activities of the youth. 20 years into democracy, blacks, and in particular in rural villages, do not have sporting facilities. 20 years into democracy, there's no comprehensive sport development programs which aim to diversify participation across geographical and class divisions. 20 years into democracy, the department shows no intention to diversify sporting codes in the townships and rural villages. It's only soccer and netball. The rest of the money goes to pay for international artists, Beyonce and the rest, wherein some people are even appearing before courts for the mismanagement of such funds. Millions of rands are spent on sports awards whose legitimacy we are yet to question the Honourable Minister on, rather than developing concrete, comprehensive plans to invest in sporting codes for the rural villages occupied by the poor African blacks and shack dwellers in opulent residential areas of Sandton and the like. We reject the budget vote. Thank you.
The NFP.
Chairperson, siyamukela futhi nale vote number 20, but we have got the following submissions to make. That rural sports development remains an issue as there are no facilities and federations do not go there. The formation of the netball league is supported, but if the issue of the feeder leagues is not looked into, it is not going to assist in the development of netball. So netball clubs should be formed and be professional as soccer ones. The bad story that is told about our national team, Bafana Bafana, should come to an end. We need Bafana Bafana to perform as cricket and rugby teams are doing. The school sport program is a good initiative, but it remains unclear as to how it is going to happen because sport in schools is not compulsory, as it is out of the 7 hours of schooling. Sports hubs should be resourced for they help rural children to play at no cost to them. Love Life should benefit all as they only attend national events and nowhere to be seen in rural areas. Lottery should make it easy for rural schools to access their distribution funds. Thank you.
The ANC.
Ngicela isihlalo manibulele ndithatha elithuba ndibulise kusekela umongameli nawo wonke amalungu alapha Tina singamalungu ANC sayixhasa le budget. Sithi ke singalamalungu abekekileyo umongameli womzantsi Afrika umhlonipheki uNcamalala unyanisile kwimbono yokuba ezemidlalo zinokuzisa uxolo imvisiswano nomanyano. Ndiyavumelana ke ngaloo mazwi wakhe. I'm standing here on behalf of the ANC but also of the committee. Ndibona umhlola abantu endingazange ndibabone kulaa committee besukuma bezothetha izinto esavumelana ngazo pha
Objection, Chairperson.
What is your objection, Honourable Member?
There's a problem of anarchy in that other side of the house. It's very anarchist. Every time they stand up, they tell us that we don't sit in the committees, we don't sit in the committees. We must as well not sit in this house.
Take your seat, Honourable Member.
They must stop that.
Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Members are reminded that when it comes to the consideration of the schedule, members, irrespective of their membership of a committee, may participate in any respective declaration that is to be made, whether the member is a member of that committee or not. Continue, Honourable Member.
Bendithetha lento ke mhlali ngaphambili ndifuna ukuthi abo bebeyinxalenye ye budget vote presented in the committee, they didn't say what the honourable members who are not sitting in the committee are saying today. The reference, it was upon that. Because if they were those who were there, I was going to remind them what did they support in the committee. I'm thinking that bendinga ni gwari bendithetha into ezenzeka pha apho ndikhokele khona. The radical transformation is not an event, it's a process. We all agreed in that committee that we have noticed that sport is not yet radically transformed, but there are things that are there that we even mentioned. Andisitsho kanjalo ke mhlala ngaphambili le netball endiclaima ukuba ndandingunumber 7 wayo yenye yesport codes that namhlanje banayo
Honourable Member,
ifederation.
your time has now expired.
Ifederation ikhona ke kwa netball. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I then put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. The ayes have it.
Can you record the objection of the DA?
The DA's objection is recorded.
The AFF objection should have been recorded first.
And the EFF's objection is also recorded. Honourable members, the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote 21, correctional services. Are there any objections? There are objections and request of declaration of vote has been requested. The EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The EFF rejects this budget primarily because of its proportionality to rehabilitation, which is a tacit agreement between the taxpayer and the policemen who arrest the criminals when they are put behind bars. The lack of rehabilitation, therefore, continues to render our correctional facilities as places of hardening and of graduation to hardcore crime. It is places where HIV and TB fester, where prisoners join gangs in order to attain protection. It is a sad day when prisoners feel forced to join gangs because the state has abandoned them behind bars. Juvenile justice also has got cracks. To those young people who fall in between those cracks, in the process, they also graduate into being hardcore criminals. The working conditions of DCS staff, dangerous and sometimes overworked, are not adequately addressed by this budget. Therefore, it would be a matter of conscience or not conscience for us to support or not support. And choosing conscience, we choose not to support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further declarations? The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, the ANC always recognized the unacceptable high levels of overcrowding and the challenges that were raised by the previous speaker. However, the ANC also understands that seeking sound bites will not resolve these problems. We welcome, as the ANC, the initiatives that the department has put in place, namely electronic monitoring system to deal with overcrowding, the implementation of the Correctional Matters Amendment Act, recognition that alternate sentences will contribute to the reduction of overcrowding. We also welcome the Minister's commitment to stabilizing the leadership by filling the vacancies at the top level. We welcome, as the ANC, the commitment by the department to improve the IT system and to introduce technology to improve conditions of detention. Chairperson, it is a long journey from an institution designed for incarceration and torture, as we had prior to 1994, to an institution geared towards rehabilitation and reskilling, as we have now. And we believe that this budget is the vehicle that will take us to that destination. The ANC supports Budget Vote 21. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Could you register the EFF's objection to the budget?
The objection will be recorded. Honourable Members, the vote is agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put vote number 22, Defence and Military Veterans. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote has been requested. I will now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chair. We must face the fact that the Defence Force has effectively become a state within a state beyond proper scrutiny and control by Parliament. In the past 5 years, for example, we have never received a detailed briefing on secret funds, despite channeling more than 25.7 billion rand through the Special Defence Account.
Order, Honourable Members.
It is only through leaked documents that we discovered the Defence Department had signed a secret deal to purchase 238 armoured patrol vehicles.
Honourable Member,
worth
will you just take your
15
seat,
billion
please?
rand.
What is your point, Honourable Member?
Chair, is it parliamentary for the member to debate whilst holding something that looks like a shoe or a traditional weapon? I'm not sure what it is, but he's having something that seems threatening in his hand.
Order, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Member.
Are you going to make a ruling on that, Chair?
Are you rising on the same point?
It's on a point that articles are allowed into the chamber if they are relevant to the member's speech. The shoe is relevant to the Honourable Mania's speech.
Well, Honourable Member, that's a very broad interpretation of that specific rule that you are referring to. Or I'm not even sure if it is a rule that you are referring to. But however, members are generally not encouraged to bring objects into the chamber that can deflect attention away from the order at hand. So I would really request honourable members to resist the temptation to carry objects into the house that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're doing inside. So, honourable member, will you please put that shoe down?
Honourable Chairperson, this shoe is relevant and there are 1.3
Honourable
million
member,
rand reasons
honourable
why
member,
the shoe is
you see,
relevant.
that's exactly the point that I'm addressing, right? Because irrespective of what you are trying to say now, you have drawn attention to a shoe which is completely irrelevant to the item at hand. Chief Whip?
Chairperson, the annotated digest of rulings referred to a ruling in 1998, which said that members can bring non-threatening objects into the House if they're relevant to a speech.
Honourable member,
I would just like, you're making a substantive ruling now on this matter, and it's in violation of a previous ruling on the matter.
No, honourable member. Just remain calm. You see, we will go through the training because you must read all the rulings, not only the one in 1998, but also other rulings that has happened since then. Since then, there has been rulings. Unfortunately, I don't have it at my disposal now, but I will share it with you. But may I request the honourable member to complete the few seconds that is left to him, and please resist from making use of the object in the House.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get to the relevance of the shoe, which
Order,
is
honourable
certainly
members.
non-threatening in my hands, but in the former
Honourable member, get on with it.
possibly threatening. Now, Chair, we do know that the former minister spent 1.3 million rand, not 6 million rand, on the research and development of the so-called female court shoe at Arms Corps. But we still don't know, 3 years later, how many flights the former minister took on her favorite Gulfstream executive jet. And so we are calling a division today to demonstrate our strong opposition to the creeping authoritarianism, the surplus of secrecy, the deficit of accountability in the Department of Defense. And we will not, therefore, be supporting the budget of the Department of Defense. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Maynard, don't forget your shoe. And please take it with you when you leave the chamber.
Honourable Chair, this in fact is not my shoe. As
Oh,
might
thank
be
you for the
evident.
clarification.
It's also, I might add, not the kind of shoe that the former minister
Thank you, honourable
would
member.
wear,
Take your
given the
seat.
fact that it was bought at
Thank you.
Woolworths.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The current defense budget is taken from money borrowed from the IMF and World Bank and therefore is conditional in its usage. Hence, it takes from some of the social...
Order, honourable members.
Hence, it takes from some of the social upliftment programs like human settlement, health, etc. The budget also supports a defense strategy that focuses on interstate warfare, when the 21st century, in fact, is regarded as a century of asymmetrical warfare with its emphasis on intra-warfare. Therefore, by default, the budget may be contributing to faster conditions for asymmetrical warfare in South Africa. The current budget will also not be able to address the restoration of the dignity of men and women working in uniform as military vets, adequate payment, decent working conditions, and a suitable healthcare system and facilities, because it justifies the utilization of our armed forces throughout Africa, not in defending the African Revolution, but in actually picking up the mess after imperialist-infested conflicts. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honourable member. The IFP, are you going to utilize your opportunity here that you've indicated? Not. The NFP? Are there any further declarations? Are there any further declarations? No further declarations, honourable members. I thus put the vote. Are there any objections? There's an objection, and the question is, those in favour?
Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
You missed my hand. There is a...
Continue, honourable member.
Chairperson, let me start with a reminder that the core function and mandate of defense and military veterans is to defend and protect the Republic of South Africa, the territorial integrity and its people, which include all of us here. And of course, that will be done in accordance with the Constitution, Chairperson, and the principles of international law regulating the use of force. And it will also provide for military veterans benefits. The African National Congress supports this budget vote because we support its purpose. Chairperson, it is purposed, among others, to realize the following: enhancement of the South African National Defence Force capabilities. The South African Navy will continue to focus on the preparation of naval forces for operation in support of the maritime security strategy, including patrols in support of other operations such as Operation Corolla. The department will endeavor to create job opportunities within defense industry. The National Youth Service Program will provide training to youth. The Department of Military Veterans will focus on building sufficient capacity to support the delivery of benefits for military veterans. These are, in our view, beyond any reasonable doubt, aimed at ensuring, amongst others, defending the Republic, its people, and its territorial integrity, and honoring those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land. The African National Congress support this budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Honourable Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honourable member, will you take up your allocated seat? Thank you. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seat. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the session is closed. The question before the House is that vote number 22 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The session is now closed.
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
With your permission, whilst waiting for the result, I would really like you to rule, because where I come from, Watambuza, a high heel shoe in a hand can indeed be very lethal. And may we ask the Honourable Member to please take out this shoe, otherwise we don't feel comfortable with it. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, it's not my intention to threaten the Minister, and I must agree that a high-heeled shoe in the hands of the former Minister would indeed be threatening, but in my hands, I would claim it's not.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Take your seats, please. Chief Whip,
Chairperson,
is it on the shoe?
No, it's not on the shoe.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get to the soul of the matter shortly, I'm sure. Chairperson, would you just check that the Honourable Natasha Michael's vote was recorded? It didn't stop flashing, and she's not sure if the vote was recorded.
Will you just check if the vote was recorded, please? The vote indeed has been recorded. Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition, the vote has been recorded. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those who voted in favour, 209. Those who voted no, 52. There's 5 abstentions, and the vote is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 23, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. There's been a request for declaration of votes, and I will now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. I-Democratic Alliance iyayixhasa i-budget vote 23, Independent Police Investigative Directorates. However, we must qualify our support in light of 2 concerns. Firstly, the questionable appointment of Robert McBride as director of the IPID in March this year had all the defining features of ANC cadre deployments. Secondly, the DA remained very troubled by vacancies in senior posts and past underspending in the department. Given the IPID's inadequate geographic coverage and increasing workload, it is vital that capacity shortages are urgently addressed. However, allocation growth trends and organizational realignments since the 2013-14 financial year show movements in the right direction. The fact that the Investigation and Information Management Program, the core role of the IPID, has received the largest nominal increase of the 4 programs is encouraging. It means that if the money is spent correctly, investigations into police misconduct and criminality can be conducted more effectively and concluded faster. Ultimately, and in spite of its shaky starts, the IPID's key challenge appears at present to be capacity constraints rather than fundamental institutional sclerosis. The IPID is the spearhead of accountability efforts in the SAPS and is crucial both to dilute a culture of impunity and to promote the professionalization of the police service as required by the National Development Plan. We trust that this budget will be a step forward to the IPID becoming a stronger and more capable department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Enkosi Mhlali ngaphambili. EFF rejects budget vote 23 because the EFF does not trust the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. There is hardly infrastructure for investigation in South Africa because the fundamental point of departure in policing is statement extraction from suspects. Hence, harassment continues to be the only method of policing instead of a credible forensic and scientific approach. Well, in that, EFF rejects the budget. Thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The National Freedom Party supports the budget, vote 23. We believe that in the interest of all law-abiding citizens that should be protected at all times from the police officers that we employ. The National Freedom Party calls on the IPID to facilitate investigations and leave no stone unturned in ensuring all corrupt police officers are brought to book without delay, prosecuted and dismissed so as to reinstate the trust and confidence in the police department by ordinary citizens. The NFP is also concerned about the police officers conducting other business activities impacting on their duties as police officers. The NFP called on the IPID to monitor very closely the performance and duties of police officers to ensure that police officers do not leak out information to criminals and or drug dealers. It is common knowledge, Honorable Chairperson, that by the time the police land at or try to do a raid, the drug dealers or criminals are aware of exactly who is coming, when they are coming, what time they are coming, what cars they are driving, the registration numbers. And this has resulted in many of the members of the public, including our police officers, that have lost their lives. I call on the IPID, in terms of this budget that we are approving, to take all steps to prevent the loss of life of any more of our police officers and to protect them. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC. Will you just switch the mic on, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Chairperson, the ANC supports vote 23.
The ANC believes that the founding fathers and mothers of our Constitution in 1996 had the foresight to make provision in Section 206 for an oversight institution that deals with this matters of police conduct. We also believe that the funding of the current Act, Act 1 of 2011, promotes a situation where police conduct are correctly scrutinized. We believe that the appointment of the Executive Director of the IPID was done in line with the Public Service Act, and any analysis of that should be done in that context. Furthermore, we believe that the geographical spread of the IPID should be promoted, and we've also indicated that in our recommendations as a portfolio committee. Also, maybe to indicate that Section 28 of the IPID Act makes provision for the investigation of serious misconduct by members of SAPS. So there is recourse for members of the public to lay complaints. There's also obligation on the IPAD to submit those reports to Parliament twice a year. So there's also oversight from the legislature. We also support the additional amount that is made available in the budget to appoint 40 more investigators during the MTF period to ensure that serious crimes could be investigated properly. We believe that this budget vote will contribute to civilian oversight in South Africa on a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's an objection. The question is, those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. Those parties that have objected, have you forgotten that you've objected, or are you withdrawing your objection?
Please record the objection of the EFF, Chair.
The objection will be recorded. Honourable Members, the vote is agreed to. Honourable Members, we now get to budget vote number 24, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any objections? There is an objection and there's been a request for a declaration. I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rejects Budget 24 because it continues to give the rich options that poor people do not have in the justice system. For instance, it is optional for a person who has money whether they await trial in prison or at home. While for poor people, a bail as low as 1,000 rands could sometimes cost them time in jail awaiting trial for weeks, for months, or even years. It also gives rich people an option to choose the lawyer of their choice, while for poor people who live from means and ways make do with what is affordable or what they are given by the state. Magistrate courts, officials, and staff continue to be overworked and underpaid. And there is a backlog of cases. Location of courts is often far away from most poor areas, especially in the rural areas. It is also a system that is extremely harsh on the ordinary citizen, while criminals who are involved in embezzling billions of rands go untouched. We are referring to multinational companies who are involved in tax evasion, price fixing, and those who enter South Africa and do as they will, exploiting our workers, polluting our environment, and extracting raw materials from South Africa without any program of social responsibility. Bandla, justice for the rich by the rich cannot be supported by the EFF. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any further declarations? The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP rises to support this budget vote, and we would just like to highlight one or two aspects that could be helpful to other members that are not part of the Justice Committee. Now, in particular, if one has regard to the 30 billion rand per year that is lost through procurement fraud, there are two institutions that report to the Justice Committee that are very important, and they are the Asset Forfeiture Unit and the Special Investigating Unit. Now, if one was to increase the resources and capacity of those two units, they have the civil ability to go to the courts and recover that 30 billion or part of it. And surely it is a win-win situation that one should increase their capacities so that they could then go towards recovering that which will help our financial constraints. That is something that we feel very strongly about. Chairperson, secondly, we would also like to commend the department on the financial statements for the first time for the third-party funds. Now, that is a significant achievement because previously this was always done manually. And for the first time now, we are starting to see annual financial statements prepared for that. So that, Chairperson, is another achievement because that is something that has been long outstanding, and the department has a clean audit. So, Chairperson, we will support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC? Is there a declaration from the ANC?
Yes, Chair, there is a declaration from the ANC. The ANC supports the budget, and we support the budget taking into consideration the fact that it's very important to continue to transform the justice system of South Africa. Access to justice is important, and creation of peace that is half the time undermined by all that we see happening in the country. So through this budget, we will be in the position to continue to create more courts. We will be in the position to continue to support all institutions that actually promote justice in South Africa, the NPA, SIU. We will continue to support Chapter 9 institutions, the Public Protector, the South African Human Rights Commission, to ensure that justice prevails in South Africa. We acknowledge also the fact that the department has been in the position to come out of a situation where they used to get qualified audited statements. Now we're getting unqualified audited statements, with some of them clean audits from some of the units that are falling within the department. This has actually been a situation they grappled with, which is a situation they have carried from apartheid mess that was created within the department. And by the way, this is not the only department that is actually grappling with the legacy of apartheid that we sometimes, as we put arguments forward, we try and forget about it. One example also will be the whole situation of jobs. When we talk about it, it's as if it's only today that we start seeing people not working, forgetting that the fact that today the statistics are such that they take into consideration every citizen of South Africa. Meanwhile, during the apartheid system where there was influx control, that didn't really bother about access to justice. People who were counted were the ones who have made their way to urban areas of South Africa. The department...
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Since there is an objection, I will ask the question. Those in favour will say aye. Aye. And those against will say no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Chair. May you register the EFF's objection.
The objection will be recorded. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 25, police. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote has been requested. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Ministry of Police is asking taxpayers to continue paying the salaries of 1,448 convicted criminals month after month, after they finally admitted that they were indeed, as the DA has been saying for the past 7 years, criminals working in the SAPS. We're talking about 54 murderers, 37 rapists, and others guilty of attempted murder, corruption, theft, housebreaking, robbery, terrorism, drug trafficking, arson, and a whole lot more, such as kidnapping and driving drunk. All of them were promoted, one to Brigadier General. Add to that the fact that the staff who advised the new minister couldn't tell him or chose not to tell him how many SAPS members have been convicted of criminal offences in the past year. So who knows how many more criminals this money will support as they use SAPS vehicles and SAPS firearms to commit these crimes. And just this morning we found out that only 40 out of 516, or 8%, of SAPS officers found guilty of aiding escapees have in fact been dismissed. We ask again, how is it that SAPS personnel who have already been convicted are still on the job? This current governing party disbanded the most successful crime-fighting unit this country has ever had, the Scorpions, with its astounding conviction rates. There were no criminals in those ranks, nor did they drag Mido Messiah off to his death or murder Andries Tatane. Yet, we've not heard a single ANC politician suggest that we should disband the SAPS and start again. Meanwhile, we've uncovered the fact that 153 million rand was frittered away on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure between 2009 to 2014. The Department of Police has repeatedly displayed utter contempt for public funds. How could we possibly support paying more money from the public purse to be frittered away, or worse yet, to pay the salaries of criminals? The DA rejects this vote and calls for a division. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. Despite the budget having increased by 213% in the past 12 years, and the service having undergone a myriad of transformative processes, the taxpayer still has to be shown the fruits of the sacrifice. The quality of the detective work continued to be substandard, as reflected in the declining number of convictions in our courts, against the backdrop of massive investment made in this regard, especially from 2010, followed by the year of the detective in 2012. The number of civil claims against the SAPS has increased by 142% in the last 4 years since 2010. This emanates from the civil litigation as a result of brutality and illegal arrests. It was reported that 2,756 cases reported to the NPA, only 129 ended in convictions, which represents a mere 5% of the total number of those arrested. The use of police in civil strife, which is political, is therefore beyond the SAPS, has not helped its cause either. Service delivery protests are political, deriving from unfulfilled promises. This has resulted in unfortunate massacres in Marikana and other areas with similar afflictions. The EFF cannot support the budget that will continue to produce such outcomes, as we believe only radical economic transformation can resolve the unacceptable social conditions which are the causes of crime. We thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports the budget. Honourable Chairperson, the crime rate in South Africa is alarmingly high. South Africans are being held hostage day in and day out. Murder, rape, hijacking is an order of the day. Honourable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party calls on the Minister of Police and the respective department to employ people on merit, to guide them, to promote them on merit, to train them, to incapacitate them, to ensure that people that are occupying these positions are occupying them on merit, Honourable Chairperson. The National Freedom Party further states that this current situation is aggravated by the influx of foreigners, lack of proper control at borders, corrupt police officers, and further by the socio-economic conditions under which our people live. Honourable Chairperson, the only way all people in South Africa can find South Africa as a safe environment to live in is by supporting this budget. The National Freedom Party therefore supports this budget for a better and safer South Africa. Thank you.
The ANC.
Chairperson, the ANC supports budget vote 25. The ANC supports the budget vote to ensure that we strengthen the criminal justice system, make the police service more professional, demilitarize the police service, build safety using an integrated approach, and build safety community participation in community safety. The ANC will never shy away from its duty to make South Africa and its people, all who live in it, a safe and secure nation. In any nation, the duty of the government is to ensure the maximum safety of their citizens and Parliament to fund the said priority. The ANC will not abandon their constitutional duty in this regard. The budget of the police should not be used as a political football. There should be consensus by all political parties to support the funding. In some jurisdictions, it's usually the fringe parties that oppose police budgets and not the mainstream parties. The DA and the EFF indicated in the Portfolio Committee on 11 July that they reserved their right to decide on whether they will support the budget vote or not. In the end, they decided to vote against the budget vote. In that, they say that a record 72.5 billion to fight crime and corruption, they say no for that. They say no that to implement the recommendations of the NDP and the building of safer communities. By voting no today, they say that they have got no interest to increase the living conditions and service conditions of the merely more than 200,000 police women and men who are fighting crime in this country. That is the reality. We had heard a lot of complaints from that side of the aisle, Chairperson, regarding the police. But let's look what the National Development Plan says. And part of this budget is to implement the National Development Plan. Namely, in the short term, to implement a code of conduct that should be included in the disciplinary regulations and performance appraisals system and conduct periodic checks on the level of understanding.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
The ANC supports the budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There are objections. I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, the DA calls for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. All the honourable members, will you take up your allocated seats? I'm quite sure that honourable members are now familiar with the first part of the introduction to voting. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to repeat the entire paragraph, except to remind honourable members that they should vote from their allocated seat. Honourable members, the question before the House is that vote number 25 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Yes. Those against should press the no button. Yes. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Yes. Have all members voted? Thank you. The session is now closed. All honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those who voted yes, 206, no, 55, and there's 4 abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 26, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote has been requested. And I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance do not support the budget of the Department of
Order, honourable members. Continue, honourable member.
Of the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. The aim of this department is to lead, support and promote agriculture, forestry and fisheries resource management through policies, strategies and programs, and to enhance sustainable use and achieve economic growth, job creation, food security, rural development and transformation. Although, Honourable Chair, the dismal failure of the department to put in place proper policies and programs to protect, manage and animal health, fires and plant health, research and everything else in this department is not securing the growth of this sector. Chairperson, that might be the reason why this sector's share of the GDP is decreasing. The NDP proposes that 1 million much needed jobs could be created in this department, but without a proper plan, this will not happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Goeiedag, voorzitter, achtbare voorzitter. Hoekom EFF die begroting verwerp is vir die volgende redes. Ons argument is dat die natuurlike hulpbronne nie toeganklik is vir die meerderheid van ons mense op grondvlak nie. Die vrugbare landbou, grond, die see en visregte en vele ander hulpbronne is nie toeganklik vir die meerderheid van ons mense nie. Hier wil ons dink aan die minder bevoorregte mense in die landelike gebiede en meer spesifiek aan die gemeenskap van Holston in die Oeverbergstreek in die Weskaap. Hierdie hulpbronne word nie bestuur in 'n manier om werk te skep en armoede te verlig vir die gewone mense nie. Die hulpbronne word nie in 'n volhoubare manier bestuur nie en is dus 'n terugslag vir ons mense. Dit wil sê die hulpbronne moet bestuur word asof 'n projek of besigheid wat op sy eie manier kan floreer. We are also seriously concerned about the lack of support of black emerging farmers on the ground. They need funding and technical support to be able to carry out their farming obligations. There are very few extension officers on the ground to support farmers. Many of these black emerging farmers end up failing because of lack of support from the state. Government is not doing enough to encourage subsistence farming, which is very critical for the livelihood of families. EFF reject this budget.
The NFP. The NFP. The ANC.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. One, welcome the budget vote 26 of the department. And as the ANC, we support the budget. And we want to indicate that Honorable Member of the EFF was with us when we interacted with the department. And the department shows that in their plans, that they are going to spend their allocation effectively, efficiently, equitably, and economically. And they've indicated that they are going to make sure that with the allocation that we appropriate today, improve service delivery, reduce a vacancy rate that they have. And we should indicate, Honorable Chair, that the management of plant and animal diseases, the department assured us that they've put aside budget to support particularly those farmers that Honorable Joseph spoke about. And this department is ready to make sure that communities in the coastal areas, which they were denied opportunity to participate in fishing, they will be given opportunity this time by this allocation, Honorable Chair. And again, the communities are in areas where there is forestry, they would actually be mobilized and participate, and this department will create jobs for our people and will continue ho fetsa tlala mo nageng ya ga bo rona. Re a tseba hore
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
Thank you.
Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objection of the DA, Chair?
Objection will be recorded.
As EFF wil ons versoek dat die verwerping van die begroting genotuleer word. Dankie.
Het wordt genotuleerd. Honourable Members, the vote is therefore agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put vote number 27, communications. Are there any objections? There are objections and there's request for declarations. I now recognize the EFF.
Mr. Chairperson, the EFF rises to object the budget. The department is wasting public and taxpayer money on a never-ending bailouts of the SABC, abuse of the public broadcaster for narrow political ends by the ruling party. The SABC is ravaged by corrupt practices in supply chain management, procurement and appointment of staff, the example of which is the appointment of Claude Musweni. The department is failing to hold SABC accountable, to act within the prescribed of the Batupili principles, in upholding transparency and to inspire the public confidence. The SABC fails to produce programs with local content. Instead, it prefers to bombard our youth with Western programs, such as many that promote petty bourgeois culture. The SABC and the Department of Communication has become a jelly monster, just like those who are presiding over the department and the SABC as a whole. As a result,
Honourable Member.
the EFE rises to object this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Ntembu.
Is the member aware which budget vote we are debating? Thanks.
Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. Are there any declarations, any further declarations? The Honourable Gori.
Order, Deputy
Ye-
Speaker.
yes,
House
Honourable
Chair. The other member is correct because the previous speaker keeps on referring to the Department of Telecoms and he's mentioning SABC mandate. I think it's important that we clarify the member because that's the wrong platform. You should have raised that in the GCIS budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. It is noted. The Honourable Gori.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Well, firstly, we stand to support the budget. And just to say, initially
Chair, our member was disrupted.
Honourable
this
Member.
order. He was not finished. He was not finished talking.
Honourable Member.
And then now the next thing you're continuing in terms of, because telecoms and communications
Honourable
were
Member.
presented as one budget.
Honourable
vote, and he's
Shabambu.
debating that, yes.
Honourable Member, you know what? I did not even recognize you. What you are saying now is exactly what you are doing. Honourable Member of the EFF, I had an indication that you said those were the reasons why you're not supporting the budget and you're objecting. Is that correct? You had a few seconds left. Do you want to read the rest?
I want to read the rest. And I'm clear, we are addressing vote 27. And if members of the ANC seek to shift goalposts about what vote we are addressing,
Honourable Member,
is for them to.
now your
to
time
choose
is
like that.
expired. Thank you. The Honourable Gordy.
Yeah, Honourable Chair, I had earlier resisted the temptation to join this SABC bashing jamboree, but I think I need to put a few things into perspective. Firstly, the SABC is currently financially stable on the basis of the current leadership. And it is important to avoid this crude elitism that seeks to suggest that leadership and the ability to manage, you need to wave a paper, a certificate or a degree in front of you. Because the SABC was in the financial mess it was, led by people with certificates, including one lawyer who left under a cloud and had a golden handshake of more than 10 million rands.
Order, honourable members. Are there any further declarations? The ANC. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Indeed, we are dealing with vote 27, which includes DOC together with the entities. Just to reflect on what honourable member said on the issue of SABC, if you look at this annual report and the financial report that comes under this budget vote, there is no bailout right now. SABC actually had loaned money. They paid it before even the time that they were required to pay. The contribution of state to SABC is 3% of the overall budget. So we do not even pay much money. So I suggest that honorable member must try and go and check the budget vote, check the APP, check the financial statement and the annual report, so that when we debate, we are able to clarify certain issues. On the appointment of staff, unilaterally or not unanimously in the committee during the budget hearing, we have called both on the Minister Cwele and Minister Mutambi to stabilize the entities and to stabilize the departments, in ensuring that more where we have acting positions, people are appointed. So we have requested that non-acting, all those vacant posts which are acting, people must be appointed. So I'm really confused when members make pronouncement and give a mandate to ministers to say go and appoint people, close down the posts that are vacant, and when they do so, we come and complain. So we need to be very clear as the legislature. What is it that we are saying? What is it that we are overseeing? What is it that we are monitoring? Because we seem to be sending confusing messages to the executive, and that is not going to assist this House. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? There's an objection. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Record the objection of the DA, please.
Objection will be recorded.
May you please record the objection of the Economic Freedom Fighters?
Will be recorded.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. Those objections will be recorded. Honourable members, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 28, economic development. There has been a request for declarations. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the reason why the Democratic Alliance opposes this budget debate is the fact that we don't support the existence of the Economic Development Department, and that we believe that its duties and actions can be done by finance and by trade and industry. The other point that concerns us, Speaker, is the situation that the department should be providing some form of direction in economic policy. And with regards to the annual report that was done by the department, the report that actually appeared in the ATC was different from what was agreed at committee, in that support for the National Democratic Revolution was placed in there. And a great concern to us is providing uncertainty and policy direction. And we believe the department has done that through putting in support for the National Democratic Revolution in a report that actually wasn't agreed to by members of the committee. So for that reason, Chair, we will be opposing this budget vote. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. You know, in the budget vote, when we illustrated to both the Minister and Deputy Minister that there is no adequate intra- and intergovernmental coordination of industrial policy and economic policy, that all these policy instruments are lying all over. They say they're going to educate us, and there was no education they provided because they thought and believed that at cabinet level you can coordinate industrial policy. That is not possible. It's basic logic that must be dealt with. We agree that the department is no longer relevant and necessary. Already the entity which is under its supervision, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, is going to small businesses. IDC logically should go to the department which coordinates industrial policy. And the remaining entities, that is Competition Commission and the issue that deals with international investments, obviously must go to trade and industry. We do not understand why EDD should continue to exist as an independent, autonomous ministry and department, whilst it can be integrated into mainstream government function, so that there is a coherent implementation of industrial policy. If you are serious about implementation of industrial policy, collapse the department, beef up the committees here in Parliament, particularly trade and industry, and the other ones with the comrades who are deployed there in the EDD. They can do very well, both EP and Madala Masuku, in terms of what happens. So really, let us dissolve the department and take the struggle of industrial development forward. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, will you refer to the honourable members as the honourable members?
Okay, honourable Minister and Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. The UDM supports budget vote 28. We, however, feel that it is important for us to reiterate some of the issues we raised during the budget vote committee, where we said, like, Minister, ukuthi issues where kufuneka kutekle issue of crippling industrial actions and their impact on the economy. I'm sure this one is for the finance cluster as a whole, no hulumende ngokuphela, including the issue of energy nemedupi, a constraint economic growth of the country. Another data as continuous data is that whether or not we decide to be by load shedding or blackout is that's the bottom line. And kufuna silungis. Now the other issue which is also very important, you may issue a small business development strategy. As our transfer to Ministry of Small Business Development, with Mansuguti as benefiting provinces as traditionally rural. The other issue very important, ufumanisa ukuthi na kwi-IDC to a certain extent nakubeni iperforma kakuhle lama phondo ayingamaphondo asemaphandleni kudala are benefiting ngokwaneleyo. We also highlighted an issue ukuthi Public Competition Commission kufanele ibe kanti i-whistleblower protection mechanisms ziyaqiniswa. Siyabulela. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. I just want to indicate from the onset that as the ANC, we proudly support this budget vote. We are aware of the fact that, and I think it's been proven, that the two opposition parties, that is the EFF and the DA, are really running short of ideas and reasons for opposing this budget vote. I mean, what they're saying now are things that they've been saying even previously, except for EFF that has just joined. You know, if you question the existence of a department whose responsibility is not yours, nor mine, nor the minister, I think we all know that that responsibility lies with the president and is in his own prerogative to decide what department to establish and who to appoint and on which grounds. Of course, directed by the ruling party, we are involved in a national democratic revolution. And we cannot be ashamed of that. We said we need to transform in a speedy way the economic situation of this country. And that role, we cannot leave it without really giving that responsibility to someone and giving a meaning to it. Hence, this department's existence. And I want us to also understand that previously, it was about the relationship between the NDP and the New Growth Party.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
Okay.
Thank you. Honourable members, I'll put the vote again. Are there any objections? The question, those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objection on the DA?
The objection will be recorded.
We record our objection there.
The objection is
Chair.
recorded. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I will now put vote number 29, energy. Are there any objections? Declarations of vote have been requested. I call upon the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Chairperson, I suspect that this might be the last time in this fifth Parliament that I rise to support this budget vote, but I hope I'm proved wrong. I rise to support it not because the DA believes that everything is on track in this department and that our energy crisis is behind us. On the contrary, Minister, our country and economy is being severely constrained by our energy crisis, and resolving it must be our country's main priority. Honourable Minister, you have given some welcome indication that this government might finally implement the long overdue reform of the electricity sector that will break the monopoly stranglehold of Eskom and allow all South Africans to contribute to solving our energy crisis. I therefore look forward to seeing the ISMO bill being reintroduced to this parliament this year as the first step in that restructuring. The DA hopes, though, that these first welcome signs will not once again turn into the typical ANC's Rocky Horror time warp dance around electricity reform. Honourable Minister, you can therefore see the DA's support for this vote as us putting you on notice. If you do not follow through on these reforms, then you will not get our support again. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. And this is indeed my portfolio committee, and the Honourable Chairperson there, uyakwazi uthetha, ezi zinto ndizothetha apha ngoku, ezi zinto benithetha phaa committee. The EFF rejects this budget by vote based on the following. As die grootste energieverskaffing moet Eskom aan die Departement van Energie rapporteer. Die huidige begroting is nie vir die armes en werklose mense van Suid-Afrika nie. Dis hoekom EFF kan nie sulke begroting ondersteun nie. Groot maatskappye betaal 'n laer tarief as ons werklose mense in Suid-Afrika. Dit is 'n duidelike indikasie wat ons current ANC regime dink van ons arme mense. Die land leen nog steeds te veel steun aan kool vir energie. Ons moet meer doen omtrent groen energie alternatiewe. Lastly, Chairperson, the department just don't have radical plans to address the energy problem that we currently have. And to accept this budget will be a shame, an insult, a derailment to the mandate that the EFF voters have given us last year, 26 July 2013, and again, the 7th of May 2014. So EFF won't support this budget. So you must wake up out of that glass house that you are currently sitting in and smell the coffee before the steam bursts into your faces. Thank you, Chair.
The NFP.
Angibonge sihlalo. Ukubaluleka kukagesi, amafutha nezinye izinto ikhona impela okwenza ukuthi thina njenge NFP sisekele le budget. And having said that, Chairperson, I think in the spirit of interdependence, interrelatedness, and intergovernmental relations, it is important that the department works closely with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to ensure that the people in rural areas do have electricity, because it takes a long time for houses to be marked, only to find that these people do not get electricity on time. Therefore, it is therefore pivotal that that kind of an interrelatedness be maintained. Our people in rural areas do need electricity. And the second issue, Chairperson, is important that we normalize industrial relations. It is our fervent and strongest view as the NFP that the government cannot sit back. We understand that the right to industrial relations is a constitutional right. But the government has a mandate to ensure that industrial relations are maintained so that at the needed time when people need electricity, we are able to ensure that they get it. Load shedding has become an issue. It has become a thorn in the flesh. And of course, the plant station that we have has an age of 30 years. Therefore, skills will be needed from time to time to ensure that we don't have any cut off the electricity, especially in winter, when it is very cold for our people to get electricity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chair. The ANC supports budget vote 29. I'm happy, Chairperson, that the party of Honorable Step Aside did not change its position on this matter. I would like to ask the EFF that the EFF should support this budget vote so that we can continue
so that we can keep the lights on at the houses that they've been allocated to. That we can fuel the buses that bring them here to Parliament, so that we can continue to give them warm water to wash and wash their uniform, so that the SAA can continue to fly them home at the end of the week, so that we can continue to roll out the mass electrification program and the solar heater program to poor people of our country that the EFF claims to represent. I thank you. The ANC support the budget vote.
Thank you, honorable members. I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Order, honorable members.
Andizochinja, Chairperson. I'm objecting.
The objection is recorded. Honorable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 30, Environmental Affairs. Are there any objections? There are objections and there's been a request for declarations of vote. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
History will record this department's vote 30 budget as a backtracking budget from the NDP. Funding to the critical program and sub-programs have been reduced. The reduction of 20 million in the 2014-2015 financial year budget and a further cut of 20 million in the 2015-2016 budget for South African weather services is not warranted. This reduction of each and of the next 2 years will leave an already incapacitated South African weather services incapable of providing crucial information to major industries such as agriculture, tourism, and aviation. Efforts to combat global warming and greenhouse emissions have been dealt a blow due to the 6.1 million reduction in the climate change and air quality program. Virtually no funding has been made to incentivize investment in the green economy, nor has any funding been made available to aggressively combat poaching and encroachment on our endangered protected areas. Based on these shortfalls, the DA cannot support the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. The EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The departmental plans and resource allocation does not assist to curb ecological disaster facing humanity as a result of global warming. South Africa is one of the greatest greenhouse gas emitters. This budget vote is silent on the many communities that live in high industrial toxicity. EFF says very clearly, no to nuclear energy. We must remember Chernobyl and Japan disasters. Let's not repeat the same mistakes. No to shale gas fracking and no to coal-based energy sources. We must ask who is going to pay the human and ecological debt of capitalist profiteering. The mining houses have poisoned the water sources on the reef, yet it's the department which is paying to clean up their acid mine drainage mess. The mines continue to exploit and poison our people. Let us adopt the 1 million climate jobs. Let's demand polluters to pay their ecological and social debt. Let us say no to GMO food and no more emissions from fossil fuels or nuclear radiation. It can be done. The EFF objects to this budget.
Thank you, honorable member. The NFP. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. It would have been good if we knew what we were talking about. The chair of committees, this year, this budget that we are voting today will allow the department to attend COP20 in Peru, Lima, to negotiate with other parties for a binding solution and agreement to the reduction of greenhouse gases in the entire globe. We are very confident, Chair, that come the COP21 in Paris, 2015, such an agreement would have been reached. That's why, therefore, this budget, if it is not approved, our interaction with the entire world for the reduction of green gas emissions will not be achieved. Secondly, Chair, we are also aware that through this budget, the department will also be able to mitigate and ensure adaptation measures in this country on this matter of greenhouse gas emissions. The President of the Republic in 2009 in Copenhagen said, all of us must work towards reductions of 34% by 2020 and reductions of 42% by 2025. That's what the department is working on, coordinating all economic players and all sectors in this country. Therefore, we fully agree that this budget should be supported because, amongst other things, this budget will assist us to deal with air pollution in the entire country. Thank you very much, Chair. This budget is supported.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's objections. I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chair, could you register the EFF's objection?
The objection of the EFF is registered.
Chairperson, would you record the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
We'll do so, thank you. Honourable Members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 31, human settlements. Are there any objections? There's an objection and there's been a request for a declaration. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA is concerned about the allocation of more than 5% of the actual budget on rectification program. In our view, this money is unnecessary if NHBRC, that is the national institution, was in a position to do its work properly and work closely with other spheres of government. We are also concerned about the track record of underspending in this department, particularly the RIG program, which is meant to empower people from the rural areas. We are also concerned about the underspending with regards to the housing opportunities across all provinces. Honourable members, whilst the budget of the department has increased over the years, the increase in the budget is not aligned to the delivery on the ground. The number of housing opportunities are decreasing year after year, but the budget is increasing. Notwithstanding these issues, Honourable Chair, the DA supports the budget vote 31 and will continue to monitor the progress of this department very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
The reason why the EFF rejects budget vote on human settlement is because our people are still using bucket system 20 years after democracy. This is the worst violation of human rights. 20 years later, our people are still without decent housing and sanitation. The constitutional rights of our people are being seriously violated. Many of the RGP houses are poor quality and not fit for human dwelling. The Human Settlement Development Grant has not yielded any positive changes in the lives of our people. Our people need land for human settlement, and the Housing Development Agency in your department is not fulfilling its mandate. It does not take our people serious. All we see is a private game reserves all over the country. When our people are in need of land for settlement, we do not think this is a good story to tell, and the frequent protests for housing is testimony to this. EFF rejects this budget vote.
The NFP.
The Honourable Speaker, Chair, and honourable members, as the National Freedom Party, the voice of the people, we declare the acceptance of the budget vote 31 and appeal to the Minister to take action against all provinces that are not delivering in accordance with the strategic plan of the department, like in Limpopo, where the pace of housing delivery is very slow. Once the alleged housing corruption in Nelson Mandela Bay municipality in Eastern Cape is sub judice, the minister must consider to take over administration to ensure compliance with the Public Finance Management Act if you need a good story to tell, because at present, there is a bad story to tell in that municipality. The 1.4 million houses as targeted by the minister in a strategic plan can only be achieved if the district and local municipalities are adhering to the requirement of the Integrated Development Plan and the intergovernmental relations. It is painful to say there is a good story to tell whilst people in Durban, Kennedy Road, Harrismith, Ferionskroon, Villiers, and many more are having no access to adequate housing. A local inspection is required. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili, sekela mongameli namalungu abelekekileyo onke. Umbutho kaKhongolose okhokhelwe President uJacob Zuma uyawusekela le budget yokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Sithi kaloku thina into esiqiniseke ngayo into ba iANC ilwele lenkululeko. Xa ilwela yalwela nokuba abantu bakwazi uthetha into abazithandayo. Naba ngaphakathi apha endlini bathethe lo hlobo bafuna uthetha ngalo belwelwe yiANC babathethe ngolo hlobo. Siyavuma kwakhona into ba ikomiti yokuhlaliswa kwabantu iwujongile lo mba and iyavuya into kokuba 97% zawuhlahlo lwabiwo mali luyangqo kwinkonzo zabantu. Sithi ke mphathiswa hamba siyaqhuba ambokwakha izindlu. Abantu bazilindile izindlu elwandle, abantu bazilindile izindlu eMarikana, abantu bazilindile ekhaya elitsha, abantu bazilindile eBhayi, abantu bazilindile eZiphunzana eMonti, abantu bazilindile eMadela kufa eThembisa. Hamba uyosebenza. Into esiqiniseke ngayo thina into yoba asizothenga zindlu zezigidi sithi sawugqiba sizidilize sakhe ezinye izindlu zezinye izigidi. Into esiyaziyo into yokuba sizakwakhela abantu bakuthi izindlu bahambe baye kuhlala kuba besithe sifuna ukubaphucula indlela zokuphila kwabo. Sithi ke singumbutho wesizwe iyahamba lenqwelo. Siyaqhuba thina asimanga. Ukuba ngaba ufuna ukungayikhweli ukuwe kaloku kodwa into esiyaziyo into yoba ubuzawutaka uzawuqhawuka umlenze. Ukuba ngaba uzawutaka uzawuqhawuka ingalo okanye uzawubanjwa ikhetshi phezulu xa uhamba phezu kwetrain kuba kaloku siyagijima thina siyasebenza.
Honourable Member, your time is now
I
expired.
support the budget.
Thank you. Order, honourable members. There's been objections. There's been objections, and I will thus put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. Will those parties who wish their objection to be recorded do so?
Please record the objection of EFF.
The objection will be recorded. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. I now put vote number 32, mineral resources. Are there any objections? Declarations have been requested. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Mr. Chairman, this is not a serious budget. It's a patch, a temporary fix. It's not a budget that's going to fix what's wrong. Whether mines are performing their statutory obligations is a hugely contested area at the moment, but the department doesn't have enough inspectors to give us an opinion on what's happening. This opens the way for the ANC and those further left to make extravagant claims that mines are doing nothing for the people. Now, those claims are clearly wrong, but how wrong we just don't know because the department doesn't have enough inspectors, it doesn't have enough money. And the mining charter is coming up for assessment and we need information, but there's not enough money for that. Then there's the Council for Geoscience, which keeps getting loaded with more responsibilities, but this government doesn't give it enough money. It's no good making grandiose plans if you can't fund them. The Risk Committee for Mines and Works has only met twice in the space of 5 years. Among other things, it determines levies paid for compensation for workers in mining. It's one of our most dangerous professions. One has to question whether or not the ANC really has the interests of workers at heart. And then there are our perennial complaints, which still aren't fixed. Mineral licensing is a shambles. It's at best inefficient, but it looks crooked. The department is secretive, which makes one wonder what they've got to hide. And answers to parliamentary questions are derisive sometimes. Maybe this will be fixed by the new management, but they'll have to show improvement before we give them the benefit of the doubt and support this budget. But for now, we're going to oppose it.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thanks, Chair. So mining in South Africa contributes less than 6% to the gross domestic product. And it contributes less than 25 billion rands to the national fiscus. And we think that can be true as the EFF because we are supposed to be the greatest mining nation, the mining territory in the world in terms of PGMs and a variety of critical mineral resources. We pointed to the portfolio committee that there are real occurrences and practices of transfer pricing in South Africa. And the Department of Mineral Resources is not focusing on that. What happens is that the mining companies, they create subsidiary companies in other parts of the world, sell the goods and services that they produce at a lower price so that they can pay taxes that are lower than what is required. And that is a real issue. That is not only a challenge for South Africa only, but for all resource-producing countries. We think that there must be a clear focus to those issues of transfer pricing and base erosion. Now, the practical program which DMR must look into is to transfer the African Exploration, Mining and Finance Corporation, which is a state-owned mining company from Department of Energy, to itself so that it can start to extract platinum and beneficiate and industrialize it. The reality of the situation is that as things stand, platinum is not for sale in South Africa. Even if you're going to have a minerals beneficiation strategy, platinum is not for sale in South Africa. The state has got capacity that it can build to extract platinum group metals and beneficiate them and industrialize them locally. That is going to add value to the economy and create additional jobs that we have been failing to create for the past 20 years. Those are the basic logical things that must be considered moving forward by the Department of Minerals and Resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP.
Siyabonga sihlalo. Uma usibona sisukuma siyeseka ibudget njengoba senza. Sisho sisiyayeseka yingoba sifuna kusetshenzwe. Okokuqala nje asisho ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi abantu ababencishwa amathuba bakithi abamnyama bebe nakho nabo kufinyelela emayini ukuze babe namandla omnotho. Uqala lokho kwesibili udaba lwezakhamuzi zakithi ezihlala eduze kwemayini kufanele kwempela ukuthi luphuthunyiswe ukuthi basizakale zibe khona izinsiza ezikhomba bayahlomula nabo emnothweni wemayini ukuba bathole izikole bathole izibhedlela bathole amakliniki namanzi ahlanzekile nokunye abakudingayo ukuqhuba impilo yabo. Okwesithathu esibona ukubalulekile okufuna sikusho njalo ukuthi laba abaqhamuka emazweni angaphandle betholile ama-license okusebenza indaba zemayini kuyofuneka kuqiniswe ngempela ukuthi basebenze nabantu bakithi ukuze nabo babe semnothweni bekwazi ukuthi bathuthuke kule mboni ebaluleke kangaka kungabe ukuthi baqengetheka bodwa nje ubelebele zayigomfela uyozayibonela. Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC would like to condemn the continued killings at the platinum belt and call for peace and stability in the area. Tifuna ucela sihlalo kakumbi ku Honorable Malema esingamboniyo apha endlini olulungu lale committee uba njengoba silendlu yowiso mthetho silungele into ba bengabe uhleli nathi siqala uziva izinto ezithetheka apha namhlanje ngu-Honorable Shibao. Ngoba yena nge-budget vote into beke qiniseke uba uyimele kuba edomen bekebuza apha kumphathiswa uba bangaphi abasebenzi abamenyiweyo. Sifuna uthi ke thina isingumbutho we-ANC apha into aqiniseke ngayo apha phandle namhlanje yoxela abantu ba is the sweetest thing and is the coolest guy. Asikho kwi-beauty contest si-ANC. Eyona nto
Objection,
esingayo.
Chairperson.
What is your point, Honourable Member?
The honorable traditional leader has got a very serious problem with our leader.
Honourable Member.
Beauty contest has got nothing to do with the budget speech that we are dealing with.
Honourable Member.
In fact, we owe each other a meeting outside.
Honourable Member.
Thank you.
You can arrange your meetings at leisure. Honourable Mandela, will you conclude, please?
Thank you, Chair. We would like to facilitate a kiss on the forehead through Honorable Maimane to ask the madam to give him a kiss. But the budget vote promotes the sound regulation
Point of order.
of minerals
Order.
and petroleum.
Order, Honourable Member.
Chairperson, we've had rulings in the past that the Premier of the Western Cape is not referred to as madam and that we have due respect for them. In any event, I doubt she would put her lips anywhere near the Honourable Mandela.
Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. Honourable Mandela, will you conclude, please?
Thank you, Chair. The regulation of minerals and petroleum sector for transformation, growth and development. It will allow the Department of Mineral Resources to pursue its mandate to ensure that all South Africans derive sustainable benefits from the country's mineral wealth. And therefore, the ANC supports this budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, since there's been objections, I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objection of the DA, Chair?
It will be recorded.
And please record the objection of the economic freedom fighters.
It will be recorded. No further objections. Honourable Members, the vote is therefore agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put vote number 33, Rural Development and Land Reform. Are there any objections?
Yep.
Yes, there are objections. I will now recognize the parties who have requested declarations. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The Democratic Alliance support land reform because we believe that the redress of the imbalances of the past are so important, but the ANC are too slow to address the redress of the informal. Chairperson, I declare that we cannot support this budget for one fundamental reason. The allocation...
Order, Honourable Members.
The allocation of the budget on land restitution is little. Typical example, Chairperson, the reopening of land claim, it happened just few months ago, but to date, we requested that there must be an increase in land restitution. We believe as a Democratic Alliance, this budget is not a real budget, and what we believe that the ANC has failed in addressing the land issue. As a Democratic Alliance, the ANC, they don't understand the word pakisa, which simply means share, not to be slow, especially in addressing our rural communities where there's poverty, whereby young people in rural communities abasebenzi nanamhlanje. As a Democratic Alliance, we do believe Guti, there must be skilled, and we are here to say to the ANC, it's either you deliver or you ship up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Order, Honourable Members.
And honourable members. It's embarrassing and sad that in this House we have members who so poorly represent the great names of their families. EFF reject this budget vote because...
Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Please, on a point of order. This is very personal and it is completely against the rules of this House.
Yeah. Honourable Member, will you withdraw that remark? You're referring to members of this House.
Which members of those?
Honourable Member, you know exactly which members you're referring to. You know exactly what you're talking about. Will you withdraw the remark and carry on with your declaration, please?
Chairperson, I am willing to withdraw this
Thank you, Honourable
comment,
Member.
But you have to help me. Who feels offended and feels that
Honourable
they
Member,
misrepresent their great families?
Honourable Member, will you withdraw the remark unconditionally, please? You're casting aspersions on members of the House, Honourable Member.
Which members of the House?
Honourable Member, for the last time, will you withdraw the remark, please? Unconditionally.
Chair.
Honourable Chief Whip,
But
I'm
no,
busy.
but Chair,
I will
no,
recognize
Chair.
you, Honourable Member.
Chair.
No, Honourable Member. I will recognize
but
you.
this is not an ANC meeting, yeah, because you're
Honourable
harassing us
Member.
every time.
No, Honourable Member.
This
Will
is
you
not,
take
this is
will
not
you
an
take your
ANC
seat?
meeting. Every time, all the rulings, you are always favoring the ANC.
No, Honourable
It's not
Member.
like we're invited to an ANC meeting.
Honourable
we're in
Member,
Parliament here.
will you take your seat, Chief Whip?
No, but even if there's no clarity on issues,
Chief
everything
Whip, will
must
you take
withdraw.
your seat?
Everything the ANC says must they always agree
Honourable Chief Whip, will you take your seat?
with them. Don't harass us like that.
Take your seat, Honourable Member. Honourable Chief Whip, will you take your seat? Honourable Member who was busy with the declaration, will you just withdraw the remark and make your declaration, please?
Chair, I think you're abusing your chair.
Honourable Member.
By insisting that I withdraw
Honourable
a statement.
Member.
People have been making general statements here without... you yourself said this is a rule.
Honourable Member.
We don't make things personal.
I've requested you for the last time to withdraw the statement. If you don't do so, you may leave the chamber, please.
I withdraw that statement.
Continue, Honourable Member. Order, Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Member, before you continue, Honourable Members, I just want to remind other Honourable Members that when we address a point of order, it is not correct for other members just to jump up, grab the mic, order, Honourable Member, because it happened there at the back as well, and then you start making comments. You have not been recognized. Right? The matter has now been dealt with. You may continue, Honourable Member.
EFF reject this budget vote because it's about buying back our stolen land, which in our view constitutes...
Order, Honourable Members.
Which in our view constitutes wasteful expenditure and promotes illegality. The department is also sponsoring a massive farm worker eviction campaign through its proposed so-called 50% share equity scheme. Honorable Nkwinti, farm workers and their organizations have rejected these proposals that we speak to. They don't want a share equity scheme that you yourself know or department knows has not worked. They want land and they want it now. Minister Toko Dudiza, who was the Minister of Land Affairs, and Honorable Hanekom, I've also worked with them under their ministries already. More than 1 million farm workers have been evicted, and you continue with the same tradition to make sure that by next year, April, all the farm workers who are on farms now have been evicted. You're completing the land dispossession program that started in 1652. As things stand, South Africa doesn't have a land reform. 20 years later, only 8% of the land has been bought back with a lot of money. Again, we extend to you, the majority party, our votes to amend Section 25 to make sure that Section 25 goes and we get our land without paying compensation. That is the only solution, but it requires revolutionary courage, which is so sadly lacking on the side of the majority party. We reject this budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NFP. The ANC.
Chair. Thank you very much, Chairperson. As the ANC, we support budget vote 33. Honorable Chair, the budget is not about numbers. It's a tool that is used to change the lives of the poor people. That is what the Rural Development and Land Reform budget will be used to eradicate poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Those who have land and those who have enjoyed a better life for some time will object to the budget. ngoba badla izambane likapondo. Those who have not, Chair, abathathela umhlaba nezinkomo okwakungumnotho wabo, they will support the budget to get their land back and also to make their lives better. Chairperson, Section 25 of the Constitution talks about just and equitable principle and expropriation, not land grab. As we want to build a united, peaceful, and democratic South Africa, as the ANC, we're being guided by our policies, not by what we think. Honorable Chair, forgive others for supporting and not supporting. There's a lot of confusion. I'm not going to talk about issues not tabled in the committee. Let honorable members be patient. When time comes, we will deal with issues raised by some members. Members have got the right to oppose, but while opposing, they must be constructive. As the ANC, we support the budget that will accelerate land reform programs and improve the lives of the people, as per the 53rd conference resolutions of the ANC. Chair Gladys Taba once said, I quote, "The recipe for the world peace is for everyone to have a piece of land," close quote. That is what this budget must achieve for everyone to have land. Thank you, Chair. We support the budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
The DA calls for a division, Chair.
A division having been called for. Sorry, the EFF, the DA has beaten you to it. A division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Order, honourable members, will you take up your seats, please? Order, honourable members. I would like to remind honourable members that they must be in their seats to be able to vote. The question before the House is that vote number 33, rural development, be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favour of the vote being agreed to should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. And those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members. The result of the division is as follows. Order. Those in favour 206, those against 57, and there's 2 abstentions. The vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote Number 34, science and technology. Are there any objections? Requests for declarations have been received. I now recognize the EFF. Honorable member, before you start, order, honorable members, will you just settle down? Order, honorable members. You may continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The EFF rejects the budget of the Science and Technology Department because not much is really being done in South Africa involving ordinary people in as far as technology is concerned. Our view as EFF is that technology should be about ordinary people. There is a serious need for practical involvement with technology, and this is not happening at the moment. The department should expand the utilization of technology as a means of teaching. Innovation should be taken seriously by the department because we cannot buy electronic devices from all over the world when our people have the capacity to produce such. There is nowhere where there are plans to build more science and technology institutes to expand on the skill and knowledge of our people. It is not true that we cannot manufacture even a car in South Africa. Accordingly, we reject this budget because it does not bring any innovation to our people. We thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The NFP.
Honorable Chair, we accept the budget, but there are issues which we think are issues of acceleration because the department in the previous year achieved a clean audit. We're of the view as the NFP that science, technology, and innovation should begin at the early grades of our schooling system. And also, we're of the view that science and innovation should permeate even the community circles of our country, where the ordinary masses of our people should be able to access science and technology. Then thirdly, we need to dispel a myth that says science, technology, and innovation is one of the difficult subjects, and ensure that it's not only a terrain of the wisest, but it's a terrain for all. And of course, the department must ensure that we have more of our girls, girl children, and females in general that get vigorously into science and innovation, including engineering. And last but not least, we need to ensure that we get more of the PhDs from the previously disadvantaged, historically black universities in the areas of space, technology, and innovation. And of course, we need to tighten the rope to ensure that the agencies and entities respond to their mandate and they are able to deliver accordingly. On that note, Chairperson, we have no option. Akukho esingakwenza ngaphandle kokuthi siyisekele ibudget.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, there's been an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye. My apologies. I've omitted the ANC. You may make your declaration, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the few months that one has been in science and technology, there's something that we've picked up. If I can make an analogy, it's like a fish which will lay millions of eggs and just move away without being noticed, as against a hen which will lay one egg and make a lot of noise. And I'm trying to say here, the point that I'm trying to bring here is that there's a lot that has been done in science and technology with meager resources. But we know we've got a power as Parliament to probably work on the budget that is in the department. And we know that we're targeting 1.5% of the GDP to go to science and technology. But having said that, we understand why it's like a fish, it's working so hard, yet unnoticed. It's because of the passion of the leadership of the department. You know, the passion that you see there, with passion, you can do a lot with meager resources. But even if you've got a lot of resources, but if you don't have passion, things might not happen. But I want to ask a question for those who are against this budget. Are you saying we must be in a vicious cycle of producing our scientists with donor funding, of producing our innovations with donor funding if you don't want us to pass this budget, of having innovations coming from somewhere instead of coming from South Africa, instead of exporting our innovations, but we import them if you don't want us to pass this budget? That's a question, but you don't have to answer it here. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Support.
I put the vote again. Are there any objections? There's an objection. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. Honourable members, can I have your objection noted?
As usual, please record our objection to the budget vote.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The objection is recorded. Honourable members, the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 35, tourism. Are there any objections? There's an objection and there's a request for a declaration. The EFF.
We want to fire, man. The Economic Freedom Fighters does not approve the budget vote of Tourism Department because there is no indication that the department intends to legislate on a minimum wage of the hard-working workers of the hospitality and tourism industry who live on pittance wages and sometimes subjected to exclusive salary based on tips, working under strenuous conditions, subjected to racism from international tourists and local tourists. Not only that, including the white owners of the tourist and hospitality industry. The department does not intend to rapidly transform the ownership structure of the industry to benefit the blacks and Africans in particular. The tourism industry continues to be dominated by whites at the exclusion of the black African indigenous people. The industry is threatening food security by turning the country into private game reserve owned by foreigners who continue to buy the stolen land. In fact, in one of the instances, the president could not even pronounce that billion figure there on the purchase of the stolen land. The department does not have a strategy to stop the land grab by foreigners buying land subject to land claims and continued resale of the land to the state for land claimants instead of supporting legislation of expropriation of land without compensation. The department is adamant in promoting and protection of white land ownership in the hospitality and the tourism industry, and also promotes white dominance of the hospitality and tourism industry unashamedly at the exclusion of our black Africans. In the circumstances, the Economic Freedom Fighters vehemently rejects the budget vote of the Tourism Department. Thank you.
Are there any further declarations? Are there any further declarations? The ANC. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress supports the budget vote. And also the African National Congress was very wise to divorce tourism from environment, because a lot has been done within the 5 years that tourism is in place. It has had an unqualified audit report for all the 5 years, which is one up to the new department. And those that do not support the budget, if only abantu be-EFF, umuntu we-EFF wayeza e-committee ngabe wayibeka yonke lembono abasitshela namanje.
Objection, Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member, what's your point of order now?
In terms of the rules of parliament, once a ruling has been made
Order,
on a
honourable
matter,
members.
it cannot arise once more again. Here you have made a ruling that it doesn't matter and it doesn't have to be said that we did not sit in the committee or I
Okay.
did not go there.
Take your seat, honorable member.
This is embarrassment. It's anarchist.
Take
They are
your-
anarchist, man.
Take your seat, honorable member. Take your seat. Order, honorable members. Order. 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 Honorable members, when you raise a point of order, you stick to your point of order. Don't use the opportunity to repeat the ruling that has been made. I'm quite aware because I presided at the time. And I've indicated that what we are dealing with is the schedule, and any member of parliament, it's party responses that we're dealing to, can participate whether they are represented in a committee or not. Continue, honorable member.
Sihlalo ngiyabonga. Ukuba ubezile loyo ekomitini ngabe wayibeka
Objection,
imbono yakhe.
Chairperson. She's exactly continuing
order,
on
honorable
what we
member.
have called
No,
on her.
Order, honorable member. Honorable member, you have a few seconds left now. Can you get into the substance of your response so that you can conclude your input, whether they were in the committee or not?
The African National Congress supports the budget.
Yes.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, there's been an objection, so I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
And those against will say no.
They don't come to the committee.
Please record our objection. Thank
The
you.
objection is recorded and the vote is accordingly agreed to. I now put vote number 36, trade and industry. Are there any objections? Requests of declarations have been received. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the government aims for export-led growth. It talks often of export-led growth, but if one looks at this departmental budget, we're spending, the entire government of South Africa is spending 322 million, or only 3.7% of this department's budget on promoting South African exports. That is a 6% decline on last year's budget, and I know that there's a exchange rate explanation for that, but the fact of the matter is we need to radically increase this budget, not be decreasing it year on year. And just to give you some idea, Chairperson, that is less than half the budget the department is spending on administering the department. They are spending 725 million rand on administration. If you look at the decline in the export of South African wines to China, for example, year on year we've declined 5.5% in a massively growing Chinese wine market. And we are losing market share to our competitor economies like Australia and Chile. That is unacceptable. I put it to the Minister, Chairperson, and if we were spending enough on trade promotion and export promotion, that should not be happening. Secondly, on the consumer and corporate regulation program, the entities under this program have been consistent non-performers. We have very, very many complaints from businesses around South Africa about the performance and response times of the CIPC. And the National Consumer Commission, we know, Chairperson, actually regressed in the last financial year to once again get a qualified audit. Instead of facilitating and assisting businesses and consumers, many of these entities have in fact been a hindrance. And thirdly, Chairperson, the consistent failure of this department to coordinate its economic policy across government departments. We have the licensing of businesses bill coming to this House. I hope that Minister Zulu, who's not in the House right now,
Honourable member, your time is now
will
expired.
object to that.
Thank you.
And for those reasons, we cannot support the budget. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The EFF.
Honorable Chair, now on page 94 of the book, which Honorable Gadi recommended all of us to read, we illustrate that in our trade relationship with China, the top 10 exports to China are raw materials and semi-processed materials. And all the top 10 imports from China are finished goods and services. Now, the minister in the budget vote discussion makes a point that we're not in pursuit of import substitution, industrial expansion and development. As a country which is catching up in terms of industrial development, we have got no option but to substitute strategically some of the imports. Brazil has done that. Foxconn, which manufactures the iPhones and the iPads, has got a factory in Brazil. They've substituted the imports that would have come from other parts of the world, meaning that they create jobs locally out of that. There must be a deliberate strategic pursuit of import substitution of some of goods and services which we bring from other parts of the world. That will create lots of jobs here in South Africa. Now, we've agreed in the committee that there should be legislation on 75% government procurement that must be done from local producers. But the ministry says something else different. We have agreed that there must be a certain percentage of mineral resources that are beneficiated and industrialized here in South Africa. But the ministry says something else different. If the ANC government considers those key agreements that we had in the portfolio committee, your industrial policy will go somewhere, because that is the only way you can proceed. But if you continue to stratify economic policy and industrial policy coordination, you're not going to go anywhere. When you take small businesses away, you have EDD somewhere else, you have got coordination and determination of monetary policy in the Reserve Bank, you won't be able to give proper direction to industrial expansion. Let us pay detailed attention to how all the countries that developed
your time is now
post-World War II
expired.
dealt with industrial policy, and then we'll be able to move somewhere.
Thank you.
Logic.
I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, past Chair. The ANC fully supports this 9.8 billion people's budget, vote 36, trade and industry, because it is a budget for employment. It is a budget for productive investment and radical inclusive economic transformation that will use industrialization to move the country forward, because we will unlock the people's potential. You're quite right, the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, by saying that there is a 75% commitment from the public sector to procure from local companies and entities. Yes, that is President Jacob Zuma's commitment, and it's totally underpinned by trade and industry, including yourself. So localization is the name of the game. We are currently, one's only got to look at the automotive sector to realize we have developed the components, the production, the manufacturing of components, and in that way we have been adding value both upstream and downstream, because we recognize that through manufacturing you don't necessarily directly create, you create the jobs up and downstream, as you well know. Now, the ANC, about the trade, yes, DA, we are going to recapture that policy space, and that is why we're getting rid of those first generation bilaterals. We don't want to be economically recolonized. And may I say, trade and industry has had to spend a lot of money addressing the liberal attitude, the liberal interventions that have led to market failures globally, never mind just here in our country here. Yes, negotiations. We are spending money on negotiations, and look where it's led.
Honourable Member,
we are now
your time
part
is now
of
expired.
BRICS having a regional office. The ANC fully supports this budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, certain parties indicated their objection. I will thus put the question. Those in favour will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Can you record the objection of the DA, Chair?
It will be recorded.
And please record the logical objection of the EFF.
The objection is recorded. Honourable Members, the vote is therefore agreed to. Honourable Members, I now put vote number 37, transport. Are there any objections? Requests for declarations have been received. I now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. The e-toll system has been implemented in Gauteng without regard for or any consultation with its citizens. It appears that this trend will continue as this system gets rolled out in other provinces. The Minister needs to move the farcical Makura e-tolls review panel talk shop to Gauteng, where this competency actually lies. The Minister and government talks about moving people off roads and into public transport. Yet what it says and what it does contradict each other. The largest portion of the budget continues to be allocated to roads and roads-related activities and entities. Larger portions of this budget need to go to rail, which should be the backbone of any public transport system. And the limp-wristed attempts to curb our ongoing road carnage month after month have yielded very little successes. Yet these failed and failing campaigns continue to be rolled out. The Minister needs to introduce campaigns that will actually work and actually considerably reduce road crashes. This, I only list 3 issues that I could go on listing much more. Development of transport goes hand in hand with the development of our economy. And in order for us to make some real changes, we need to revolutionize our way we think about transport. The DA will thus not be supporting this budget.
The EFF?
Motompe Muzulachidulo, Ndiaribuwa. Rinesa EFF arikutikeza budget vote. Ngazviteverawo. In 20 years, rika democracy, dzibhadha dzacho ministry wa transport wo taenda uri bhadha dzacho 60% ndidzi potholes. In 20 years, bhadha dzacho adzangomakiwa adzina defense. How many years are we going to contribute on approving the budget which are not utilized in a proper way? So, Rikori, the high accidents on our roads. Dzine mwa na mumwe rikowana goloi dzichikothula na bathu vachikorova nganthani ya uri vaofisiri vavoendi, traffic officers are underpaid, traffic officers are not working overtime. That is why the rate of accident is very high. We also saying that the department still
Honourable members.
The department still support the anti-poor transport system. The introduction of the Gautrain, the introduction of the BRT, while we must know that the BRT and the Gautrain is only for those who are rich, those who can afford. The poor of the poorest, they don't have enough time of transport. Our harbors and posts, they are not utilized or they are not used to create jobs for our youth. And we are saying again, the department is failing to monitor the funds allocated to the entities and also the funds allocated to the municipality and the provincial government. And we also against the e-tolling, which the COSATU today said people must defy the system and the paying and everything. And we are also saying the e-tolling is not good for this country. We don't support ASEFF.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the NFP. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Chair of Chairs. As the African National Congress, we support the budget vote 37. Let me indicate that the National Development Plan, which is so much spoken about by the Democratic Alliance, is saying that one of the things that we should be able to do is to make sure that the users of any, particularly in the investment, the user pay system is the system that we should be able to live up to. And in this instance, we believe that when we legislated with the e-tolls here in this House, we're living up to that ideal of the user pay. And therefore, to me, it's something that is unheard of, that people are now starting to talk. And let me also indicate that for Sunrail to be able to have as much road mileage in terms of job creation, in terms of road management, road maintenance, we should be able to look into the best methods of making sure that we are able to pay. I don't even understand what
Order, Honourable members.
I don't understand what the EFF is saying. I don't
Order.
understand. They are lost. Let me say to my colleague in the EFF, you are lost. You should go back and become a traffic cop again so that we can follow you up. The roads that are there, the Limpopo roads that have got potholes, it is you and your ilk who have stolen money from Limpopo and used it to be here today. So,
Objection, Chairperson.
Honourable member. Order. Order, Honourable members. What is your point of order, Honourable member?
Can you rule if it is parliamentary for honorable member to say there is a member who stole money to build roads
Order.
with potholes.
Order,
Is it
honorable members.
parliamentary?
Order. Honorable member, will you withdraw that remark, please?
Thank you very much. I withdraw.
Thank you.
Usitwela lweni ngangubjela ngubjerile rito ariboyi inkomo.
Order,
No. Honorable Chief Whip, take your seat, please. Honorable member, will you withdraw? Take your seat, Honorable Chief Whip. Will you withdraw the remark unconditionally?
I've withdrawn.
Thank you. Honorable members.
Can I
Honorable-
continue?
Honorable member, your time is up. Thank you.
Rito ariboyi.
Honorable members, I will put the vote again. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favor will say aye, and those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, I think for the last time, can you record the objection of the DA?
It will be recorded.
Honorable Chair can also record our objection as such. As you
It
have
will be recorded. Honorable members, with those objections being recorded, order, the vote is therefore agreed to. Honorable members, I now put vote number 38, water affairs. Are there any objections? Requests of declarations have been received. I now recognize the EFF. Order, honorable members.
Ngiyabonga mhlonishwa nabahlonishwa bonke abasendlini. Njenge EFF asiyamukeli le budget ke vote 38. Inkinga abantu bala eSouth Africa basahlupheka bakakutholi ukukhululeka njengokuthi nje amanzi abanawo ama toilet abanawo from 1994 awukho umehluko. Abantu abagulayo abakwazi ukuphuza amaphilisi ngenxa yamanzi angekho. Emakhaya imifula emikhulu kuyagezwa ngenhla ngezansi bayaphuza. Ingane zesikole eBergville eWard 4 inkinga ingane azinawo amanzi okuphuza phuza amanzi amathangi mayephelile funeka ihambe nama uniform ziyemfuleni ziyokha amanzi. Emarenki abantu bakhona abahlala khona abafika khona nalaba okuthiwa abagada amatekisi abanawo ama toilet abanawo amanzi abanawo ngisho ama shelter. Waterloo Ward 58 kunenkinga efanayo amarenki akhona akakhonkiwa kunama toilet akunalutho 7 years bekhona emalokishini esisuka kuwona. Abantu amanzi abanawo ababe namamitha bakhishelwa abamitha bashiyo bengenawo.
Order, honorable members.
Abanawo ngisho amanzi ukuthi ingane ziphuze ziye esikoleni. Kunemizi eWard 54 engenawo ama-sewer pipe kodwa inkontraka yafika azofaka amapayipi ekugcineni le nkontraka yayithola imali isuwa ingaphelile abantu bancincelwa yindle. Kunendawo eWard 62 indawo kusefraser akho ntuthuko akho lutho. Yingakho siyi-EFF asiphasisi le budget. Kunendawo okuthiwa ilanesia ethembelihle nakhona kunenkinga efanayo banamanzi abanalutho ngisho ama toilet.
Honorable member, your time has now expired.
Siyabonga.
Thank you.
Ibudget nje CFF asiphasisi ngoba abantu bahlupheka.
Thank you, honorable member.
Abanayo intuthuko.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, the IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, in isiZulu we say kudliwa okuncane kudliwa okukhulu. Lesabelo mali esibonakala su 12 billion somnyango ungasibona ngathi sikhulu kodwa sincane madlokovu. Nakuba kunjalo sincane thina be-IFP sithi haya samukele sisidle. Sincane nje emhlonishwa lapha kusomqulu oqukethe esikubiza ngokuthi ama-annual performance plan omnyango kukhona ama-projects laphana ukuthi ayavuselelwa kubhalwe nje ukuthi under construction kuwo kubalwa nophongola Poort Vietnam wat Poort esni kodwa ngokwakithi ngalena sithi iJozini Dam laphana mhlonishwa kukhona yabona umhlonishwa the founding father of our democracy ubaba uMadiba wenza into enhle kabi ngo94 wakha ama water schemes enye yawo kuthiwa iShemula scheme but for 4 years now that water scheme has become dysfunctional for 4 years amanzi endlini awasekho mhlonishwa Mphephetho can you imagine kwaDambuza niphelelwa amanzi endlini for 4 years you would have made Dambuza ungovernable kodwa lapha yana cha abantu abakwenzile lokho phezu kwalokho mhlonishwa akuwona nje amanzi even nokuphepha kwabantu mina nje ngosejozini amanzi kithi endlini awasekho sengize ngaqasha abantu ukuthi ebusuku uma ngifuna ukuyosikhulula ngoba ngisakwazi ukuyikhulula endlini ngiqasha abantu bangiphelezele ebusuku ukuphumela phandle.
Honourable member, your time has expired. Thank you. Order, honourable members, the NFP, the ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. In our committee, with the exception of DA, we all endorsed our ANC-led Government of Water Affairs 12.5 billion budget. Following our Constitution's Bill of Rights of Section 27, that declares that water is the right, the ANC's manifesto is loud and clear. Further investments in water service infrastructure has already been budgeted to a tune of 670 billion rand to the tune over the next 10 years, in improving on the 92% of water service delivery by 2012, 92%. That capacity for service delivery and maintenance of water infrastructure in municipalities is enhanced through skills development and other related programs. That the government of the ANC shall complete the plan to reverse pollution of water sources caused by acid mine drainage, applying polluter pays principle. ANC government discovers challenges at all levels, and it deals with those challenges. Among others, deaths from contaminated rivers and dam waters. The core objects of the Department of Water and Sanitation is to support the development and elimination of poverty and inequality, contribute to the economy and job creation, that water is protected, used, conserved, managed, and controlled sustainably and equitably. We are on course as a Jiki. We are not indicating left, knowing fully well that we are turning right. Like others, the ANC, with all freedom and peace-loving and champions of development, support this budget vote 38. And thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, I put the vote again. Are there any objections? I put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Chairperson, record the objection of EFF.
The objection will be recorded. Thank you, honourable members. That completes, honourable members. Honourable members, that completes the decision on the votes. I now put the schedule as a whole. Are there any objections? There are objections, so I'll put the question. Those in favour will say aye. And those against will say no.
Record the objections of the DA, please.
The DA's objection will be recorded.
We request the chairperson to record the objection of EFF.
Your objection.
In aggregate, all the votes.
Thank you, honourable member. Thank you. Honourable members, order, honourable members. Honourable members, the vote is therefore agreed to. Honorable members, the secretary will read the last order of the day.
Second reading debate appropriation bill.
Honorable members, as there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill as amended being read a second time? There are objections. I thus put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
House Chairperson, will you record the objection of the Democratic Alliance?
The objection will be recorded.
And then record the objection of the revolutionary movement, the economic freedom fighters.
The objection will be recorded. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, the secretary will read the bill as amended a second time.
Appropriation bill.
Honorable members, the bill as amended will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable members, there's a matter that I wish to deal with before we rise. You will recall earlier in the debate, when we started with the vote, the schedule, in vote number 1, there was a point of order that was raised by the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. The Honorable Chief Whip of the EFF has requested me to look at Hansard and to make a ruling in this regard. I am humbly obliged to do so. On the point of order raised by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, in which he maintained that the Honorable Shavambu had said that the President had lied and should be asked to withdraw the statement, I undertook to consider the matter and to return to the House with a ruling. Honorable Shavambu's statement was in Chitonga and can be translated as follows. What we are saying is that we do not believe that the President will provide water in Guyana. What he said yesterday was just talk, and we say it will never happen. People in Guyana should not be lied to by saying that there will be water in September. I gave the Honorable Shavambu 2 opportunities to explain or to withdraw his statement. When asked about it, he responded with, I never used the word lie. I said that what the President is saying about the provision of water in September is not true. Honorable Shavambu, whether by inference or by way of a direct statement, it is unparliamentary to say that the President has lied. The President enjoys the same protection in terms of the rules as honorable members of this House. Honorable members, together we are custodians of the rules of this House. And the party whips in particular have a duty to ensure that these rules are upheld. Those very same rules allow us a lot of latitude of criticism and differing from each other politically. It is, however, incumbent on each of us not to refer to each other in a manner that ascribes actions to someone else that we would consider reprehensible if it is ascribed to us. Honorable Shavambu, by stating that the people of Guyana should not be lied to, you inferred that the President had lied, and that is unparliamentary. I ask you to withdraw your remark.
Honorable Chair, I maintain that there will not be water in Guyana in September.
Honorable member, will you withdraw the remark that the President has lied?
I don't want to withdraw.
Will you leave the House, please?
Sure, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, that concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.